ahead and turn down my audio in the background. I don't know how much, and I don't even had a light on. This is obviously an impromptu broadcast. Someone tried to take the life of President Trump. I'm assuming most of you folks who are tuning in right now are already aware that somebody shot President Trump. Doesn't look like it was a successful attempt, but an attempt nonetheless. There is video of it. I don't know how much I can show, so I'm not going to really put it on right now, but I will describe it to you. And obviously, for you folks that are watching this, I'm sure you may already be aware, but you see him giving a speech. And I was watching the rally live when it happened, whereas he touches his ear. So he clearly was hit, but fortunately, either it was a graze wound or it was fired from a round that was not very effective. My humble opinion, it was a graze wound because you could hear the shots going off, and you know if you're in a loud environment like that, you're not likely to, if you're using, let's say for instance, a BB gun or something like that, it's not going to make that much noise. You could hear these shots going off. You could actually hear these shots going off. So my guess is they just missed them. That's what my guess is. They just actually took shots at him, and the shots missed, with the exception of one grazing his face. Now, also, I'll just say the Secret Service just released a statement saying that the president is fine. I'm going to take it with a grain of salt because we know during the pandemic, Trump was releasing statements that were better than reality as well, suggesting that, you know, he was not doing very bad when he had COVID, and it turns out that he was in a very serious condition. He was, I mean, like even in this situation, when they took him off stage, he was refusing to let the Secret Service carry him. He wanted to stand. He gave several fist pumps and even tried to grab his shoes because when they tackled him, they knocked him out of his shoes. So, you know, Trump is an alpha male. Trump likes to paint a dignified picture. But clearly you see in real time him grab the side of his face. I believe it was the right side of his face. And then they pretty much shoved him to the ground. And when you see him back on camera again, he's bleeding from that spot. So whatever hit him, it hit him hard enough to break the skin. And then because he was being scuffled around, there are smeared blood marks across his mouth and his cheek and lips. Now I see several folks in the comments already saying they believe this is staged. This is what I was talking. I've stated this before in previous broadcasts that Trump could live to be 101, and if he passed away of natural causes, somebody's going to say that there was some kind of conspiracy behind it. I don't like this stuff. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on. Violence is never good. And if you already have people saying it was staged, how hard would it be for Trump to get up there and say something wild about the liberals, progressives, the Joe Biden administration or something like that, and lead folks to want to take revenge in his honor? So there's a lot of bad places this can go depending on how humble or aggressive Trump is the next time you hear him speak. But for all intents and purposes, it does not seem like Trump was injured in a significant way. And as I stated, he was able to get up and walk off after being wounded and being taken down by Secret Service. However, unlike President Kennedy, where you see it, you know, his whole head blown off, people have been wounded mortally and got up and walked away. I mean, we don't know what's going on, you know, behind the scenes at the hospital and things like that. But I will say, all of the statements being released sound fairly positive of the president and his health. But as I mentioned, it's hard to know because Trump's going to release a positive statement, whether it's positive or not. Looking in the comments, wow, I don't know what else to say about this. I'd like to hear your take. I'm sure everyone is aware of this. And I see COD Mobile said he was shot in the ear. Was he shot in the ear or was he grazed? That's the thing. And by the way, there was certainly more than one shot. So you got to wonder, where did those other rounds go? There was clearly more than one shot fired at him. And he's standing in front of a whole packed to the rafters bleachers behind him. There's got to be at least 6 rows high. So where did those other rounds go? If they're taking pot shots at him and they're even within 10 feet of him, they're hitting other human beings. I don't see how they could possibly miss that. So we'll have to see what else comes out of this. But I'm looking in. I got ABC News on behind me. I'm trying not to put it on for the sake of the copyright. Hopefully, some of you folks are also watching multiple outlets. But this is indeed what appears to be an attempt on the former president's life. Didn't this happen to someone else? One of the Kennedys, not John F.K., but his brother or something like that. He was running for office and was taken out, but I mean, successfully taken out before he ever made it to office. Now you have Reagan, but Reagan was already president. But I do believe it happened to Robert Kennedy. He was also running for president, promoting civil rights and things that were unpopular. You know, Trump is a controversial figure, and they took him out. But this probably will affect Trump's desire to have outdoor rallies from this point on. You know, Trump he loves rallies, he loves crowds. There will be plenty of ways to use this to his benefit, but I don't know if he's going to be comfortable having outdoor rallies anymore. Because you literally are 1 inch from losing your life. Now, see in the comments, somebody said nobody ran. To some degree, what good would it do if you don't know where to run? You don't know. The first thing you're going to do is hit the deck. You're not going to, take off running? You don't know where you're going. Not to mention, I've been to a couple Trump rallies. It's crowded. It literally is crowded unless you want to have a stampede or something. You can't just run. If it's just like if you're at a ball game and there is something like that happens. If you're sitting in your seats, it's very. You can't just get up and go running on top of people. That you can try, of course, but I don't. At the end of the day, everybody went down. They did what most people do when somebody's getting shot. They hit the deck. Mr. Splackville on YouTube, appreciate the super chat. Thank you. Trump shot shortly. Wow. Trump shot shortly after a meeting with Victor. What are you trying to suggest that happened in that meeting? You're saying he was shot shortly after a meeting with Victor. I'm also going to tell you, I watched, like I said, he was shot within minutes of beginning his speech. And, Trump, it's Trump. It's going to be loaded with controversial things. He had already talked about the media being, not showing them and things like that. He was getting into immigrants. The guy has a lot of enemies. And oddly enough, I'll go to the box. I'll take a few callers, but oddly enough, right over his right shoulder, a woman is wearing a shirt that says "Mean Tweets, Trump 2024." Re-elect Trump so he can be mean to people. This is what she was wearing right on camera. Mean tweets, Trump 2024. The man makes a lot of enemies. Looking in and somebody's in the comments said a BB gun. I've owned several BB guns. I've never heard one that loud. You're talking about a big crowd, and you can hear BB shots over a crowd. I don't think that was a BB gun. Let's go straight to the box. Theodore, good afternoon. Wow, what a depressing day. Theodore, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Handsome, and thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So this is crazy. So when I first saw it I saw it break on TikTok, and I'm like, is this real? Is this actually happening?
Yeah.
I check Fox, it's happening. I check CNN, they're reporting it. New York Times was a little slow to report it, though. They were one of the major ones to be slow about it. But my thought about it was, one, officially, I don't think it's a conspiracy theory. I don't know.
Oh, hell no. No, I'm watching it in real time. He grabbed, because you see the guy come out, he's speaking, there's nothing wrong with his face. You hear shots go off, you see him touch his face and look bewildered. Secret Service jumps, machine guns coming from, long rifles coming from everywhere. When they pick him back up, he's bleeding from the spot he touched. What's the conspiracy? To kill him?
Some folks are entertaining a conspiracy because Trump trolls a lot and he messes with us a lot. So that's why they're saying he would out of all the people, he would troll a lot, go that far with trolling.
Oh my God.
But that's just entertaining a conspiracy. Officially, that's not my.
That's horrible. Considering how divided this country is, to fabricate a false, fake assassination attempt, That would be horrible if he would do something like that.
Well, the fact that the dude that the fact that the offender is now gone, like that lets me know, like, okay, it was not. That's too far if it was staged.
Yeah, God damn. Do people think he that bad that he would do something like that?
I mean, he trolls all the time. Remember that video where Trump is motorboating Giuliani when Giuliani was wearing a dress? He messes with us. Like and then today he's saying he doesn't like trans people. Like he messes with our expectations. That's
I don't disagree with that, but damn, fake your own death in front of millions of people. God.
He got up, raising his fist like he's one of the Black Panthers, and he's saying, "Fight, fight, fight." Like, what was
but that's pretty damn cool, though. I mean, that's what an alpha male would do, you know. But I don't want him when he say fight, fight, fight. I don't want that to mean go out and attack a bunch of liberals. But I don't have a problem with him saying I'm fine, fight on.
So, Mr. Hansen, that's a great point that you brought up. So, like, I think that most folks were just kind of assuming that it was a liberal or a leftist that did it. It could be a never Trumper or a
immigrant.
Republican.
It could be a Hispanic. It could be anybody who has an immigrant friend or an immigrant husband or an immigrant. I mean, like I said, the man makes a lot of enemies. A lot of enemies.
If it was an immigrant, then that would be the whole ball game. Like folks are already saying Trump won his re-election with this incident. So like that's gonna. But like I don't know if the left. I don't know if that mentality is gonna sweep over a majority of the electoral voters in this November.
Yeah, I highly doubt if this incident is gonna make people go to Trump. I mean, just like I would ask MAGA if Biden got shot, you're not gonna vote for him because he got shot. I mean, if Trump goes against all of the policies you favor, I mean, I hate to say it this way, but there's probably gonna be some liberals that are like, damn, why weren't you able to hit the target? I mean, I hate to say it that way, but this is not gonna draw people to vote for somebody that you don't like because he got wounded. This is very similar to suggesting that if he gets a bunch of felonies, people are gonna come vote for him. If a person is totally against your idea of America and your principles, you're not going to run to them because of something like this.
Yeah, and that's a bridge too far for me. Like, folks, like, I'm a moderate, but, like, I don't believe in
violence.
Hurting our folks. I don't believe in hurting folks on either side of the aisle. So, like Republicans, Democrats, I hear you both. I don't believe in that, and like that's why I love the Handsome Liberals show. Like we can all actually hear each other and converse civilly and not be blocked or banned. And then Handsome, I just want to end it all, and I'll drop down and you can respond on the other end if you'd like. But I am curious, will this bring about gun reform? And I'll drop with that. Thank you, Mr. Handsome.
No, appreciate it. Come on back anytime. Thank you, Theodore. Real quick, no, it's not going to bring about gun reform. I mean, we got anytime Sandy Hook, where you had I don't know, what was it, 20 5-year-olds get murdered, and we did nothing after that. Now, obviously, this is a president, but we did. To me, Sandy Hook was probably the best litmus test of how much we care about doing anything about guns. If you can take out 25-year-olds and America does nothing, I don't see where this is going to do anything either. Now, the picture on my screen is not exactly the clearest. In fact, the site I took it off, I had to blow it up. But when they say they'll take a bullet for the president, you do see these people here. There's a woman there with a ponytail, look like a plus size woman, or it could simply be she's wearing gear under that blazer. You know, she could be wearing body armor and everything, but she clearly has her hands up and she is in front of the president for as much as her body allows. Trump is a tall guy. So, she can't put her head in front of him, but she's trying her best. Now, you know how Trump is, and I'll go back to the box. Trump is not very cooperative. Just like with January 6th, they didn't want him to go to the Capitol building either. And there is testimony that he wanted to get in that crowd, which was dangerous. But he was clearly not trying to let them just take him off the scene. He wanted to present a picture of being dignified, show people he was okay. And to some degree, that's what he did. I mean, like I said, he gave several fist bumps. In this picture here, even though you can't see it very well due to the lack of resolution, there's clearly blood smeared across his face there. It's a very poor picture here. I'll see if I can find a better one, but that's clearly blood smeared across his face, starting at that wound on his right ear that he touched. But going back to the boxing, yes, somebody say he's a fighter. He certainly wanted to present a picture of, of resilience. So I'll give you the credit that he certainly wanted to make it clear that, look, you ain't took me down yet. This will probably be, what do you call it? Rally capital. He'll be using this as capital at rallies and speeches for the rest of his life. For the rest of his life. But we'll see what happens. Going back to the box, multiple shots. Looks like only one hit. Walter, wait, I think that says, good afternoon, Mr. Walter. Welcome to the program. We don't need this. This is bad because this could lead to other folks from a standpoint of retaliation. Certainly if Trump starts speaking and blaming this on people that had nothing to do with it, this could get other people killed. I hope it doesn't go that direction, but we know Trump, when he thinks something happened, he just says it. It doesn't need to actually be accompanied by proof. If he feels that Biden put a hit out on him or something, he'll just get up there and say that. And that absolutely could lead to other folks having a bad outcome, for lack of a better term, for having a bad outcome. So we'll see what happens. And I see in the comments, someone said, already blaming this on Trump is unreal. Yeah, I don't know why anybody would think, well, I get that Trump loves to manipulate the media to his effect. He's been very successful at that, but I don't see Trump staging his own assassination. I don't. My idea of Trump is that he wouldn't do nothing that heinous. By way of yes or no in the comments while the box resets, how many of you folks, because I see people saying it's staged, but they could be saying it's staged from a bunch of different directions. By way of yes or no, how many of you believe it's staged from a standpoint that Trump staged this? How many of you believe that Trump himself would stage his own mock assassination attempt? Surely none of you believe that, right? That Trump himself would do something wild like that. Yes, there's a fair bit of you folks saying yes. Wow. So many conspiracies around a man that he can't even be shot in peace. Jesus. I'm going to say I think it's complete, utter nonsense. There's no way in hell I believe this guy would stage his own assassination attempt. But we'll see what happens. Going back to the box, Harry Shoson, this should be interesting. Harry is certainly MAGA in my book, but we'll see what happens. Good afternoon, Harry. Welcome to the program.
Sorry, I was just getting some breaking news here. Apparently the shooter is dead. Okay.
Did they state how he was taken out? Was it taken out by the government or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm getting this from certain political pundits' Twitter page online. So it's not been confirmed from any real news source that I am seeing yet, but
now,
source that I completely trust in.
In regards to this possibly being staged, what is your opinion on that? What do you think?
Yeah, no. The only people I see saying stupid shit like that are the same people who would be celebrating if the bullet went a few inches more to the right. That's insane. It was clearly.
Yeah, I think there are more. I don't think it's just liberals that would be or never Trumpers. I think some of the folks on the stage are also people who are going to vote for Trump. Real quick before we continue, Harry, in the comments, Gen Xer, thank you, Gen X says, I called this months ago. Remember, I knew it. You think the country was divided before. The Civil War has just started. God help us all. Now, he hasn't been taken out. Do you see this at all, Harry? Yeah. Do you see a civil unrest from this?
Yeah, maybe if that guy was able to do what he wanted to do today, possibly that would have been a narrative. But no, I think if anything, this boosts Trump's numbers. If anything, it seals the win for him. I mean, this was such a hard event. I mean, I've never seen something more hardcore than a guy get shot in the head, stand up, shake his fist in the air, yell "fight," and then walk off the stage.
Yeah, because he didn't get shot in the head; he got a grazed one. If a guy got shot in the head, the standing up part would not have happened in what you saw.
Yeah, I get it. But what's he gonna say at his next rally? He's gonna be like, "They shot me in the head." This is gonna play super.
But what I surprised at, because a lot of times when you have controversial people like a Dave Chappelle or somebody they have a 7-second delay. We could have literally saw his head get blown off on live TV. I mean, because you hear the shots, you see him grab his ear. If that had been an accurate round, or God forbid, something like a 50 caliber or something, we could have saw something really graphic on television. My guess is from this point on, if he does have outdoor rallies, there may be a delay on some of that stuff.
Yeah, I think a delay would be a good idea because you wouldn't want that film being out there. But yeah, that stuff is crazy. I mean, I just can't believe that something like this would happen today.
You wait. It is awful. It is heinous. It is damn sure wrong to try to take out a president. But the idea that you said, I can't believe something like this would happen. The idea that somebody would try to take out the most controversial president in U.S. history, you really are that surprised about this?
You know, I get that, like, the crazies, the low IQ freaks that, like, you know, they got stirred up by whatever. But this seemed way more than, like, a crazy, you know, low life with a gun who was made an attempt at the president. This guy seemed set up. He was far away. He had a suppressor. Sure, he sucked at shooting.
Well, you're not gonna you say it's far away. They're not gonna allow you to get right up to the president. But when I went to the rally, I was only about 5 or 6 rows back. But they really patted us down and wanted us, so I couldn't have gotten anything in there. But I mean, I would have been certainly close enough. And I'm not a great shot. I mean, I've been to the range a number of times, but I'm not that great even with a pistol. But I was close enough that I'm sure I could have hit him. But at the same time, they really searched us.
Yeah, if you're in there, you could totally do whatever you want. But that guy, that was clearly a rifle platform, and I'm just glad no one got hurt. I mean, you know.
Well, someone did. Yeah, someone did get hurt. You see him on television bleeding. He didn't get killed, but he got hurt.
Well, for, you know, someone indiscriminately firing into a crowd like that, the biggest injury, someone having like you know, for all intents and purposes, a paper cut is a miracle. I mean, it's awful that it happened.
Well,
you know, you see the left celebrating this. I just came from one of those Gen Z TikTok lives. The chat was unhinged, saying, "Oh, only an inch more to the right." It's like, why can't he shoot? Like, they were so upset that this didn't happen.
Well, let me say this, and I don't want you to do what I'm really hoping Trump doesn't do as well. Suggest that the left is celebrating. You don't think Liz Cheney or Mitt Romney? I mean, I can guarantee you, there's more than just folks on the left that would at least like to see Trump not win in November. I don't know about, you know, losing his life, but I'm telling you, if something happened and prevented Trump from serving, there is far more than just liberals that would be like, yes, thank God this happened. So it ain't just the left.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got 1.9K people in here. Is anyone sad that the guy missed? So I think there's someone, be honest right now.
Me? I don't want the guy to be
I don't know. Is anyone sad that the guy missed? Like, would anyone wish the shooter got what he wanted to do? We'll see a comment. Yes, come over here in a second.
Yeah, we do. But at the same time,
there we go. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah, I get your point. Yeah, I get your point. But Harry, come on now. You know, if Biden dropped dead of a heart attack, there are some MAGA that would celebrate that too.
Yeah, Laura Loomer would probably be, you know, throwing a party, but
yeah, I mean,
not to hold you accountable for here.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Marjorie Taylor Greene showed up to the funeral with an EKG machine. I mean, there would be some people on the right that would celebrate Biden if he dropped dead.
I think it's a little bit, you know, it's one thing if he drops dead, that would be like a ha-ha, I told you so. I wouldn't do that, but political violence as a whole, another level of, like, you know, let's take a rifle to this guy, opposed to, like, well, your candidate sucks so bad he couldn't even survive. Like, I get that, you know?
Yeah, well, they said that. I mean, I get, yeah, that would be nasty. I don't, like I said, I am glad the guy at the end of the day looks like he'll be okay, but what I'm more frightened about now is how Trump himself addressed this, because the last thing I want him doing is going around saying this was some kind of liberal hit job, or the Biden administration used the DOJ to try to kill him. This is where right now you can separate the modest from mayhem. If he gets up there and says the wrong thing, as Gen Z is pointing out, he could really make things go bad by, because there's a lot of folks on the right that would instantly believe him. If he said Biden or Fauci or somebody took a hit out on him, they would believe that stuff.
Well, I think we have to see, I think we have some names, we can do some research and see, what these people...
Ain't nobody gonna do no research if Trump says it. If Trump says it happened, MAGA ain't gonna research that. That's good enough.
Fair enough. But ideally, we're gonna be figuring out a lot of stuff about this guy in the next few hours. I mean, when it came down to other events like this, whether it was Las Vegas or the Boston shooting, a lot of this stuff came out pretty quick. And the internet sleuths are a lot better than Donald Trump is.
Yeah, like I said, I just hope I hope he doesn't take it the wrong way. But I do got to move it on, man. Hopefully you and I and the rest of, hopefully America comes together on this and don't have a reason to celebrate or a reason to get angry on this. We should all be on the same accord.
I've been critical of Trump recently, but after this, I completely endorse him. I back him 100%. Any sort of wavering I had, this is just completely 100% voting for Trump. Like if someone's willing to do that, that's who I'm voting for.
Yeah, and you don't think somebody was willing to do that to Biden, Obama, Bush? Every president out there, somebody's willing to do that. That's why the Secret Service exists.
Well, they weren't willing enough to go and actually do it. The only guys that were willing to do it for were JFK, and we know that guy would have made a difference. Looking back at what that guy wanted to do, we know that guy would have changed the course of history. So it's like, well, if the last guy that tried to do it too, we know for a fact was a trailblazer, one of the greatest.
Well, let me make something clear. It's a difference between trying and succeeding. The reason you hear about it on Trump is because they actually got around through, but every president out there has been told by the Secret Service, we got to do this or this, sir, because somebody has, released some information and somebody's going to try to kill you. Every one of these guys, there are people who have tried to kill them. You just don't hear about it because the government squashes it. They either catch the person, stop the attempt or whatever, and they do it without alarming the public. But Trump ain't the first person this happened to. I'm sure Obama and all of them had plenty of folks trying to get at him. But I got to move it on, man.
Well, usually it's just like the FBI. I mean, you had like Gretchen Whitmer. She had a kidnapping plan. Just turned out they were all feds. The only people that really have any sort of political violence ever happening to them.
Yeah, the one you heard about. That's my point. The one you heard about turns out they were all feds. I gotta go. All right, moving the program on. That's what I'm saying, folks, is that if you're at this level, there's death threats being phoned in, some of them being credible, some of them being ridiculous, but there's a lot of this stuff happens behind the scenes that you don't hear about. You don't hear about every death threat, even the ones that are credible and they were able to accomplish, because a lot of times they actually can stop it before it really takes hold. But there's a lot of this stuff that happens. The only difference here is this person actually got a hit in on Trump. That's the only difference. Looking in the comments, I think there's so many people saying they think this is a setup. I can't believe it. Real quick, I want to address a couple super chats before I move on in the box. Bad taste title, Tim. Make it Trump assassination attempt, or vile, evil attack on our republic, which it is. It certainly is a Trump assassination attempt there, Foster, and thank you for the super chat. I basically typed in it because I didn't know what YouTube would ban. So on YouTube, the name of the live stream is titled Trump Downrange. I mean, I get what he's saying. He doesn't like the wording of it, but he is downrange. He took it around. But in regards to, I agree. It's an assassination attempt, but I don't know if YouTube would let me type that in there. In regards to your statement, vile, evil attack on our republic, which it is, that's an opinion. I'll just leave it at that. That part is an opinion because some folks believe that Trump is an attack on our republic. So I'll leave it at that, but I get your point. Feds missed his shot, and now Trump will rise even more in the polls. Better luck next time, sniffing Joe. And there goes Foster suggesting that better luck next time to President Biden, as if President Biden was the one that orchestrated this and it was unsuccessful. That's what I'm really, really hoping Trump does not follow up with. Getting out there and blaming this on Biden or some other entity without proof. I'm really hoping that Trump doesn't do that. No guarantee, because he may do it. Going to the box. If he's for certain somebody tried to put a hit on him, yeah, they tell everybody about it. But you don't just say some shit like that because you think. Just like with the election, he thinks the election was stolen. He doesn't have solid proof, but he really in his heart thinks it was stolen. Look at how much stuff has happened because of that. Don't just get out there and say you think Biden put a hit out on you or something like that. I mean, you're going to get people killed. One and only Gen X. Good afternoon. Welcome to the Anthony Hawkins, Gen X. I saw you. Anthony, good afternoon.
Yeah, you got me. You got me instead of Gen X.
Okay, well, we Gen X is a friend of the show. But what do you think? Do you believe it was a hit or do you believe it was a setup?
So now you kind of know my situation. I don't consent to any government. I don't care right, left. I'm against all elitists.
But are you MAGA?
This government propaganda. I'm sorry?
Do you consider yourself MAGA? Will you be voting for Trump?
No, I've never voted for Trump nor Biden. I don't consent to either side. They're both the same wing of the single bird. Okay. You know, we're all lied to. It's all propagated. Now, hear me out. Do not mass report me. This is my opinion. I get banned the most. That's why I haven't been in your lives for a while.
Okay, well, let's try not to make that happen. Well, what is your opinion on this?
I'll try to be gentle here.
Okay, let's do that.
Now, I'm not QAnon. I'm not MAGA. I'm not leftist. I'm not any of it.
That's like saying, look, I got some black friends. That's like saying I got some black friends. I'm kind of curious what you're about to say. Okay, you're not QAnon. You're not MAGA. Go.
Right. But if you follow any kind of Q drops from years ago, the Q drops told you there's going to be an attempt. But the real Trump is isolated, insulated. The real Trump we're not seeing the real Trump. Please do not report me. This is my opinion.
So wait. Let me make sure I get clarity. Hold on, hang on. Hold on. So the guy we saw on television today, you don't believe that's the real Trump?
I do not. No, I do not.
Who do you think that was?
I mean, they all got doubles. There's masks. You can, if you follow, and you don't have to be a conspiracy theorist to see that there's some shady shit going on.
Okay, let me ask you: the guy we see on TV known as President Biden, is that the real guy?
I don't believe so. No, I don't.
So both of these men, where are they located, or do you have any hint to where they may be? If both of the guys, you watch the presidential debate, and you're saying that both of those guys were not who we thought they were. Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay. So where are the real Trump and Biden located?
Well, so the Q drops say the real Trump is isolated, and if you follow the crimes against humanity side, the real Biden's gone.
Okay, is Hillary still with us? Because I know a lot of Q drops suggested Hillary. So she was.
And please don't report. This is.
I'm not going to report. Hold on.
This is my opinion, chat. Please don't report me because this is just me. I support Handsome. I'm not left nor right. I don't agree nor disagree. Please don't report me. This is my opinion. I love everybody equally. I don't give a fuck left nor right, race, gender. I don't care. But there's more to this than it's all it's all a scam. The world is a stage.
What is the purpose of the scam, though? If I'm trying to scam you, I'm trying to get money or something. What is the goal? Why would they show us people?
What do you mean? The government's take all of our tax monies. They take everything from us. They dictate how we live our lives. We're supposed to be free and sovereign citizens. They dictate what we do on a day-to-day basis. They dictate our health. They dictate our jobs. They dictate our lives. They dictate everything that we do, and then we pay for it, and we still get fucked in the end. How? What do you mean?
So
it's a scam.
So I'm curious, who did you vote for in 2020?
I didn't vote. I was a felon. I just restored my rights last year in June, and I paid the government to be able to vote. I literally paid a $250 fee to file the paperwork to be able to restore my rights to vote.
Okay. So you believe that Trump and Biden that we're seeing are not they're not the actual characters we're seeing. You do believe Hillary Clinton has passed on. Is Nancy Pelosi still around?
No.
So she's passed on as well.
All the things that you've been hearing about, you can call them conspiracy theories or whatever. These people committed crimes against humanity. I'm hoping you got run by. I remember a few weeks back you said you was going to try to start going on.
Yeah, I can't figure out how to go live, but I am trying to bring the program on Rumble as well.
So I know you know Derek Johnson, and y'all don't have to take my word for it. You can watch these people and take notes and research their documentation. But if you watch The Greatest Show on Earth, if you watch Leveling the Playing Fields, if you watch these, and then you can take your notes, and then you can go onto the .gov sites and .military sites. You can read all of this stuff. This stuff is legit. You can go and look into Nasara Jassari. You can go and look in all of these. It's not. These are legit things. I think it's. I forget the executive order. It's 13.
Okay, I don't want to go too deep down that path because we obviously are talking about Trump.
Yeah.
I got to move. Look, if you didn't get dropped today, fair enough. Come back anytime, but I do got to move it on because we're getting a little bit off topic.
I appreciate you and I love you. I'll stay around.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Appreciate it. So I will continue moving on. Certainly would love talking to him about a lot of that in the future, but it's not relevant to what we're discussing. Will anyone be arrested is what Drusilla is asking. Yeah, I'm sure someone will either be arrested or killed. Yeah, you can't get away with what happened today. Now, you talk about conspiracies in regards to what just happened with President Trump. If no one is killed or arrested, then the conspiracies are really going to go through the roof. Because then it'll be a suggestion that President Biden is hiding the assassin or something like that. It will get worse. Now, by way of yes or no in the comments, how many of you folks believe that what happened today will help Trump's poll numbers? How many of you folks believe that folks will vote for Trump simply because somebody tried to take him out, or it looks like somebody tried to take him out? By way of yes or no, you guys think this will help him out? I see a lot of folks that are saying yes. Wow. Please virtue signal from that. It's not off topic. It's all connected, says T Advice. Okay, well, come on in the live. We'll talk about it sometime. In the video, you hear the Secret Service that the shooter is down. A lot of you folks do believe this will bring voters to Trump. And I see some folks that saying for Biden. I don't know how it would bring voters to Biden. The mindless are already on his side, so no, it won't make a difference. I think that if this, like I always say, and I know the MAGA side of the aisle don't like what I'm about to say. They don't agree with it, rather. I think if it was Nikki Haley or somebody, it would be more likely to galvanize a few voters. But I do believe because Trump is proposing something that is fairly far to the right, if you don't agree with him, you don't agree with him. I mean, let's say, for instance, you are a woman that is a strong believer in pro-choice. A woman should be, let's say you truly believe a woman should have the right to do whatever she wants with her body. This ain't going to make you vote for Trump. This is not, I mean, if you are on the left side of the aisle on some of Trump's issues, like you don't favor giving cops immunity or Project 2025, and if you truly believe if you truly believe, despite what Trump is saying, if you truly believe Trump is involved in Project 2025, this ain't gonna make you vote for Trump. What happened today? I'll go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen, certainly on YouTube. I hate to say this on a day like today, but get the likes up. This is not something you really want to like, but it helps out the program. I don't like what happened to Trump at all today, but I am going to ask for the sake of the algorithm, you tap the screen, get the likes up to about 20, 25,000. Same on YouTube, get them up to about 40. It helps out the algorithm. It does bring more folks to the fray, particularly MAGA. You know, this is a MAGA friendly program. It always has been, always will be. I am MAGA friendly. But before I go to the box, I believe this is a clip of what took place. I think everybody has seen this. This is only 2 minutes long. It's him speaking. I'm not going to play the audio for copyright purposes, but I do believe this. You'll see him grab his ear to indicate the round struck him in some way or fashion or form. As I stated, there were multiple rounds fired. So the man got really lucky that somebody couldn't aim, but you got to wonder who behind him got hit. Anyhow, here goes. Now, like I said, I'm not going to play the audio. It happens so quick, and then he drops. People in the audience are ducking, and they want to see what's going on, but at the same time, they're trying to duck. And a lot of Secret Service are slow to respond. Okay, you see him more. Okay, they're running to him. I don't see him really securing the stage yet. But then when he gets up, that guy's running to him as well. When he gets up, he's going to be very, very defiant in his actions. And now there's one guy on the stage, two guys on the stage with long rifles there. When he actually gets up, he's very defiant. They want to get him out of there, like they did Ronald Reagan when they threw him in the car. He's fighting back. He wants to. There he goes. He's giving a fist pump. I don't know if I can. I wish I could zoom in on it, but he's giving a fist pump. They're zooming in on it now. He's bleeding from the face, and he's trying to signal to the crowd that he's okay. Kind of like you see some of these race car drivers that get out of the car and they're, letting people know I'm all right. He's giving some really defiant fist pumps to show that he's okay, but he has his hand over the shoulder of one of the agents. I assume they're trying to carry him because he was trying to go back and get his shoes. When they took him down, I guess they knocked him out of his shoes or whatever, but it is what it is, and instead of him letting them carry him and throw him across the seat, that his fighting, if you notice, I want to go back to something before. If you notice, you can clearly still see the back of his head. So by him not letting the Secret Service do what they wanted to do, he definitely put himself, okay, right there. I don't know how much you can see this pointer move, but you can clearly see his head there by the back quarter panel of that SUV. That shouldn't be exposed like that. I mean, there's at least one shooter out there. That shouldn't be exposed like that. I mean, he's really defiant on letting them protect him. So none of that should be exposed. You don't walk off. I don't understand it. That's crazy. Going back to the box, though. Everybody's saying it's staged and blaming Antifa. Wow. Antifa, really? All right, Bushmaster. Better yet, Gen X. Gen X, good afternoon.
What's up, my brother?
Oh, the worst has happened.
Man, I'm speechless, bro.
Yeah.
I'm speechless. Hey, if you remember, we had this conversation about 2 months ago, and I told you on live, when all the court stuff starts to fall apart and they got nothing and he's looking up, they're going to try this. And sure as shit, they did.
Well, but
I'm so sure that there's a lot more to this story than we know, because a lot of us knew it was coming. We absolutely knew it.
But let me just say this. With every president, people predict this. When Obama got elected, he was the first black president. Everybody in the hood was saying they were going to take the guy out. When George W. Bush started the war in Iraq, everybody was saying some terrorist or somebody was going to get to him. I mean, so it's kind of a flip of the coin. Every president has people wanting to take him out. Just like Biden, people are going to say if Biden gets reelected, MAGA's going to take him out. You just happen to pick one where somebody actually tried to do it.
And I'm not going to argue with you there, because it's pointless to do so at this point.
Right.
But I knew it. There was no doubt in my mind. As sure as I know the sun's going to come up tomorrow morning, I knew this was going to happen. Now, that being said, I thank God for all of us that they didn't unalive him.
Yeah.
And let me tell you why.
I already know.
If they would have taken him out, there wouldn't have been any containing the... You think our country was divided before? Oh, man. It's about to be on and cracking. Again, I pray to God that Mr. Trump comes out and he's going to be the deciding factor between chaos and somewhat civility.
And speaking of that, and I agree with you, it depends on how he addressed it in regards to chaos and civility. But while you were talking, because I got two devices aimed at me, one on YouTube and one on TikTok, I still get like news tickers that come across, it'll come across the top of the screen. I don't know which publication it is because I subscribe to so many right and left wing publications, but I saw the title said "Globalists Attempt to Take Out Trump." So some publication out there is already spinning it in a way like that. Globalists attempt to take out Trump just popped up on my screen. So without any proof or any evidence, people are already blaming folks.
And we're going to see a lot of that. Dude, and you know it. We're going to see a lot of that, man.
Yeah.
We're going to see it. Did they get the guy? I've heard several stories. I've heard they killed him. I've heard they got him in custody.
Well, all 19 of the 9/11 hijackers died in the attack. That didn't mean shit. Somebody else is still out there. Even if they get the guy, everybody going to want to know who he's working for.
Right. But people are going to speculate, man. People are going to speculate until we got something concrete. Well, at this point, I don't even care. What I care about, I hope that my man Trump does the right thing and doesn't cause even more. Even though I'm not saying it's unjustified, because there ain't nothing more I'd like to do than go beat down an Antifa. Just on principle.
Why do you guys keep saying Antifa? Antifa ain't got nothing to do. Antifa just showing up at Trump rallies causing mess up. Why do people keep saying that shit?
All joking aside, I hope he keeps a level head because, like I said, he's going to make or break the civility in our country, man. And man, we're on a wire right now, man. That was the worst thing that could have happened.
Yeah.
The worst thing.
And what I'm scared about, man, is what you keep talking about. I don't feel confident at all that Trump will address this in a way that leads to nonviolence. I do not feel confident that he'll come up with that, when they go low, we take high type mindset. I mean, because he's already throwing up the fist pump, which is like fight back. I mean, if that had been, like you said, if they had actually took his life, and the last thing you see was him doing that fight back, it's exactly what you just said would happen.
I'll tell you what though. I give my man credit because he walked out of there like a man with his head held high. He wasn't trying to hide, and they wanted to bury him under bodies to get him out of there. Yeah. I mean, that's just protocol.
Yeah.
He walked out of there like a man, and I'm pretty proud of that.
Well, I don't know. I mean, like in regards to the only thing I can't even get it out, can't even get the words out. But what I'm just fearful of is that Trump won't handle this right, because we don't know who tried to take the man out. We know it's somebody that don't like him. We get that, but folks are already, like my last caller was talking about the liberals. There's a lot of people that don't like him, and they're not all liberals by any means at all. You got folks who may not like him going after the solar industry or the electric car industry. People are losing millions from that. I mean, you got folks like what he's talking about doing the immigrants. People may not like him for that. I mean, there's just so many other things that you could be angry for Trump about. You could be somebody who don't vote at all and really want that guy gone.
Whoever it was, he didn't have very good aim.
Yeah. Well, I won't say that. He did hit him in the face. He just didn't the angles of it. But he did strike him in the face.
I wonder how many people behind him got hit, because I heard at least 3 or 4 gunshots.
Yeah, there's no.
I mean, the bullets got to go somewhere.
And here's one of the crazy conspiracies, Gen X. In the comments, I can't see Air House or something says he missed on purpose, like his aim was that good.
Oh yeah. He just meant to shoot him, and he wanted to pierce his ear for him.
What is this, Mike Tyson? Man.
Yeah, you know, and I hope that your fears aren't justified, and that he doesn't come out swinging and kicking up a whole lot of dust. I mean, I back him either way. But I mean, I love our country, and I would hate to see us slip into, you know, Civil War 2.0. That would suck, man.
Yeah. Because I mean,
that'd be horrible.
But here's the thing I don't get when folks say that this could lead to civil unrest. What is it? MAGA gets angry and they just start going around taking the lives of innocent people?
Well, no, but I mean, right now you've got it. Man, I don't know, Tim. I don't know, bro.
I mean, because we know that 99.99999% of Americans had nothing to do with this. So if there's a civil war, I mean, who's the target? The average American, even the people who may have wanted it to happen, had nothing to do with it. So that's what I'm saying. Because obviously if there's civil unrest, it's going to be the MAGA side that's taking up arms. The liberals aren't taking. I mean, whoever did this, that's one guy or a group that represents the guy who did it. But as I said, 99% of America has nothing to do with that. So if there's civil unrest, the only thing I can see is getting mad and taking out a bunch of innocent people.
Yep. Well, and that's exactly what a civil war does.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the sad reality of the Civil War. Wow. Well, I know, and I know some of the Dems got guns, but we got most of them.
I don't know where to go on that, because I'll tell you this: a lot of folks, the women have always been different in a lot of things. Like a lot of times, the wives are not always a big fan of what their husbands are in favor of. So if it gets too outlandish, if it gets too conspiratorial, understand sometimes the women may take the other side, particularly if you're harming innocent people.
Right, yeah, no, the voices of reason, huh?
I want to see where the Christians are. That's right. We're supposed to be a country based on Christianity. All of this stuff the right is doing to promote Christianity, the right should be the side that is demanding peace. I'm hearing Christianity. I'm not seeing it, though. What say you?
Turn the other cheek, man.
Right. Turn the other cheek. Don't flip turn the other cheek. Don't flip the magazine over.
As much as I want to say an eye for an eye, man, I would hate to see our country devolve into something that ugly and that horrible. Yeah. Because nobody really wins at the end of the day.
No.
Like you pointed out, a bunch of innocent people just end up at the short end of the stick.
Yeah, nobody wins. And not only do a bunch of innocent people lose their lives, America as a whole would be a far poorer country, because we would lose our superpower status. The value of the dollar would go through the floor. The country would be in ruins from so many buildings and structures being destroyed. All of our infrastructure, everything from water treatment plants to farms, all of that stuff would be destroyed. For Trump, I don't get it.
For everybody. For everybody, man.
Yeah, I don't get it. I mean, it's just...
It's too early to call, man. People are gonna assume a lot of shit. There's nothing. The only thing I can say for sure is I knew it would happen. Now I'd just like to know why.
Yeah. Well,
I pointed out it could have been any group of people. It could have been a pissed off immigrant. Hell, it could have been one of the Central Park 5 ones to get back.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. I'll go ahead and move it on, man. But I'll say the same thing. Trump makes so many enemies. It could be anybody. He's cost people their careers. You got a lot of people who do support Trump, who he has done nothing for since they backed him. I mean, we could be Ray Epps. Ray Epps was reportedly a Trump supporter who has lost a hell of a lot because he rolled with Trump and MAGA threw him under the bus. So it could be anybody, man. I got to go, though.
Yeah. All right, brother. Hey, you have a great rest of your weekend, my friend. Always a pleasure to talk to you. And ladies, don't forget, make your Gen X a sandwich.
You are crazy. Not today, Gen X. Appreciate you coming on, man. Oh my Lord. All right, moving the program on. He's not the only one though that believes civil unrest. We could be on the cusp of civil unrest. He's not the only one. Looking in the comments, Trump just got grazed. An audience member got killed, and the shooter got killed, according to ABC and Fox. Wow, that makes sense. I got ABC News on behind me, but I'm only able to read the banner because I got the audio turned down. But that makes sense. Consider how many shots were fired and how many people were standing right behind Trump. If they're taking aim at Trump, actually, I'm looking on the screen there, and they're showing a replay of it, and I can see a guy that clearly looks like. Wait, let me see if I can see it on this clip here. That clearly looks like he's standing next to somebody that got hit. I don't think my video is going to be clear enough or zoomed out. The guy's wearing green. Let me see if my video zoomed in too much. But he's over. Okay, there he goes. He's wearing green there. Over to, you'll see it on the, it's just no way I'm going to be able to make you see it. But he's looking down, and it looks like he's looking down at somebody. That somebody may have gotten hit. I'm speculating, but it's on the right side of the screen, but there's no way you can see it right now. When they zoom out so damn fast. You can see somebody, it's only one person in the crowd wearing green. So it should stand out a little bit. But you can see his actions. So if you're able to watch the video, look at his actions of how he acted when the shot went off. He looks down and looks like he's trying to help somebody get up or something like that. And then he starts going back to his camera. So for all intents and purposes, he might have been standing next to the person that got hit. But it looks like he was looking at somebody that dropped. Looking in the comments, the ABC saying the shooter is down and possibly two bystanders. One of the rally attendees was killed. Yeah, like I said, it makes perfect sense that one of the folks attending the rally could have been hit. If you're shooting at Trump and you're missing, the backdrop is those people. That's literally what's in your line of sight is those other people. Even if the round is powerful enough, it might go through Trump and hit one of those people. When Kennedy was taken out, I believe one of the rounds went through him and struck the governor that was riding in the vehicle in front of him. When President Kennedy was taken out, that happened. The round went through him and hit the governor and left the governor of Texas paralyzed for the rest of his life. Looking in the comments, though, graded. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Full immunity for Secret Service. What is that supposed to mean? Graded. Good afternoon.
How you doing, buddy?
Man, I don't know, man. This ain't good.
Foremost, this is what I'll start off my whole point on. Okay, so I voted for Trump twice. I don't have a problem with it. What I'm saying is this.
You don't have a problem with him being wounded?
Huh?
You don't have a problem with Trump being wounded?
No. I'm saying with everything going on, what everybody needs to do is to calm down all their rhetoric, calm it down, be quiet, don't say a damn word, just listen. Because at the end of the day, I don't care if it's Trump, if it's Joe Biden, or if it was somebody else on the Supreme Court. If somebody's trying to assassinate somebody within the executive branch of our government, as an American citizen, you need to be pissed.
Yeah.
Period. I don't give a damn who it is. I really don't. Now, some people are gonna be like, well, if it's Joe Biden, wouldn't be like, dude, that's a terrible thing to say, and that's a terrible fucking American.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, you're all Americans. I don't give a damn which side of the aisle you're on. Yeah. Throw your bullshit allegiances down and get on the right side of the fucking globe, which is you're an American. You need to figure out who the hell did this. For whatever reason they did it, it doesn't really matter, right? Because at the end of the day, it's just another wag job with a gun.
Yeah, America's we are the land of people getting shot. By the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 35,000. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. I kind of understand why today, but I'm with you, Graded. This is not something to be happy about, not something to applaud at all. A lot of things that Trump promote, I think may be bad for the country. Some things I think may be good, but I don't want anybody to lose their life over politics.
Oh, no, absolutely not. And listen, like I said, I voted for the man twice. Now, am I 100% agreeing in all the crazy shit he said over the years? Absolutely not. But, you know, at the end of the day, he's the president. He was elected. He wasn't elected last time. Everybody's going to have their politics, spin their, you know, stories the way they want to spin the stories. Have at it. But today ain't the day to be doing it. Today ain't the day to come up here and be like, well, I knew they were going to do it. You sound like a country-ass bumpkin, man. Like, everybody, honestly, like, I voted when Obama was running, okay? Everybody said Obama was going to get assassinated.
Yeah, there was
everybody said.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who said
so,
that.
like you said earlier, you know, people say this stuff all the time. So for somebody to be like, oh, yeah, we knew it was going to... No, you didn't. Be quiet. Because this happens all the time. These threats come in on a daily basis, you know, multiple times.
I will say this, though. I will say this. I will say, and I was the one that even told Gen X, yeah, everybody says the president is going to be assassinated. But I will say in this case, because Trump is so incredibly controversial, the guy literally makes enemies for breakfast. It is a higher likelihood of something bad happening to him because he got so many enemies. Remember, his promise when he got elected was to drain the swamp. He literally came to Washington suggesting that everybody there was a crook and he was going to get rid of everybody. All these high-level people, generals, senators, governors. I mean, you know, folks believe that Hillary Clinton got a death list. I mean, he made enemies with everybody he could. So it is a higher likelihood of it happening to him.
I mean, yeah, but I mean, it's just the threat level, right? The threat level increases, and with the threat level increasing, sure, the probability of something happening, yeah, probably increases as well. It's just, but you know, for like, I don't know what the one comment is in the comments, but something Mike, but he's like, that means war. Like, dude, calm the hell down.
Yeah, we need. Yeah, that's the scary part. That's the scary part.
It don't mean nothing, man. Listen, as an American citizen, you need to freaking calm down. And let's see what the hell comes about it and see who's responsible, prosecute them, do all the stuff you gotta do. But really, at the end of the day, if it was Joe Biden, dude, I would be saying the same thing to Democrats right now. That would be ratcheting up calm down. Let's see what the hell's going on. Get the facts before you just start spewing because, you know, you just never know.
Well, when you say calm down and get the facts, I'm really hoping that Trump takes your advice as well. And by the way, on YouTube, John Smith, keep up the good work. Thank you for the accolade and the compliment in the super chat as well. And Moogly says, once again, the shooter is dead. 2 spectators were hit. He says one is deceased and one is in critical condition. If that is the case, where two people were hit and one is deceased and one is in critical condition, that kind of removes any rumors that they were not firing real rounds or paintballs or BBs. I mean, this kind of makes it clear these were real bullets being shot.
Yeah. I mean, from you know, and I'm not, you know, I own weapons, but I'm no, you know, by no stretch of the imagination, a weapons expert. But when I saw the video, it sounded like a firearm to me. Right.
But,
I mean,
yeah, you're not going to hear BB guns or paint guns over a crowd like that. I mean, it takes bullets to make that kind of noise.
Yeah. And you know, I mean, hopefully cooler heads prevail. Hopefully Trump will come out of this, and I mean, hopefully he doesn't scream. I'll be really straight up honest with you. I just hope he doesn't come out screaming some craziness. I really don't.
Did Biden ordered the hit or something like that? Keep in mind, according to Sotomayor, Biden could do this and have immunity.
Well, you know, according to, I mean, I don't, that's too much, man, too far.
No, that ain't too much. That's what she said. That is what a Supreme Court justice said, is that Biden could do this, and thanks to their ruling, he would be immune. She said that.
Oh, my God. That's not, yeah. It's not good.
No, it's not good. The ruling wasn't good either, by the way. What they ruled in favor of that was not good. But yeah, they did rule that a president could take out his opposition, and as long as it's deemed an official act, he would be immune. And here we are, a little bit less than 2 weeks later, somebody's trying to take out a presidential contender. So wow.
Yeah. Well, hey, listen, I appreciate you. I really appreciate what you do. It takes a special person, man, to kind of sit in the middle and, I mean, have your own viewpoints, but at the same time, you let both sides come in here and hash it out. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I would just tell everybody that's a Trump sport, calm down a little bit. Let's see what happens, see what comes out of it, and don't really jump to judgment until we know the facts. Once we know the facts, then we can kind of go from there. But I would say everybody today just need to be calm and just be sad for the fact that, you know, this happened to a part of your executive government. You know, that's really not a good day. I don't give a damn what side of the aisle you're on. That's just my opinion on it. But
All right. I'll tell you before I let you go, Graded, the only way we're going to get your wish is for Trump to offer that message you just offered. If Trump offers that same message, everybody needs to calm down. I think we might be able to get it. But if Trump comes out there and starts blaming people, all hell's going to break loose. I got to move it on, though, Graded.
all right, buddy, be good.
Anytime. Thank you. By the way, tap the screen. Get me on up to about 40,000. I think due to the nature of what we're talking about, I do believe TikTok is playing games with the algorithm. I mean, we've went from 2,000 to 300, 400. I mean, I do believe TikTok is doing something with the algorithm. It is a bad topic. It is a bad topic. So, but I'll just simply ask that you guys tap the screen, get the likes up. Thank you. By the way, Alter Ego, Marcy with that crane. Thank you. And Big, I think it was Top Dog or Big Dog. Thank you. I just wanted to hear my guest before I interrupted. Wow. I got to go to one of my subscribers, Dencal, but always above in the box has a picture of Trump giving a fist pump. I'm quite interested in that, but I always give my subscribers first dibs. So, Dencal, appreciate you coming in. Wow. How bad is this, Dencal?
We have yet to see. It's like you said on the program. It's all going to come down to how one person reacts, and we all know who that is.
Yep.
And the sad part about it is the people, his supporters, who are on your show, and I commend them for coming on here saying exactly what needs to be said and done by him. But unfortunately, we know that he will not do what needs to be done.
Wait, you said we know he will not. And by the way, Chase, thank you for that subscription on TikTok. I just saw that. Appreciate that. So you feel confident, Dencal, that Trump is not going to speak in a humble manner to try to calm the country down? You feel like he's going to try to hype everybody up?
Man, the guy wasn't even off of the stage where he had just been shot, where he was out there yelling and pumping his fist, saying things that I'm sure were not conciliatory.
Oh.
One thing I will tell you is I would tell you when you watch that video, I want you to pay specific attention to the top left of the screen where the people that are at the top of the bandstand.
Okay.
When it's happening, those people will be looking it would be their right or our left in filming. So those people might have an idea of where the shooter was at and from what trajectory.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are all looking left. I see what. Yeah, they're looking. But wait a minute though. That would make no sense because that would mean that the shooter is behind the stands and things like that. I mean, I don't know. Could you get around and go over the people and down? That doesn't make any sense.
Not behind, on the side.
Oh,
because
yeah.
if they were trying to get a good headshot, and I hate to make it sound so realistic, but if they were trying to get a headshot, if you notice, he turned his head to the right.
When he got hit.
When he was talking, and that's why it nipped his ear. If he would have been still focused straight ahead.
I don't see that. When you see him there,
you see him looking to the right?
Yeah, he's looking to the right. Oh, I see. So you're saying if he had been looking straight, he would have presented a bigger surface, and they would hit him right on the side of his face.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I see what you're talking about now. So I guess the thing we need to know is where were the other victims standing? Because apparently there's two other people that were hit. I'd like to know where were they positioned in this crowd, because that would tell you the trajectory of the projectiles.
I would imagine imagine once he dropped down and the shooter was still trying to get shots at him, then other people would have presented themselves on the side of him.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, this is terrible, man. And I see, yes, Gen X, I see on YouTube, you're saying also shooter and one audience member confirmed dead. So clearly somebody else did die. I guess.
Yeah, one is in critical condition and one of them has passed away. And so, yeah, I mean, the thing about it is everybody is hoping and thinking, look, Trump should do this and do that. That is not in his nature to come out and calm the situation down. It's just not.
Listen to this now. In the comments, Different Strokes, shout out to Arnold and Willis. Different Strokes says Trump was yelling, keep fighting, fight, fight, fight. If I die, don't stop fighting. Damn, is that patriotic? I mean, that sounds like the end of Braveheart. I don't like it. I mean, but it does sound patriotic as hell if he was saying that. That's what Different Strokes is saying.
That's why I say if he left that place with that mindset, what makes people think he's going to come out and ask for calm and let's get to the bottom of it? That's not in his nature. This will be. He was still on the campaign stump as the stuff was going on.
That's you raise a good point that I was not thinking of, even though I seen him leaving the stage with the fist pump. You're correct that if he was doing that while being fired upon or taking it, being hit, the idea that he may get on stage later on and come across with some humble message when all he's been talking about is fighting, that does sound like a pipe dream. You I agree with you based on what you're saying. I mean, he's shown nothing but fight. So when it's his time to speak in the future, it's probably going to be, sounding hostile.
Fight, right?
Wow.
But I'm saying, look, it may be a little bit off the beaten path, but my whole thing, part of my problem is watching these Secret Service people with the president's life in their hands, allowing him to fist pump and, be screaming. Before he gets in the car, he stands up and puts his arm in the air. All of those people are getting fired today.
And Trump will hire him back. Here's the problem, I think, where you and I disagree on this. Trump is so powerful, people, to some degree, are afraid to go against him. Let's say the federal government, or better yet, in this case, the head of the Secret Service fires those people, and now you got Trump demanding that they get rehired, and then he becomes president, that the head of the Secret Service knows that that's his ass. So a lot of people are afraid to go against Trump because he destroys them.
He may hire them personally, but once they do an after action report of what happened and they go frame by frame and they ask those agents, what did you do right here? Why would you allow him, when somebody's shooting from distance and you don't know where they are, to allow his head to be out, to have him uncovered and allow him to be able to take extra shots? That is not acceptable. He might hire them himself because he feels bad for them.
No, I don't mean him hiring them himself. What I'm saying is if they fire those Secret Service agents that were trying to let Trump do what he wanted to do, and Trump becomes president, he might hire them himself, but he's going to fire the guys who fired the Secret Service agents.
Yeah, maybe so. But I mean, we talking about the reality of it. I'm not going to talk about him as if he's like a superhero or something like.
But he is. But he is.
This is what happens when you fail at your job. The whole point that he got fired upon under their watch is immediate. You out of here. That's the way the government works. There is no, we didn't know. They had weeks to plan for this event. They get to go out and canvass the whole area. They know what's going on around. There's no way somebody should have been able to get a free shot at this guy on their watch. That's just not how it works.
I want to agree with you, but at the same time, this is outside, man. It's hard to secure all of outside. I mean,
no, it's not. The Secret Service been doing this for decades. And after Kennedy, yes. Yeah, before Kennedy, yes. After Kennedy, no. They will not even let you go places if they cannot defend or they cannot secure certain areas. That's just the way it is.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, when Trump was there on January 6th, this could have happened. I think let me say it this way. Let me say it this way. I believe if you had a president that allowed Secret Service to secure areas the way they thought was best, you might be right. But remember, Trump reportedly said about the folks on January 6th, I'm not worried about my safety. They're not here to harm me. Trump does dangerous things. So the Secret Service.
But what happened? They said no, and they didn't allow those people in. And when he tried to go to the Capitol, he demanded, and they said no. Because they understand what their job is.
Yeah, but even when he spoke on January 6th, he spoke in front of a crowd that had not been pat down. I went to an outdoor Obama rally. When I went to Obama's rally, just like this, it was outdoors. They had snipers on the roof and shit. But they checked all of us. You couldn't get anywhere near that gathering without them checking you for weapons, going in women's purses. On January 6th, nobody was being pat down or searched. I mean, so this could have happened then.
Everybody that got inside the Ellipse rally was checked. The people he said let them in, they never moved the magnometers. Those people walked down to the Capitol even while he was speaking because they could not get in.
Okay. And
I don't want to dwell too much on the Secret Service, so I just wanted to point that out to people while they're watching him wave to the crowd after he just almost got, unalived. Right. And they're looking, they interviewing people afterwards, and they were like, I was so proud to see him, still, like, that don't even make sense. Like, if you care about somebody, right, you don't want to see him expose himself after an instance like this for what?
Yeah, we couldn't see. Remember the old 1980s movie Scanners featuring Michael Ironside, where they had a mind control and people's head could just this you could have saw that on live TV today. I mean, if that round had hit him right, you could have literally saw that man's head explode in real time. They got to put a delay on this. They got to put it. And I see in the comments, Ladybug Missouri says when Obama came here to Missouri, they didn't check us at Mizzou. So, I mean, I guess to some degree, some of these rallies, some of these gatherings aren't as secure as people might think.
Well, I mean, it depends on the situation. Like sometimes if somebody is going to a rally and they're in a specific location and they're either walking to the rally or people are lined up and they see you, like they can't check everybody. But if you're inside a venue like he was today, everybody should go through the magnometers and be checked. So it just depends on the situation.
Fair enough. All right, I gotta move it on. But last question: you think he's going to have any more outdoor rallies?
It's hard to say because he's gonna want to be defiant.
Yeah.
He's gonna want to show that he's still in command and all of that stuff. And obviously at that point, those new Secret Service are going to be making pretty damn sure that even if he's in an outdoor venue, that there's no possible way that somebody could get a shot at him. But I just want to reinforce what some of the MAGA people are saying, and I really wish that he would take a different approach, even though I know he's not.
Well, maybe, remember the rapper Nelly? Maybe he'll wear a Band-Aid on him because it was doing really good for Nelly, the rapper. You used to have a for the rest of the political season, Trump's going to be wearing a Band-Aid because it benefits him.
He's going to wear a whole headdress?
I don't know, but something to show tribute to what happened. Appreciate it, Cal.
If he wore a do-rag, I think that would bring a lot of the brothers to his side.
I gotta go. Look, it's to some degree as depressing as this is. You can only laugh sometimes. I really feel sorry for this. I don't want this happening to any president, regardless of how I may feel about Trump or feel about Biden or anybody. I don't want any of our leaders being a victim of an assassination attempt. As every caller has stated, this is not good for the country. I haven't had one caller that favors this. And my callers, I've had somebody on here that, what do we say? We go left of Bernie Sanders. So I'm having dinner with QAnon. We let everybody speak. I've had a variety of callers from all sides of the aisle. Not one person has favored what happened today. Not one. So it's not a good day. It's not a good day. And then we'll go back to the bots. Tap the screen. Get the likes of Steve says arrest him again. What do you mean by arrest him again? By the way, tap the screen. Get the likes up to 60,000. TikTok is certainly keeping the numbers artificially low, probably because of the topic. Or might even because of the video. He gonna blame this on Joe Biden. Styles, I really, really hope that. I really hope he doesn't do that. I would normally ask you folks yes or no how many people think that he's going to do that, but I think there's going to be a lot of you that do believe Trump will blame it on Biden. I really hope that he doesn't do that. Looking in the comments real quick before I go to the next caller. Well, if you notice, there's been trans and Muslims tearing shit up. What has the transgender community tore up? What do you mean? In the comments, Dan, though, what does that say? The one something, the one kiss owner. What do you mean there's been trans and Muslims in America? What has trans or Muslims tore up in the last 3 years? What are you talking about? That's how hatred starts right there. I don't, let me know what you're talking about. I'd be curious. I don't know anything that the transgender community is really, if anything, the transgender community is the one that's taking all the flack, that's taking all the pushback. Continuing on, by the way, Chase, thank you for the subscription. Wow. This is depressing. I don't like it, and I'm more concerned with the aftermath. Chase, good afternoon.
How you doing, man?
Not good, not good. This is not something I want to be on here talking about Saturday.
Yeah, for sure. Well, this is my first time hopping up on a live, and I won't keep you for long, but it really is terrible, man. Can't believe it happened. I'm not a MAGA person, but truly stressing out over this, because just the reaction I'm seeing just in your comments alone, from a lot of these MAGA people, you know, it's pretty terrifying.
Yeah.
You have people in there calling for war and shit. It's just insane.
Yeah, I think about stuff like Martin Luther King or Rodney King or George Floyd, and I know how some people in the hood act. And there's a whole lot more supporters of Trump because it's a much larger percentage of the population. So, yeah, I'm really with you. I'm hoping that people don't take this to heart. And I think the only way we're going to really know is that speech coming from Trump. If Trump's speech is all about fighting and, you know, using take our country back and using these aggressive terms, I think we're in for a world of hurt.
Completely agree. I mean, I just want to ask people to chill out, seriously. I mean, the message that's going on right now is pretty insane. Just hoping MAGA will keep it calm and the left will do exactly the same.
Now, what side of the aisle are you on? Are you in the middle or what side of the aisle?
I'm on the left, man.
You're on the left.
I'm on the left.
Okay.
But, you know, it's a terrible thing to happen in the country. So,
as someone on the left like yourself, how do you respond to the notion that what happened today is actually going to make people go and vote for Trump? Does this make you maybe rethink voting Democrat and voting for Trump?
Not at all. I mean, I think the Trumpers are just true Trump voters, and there are still the swing voters. Obviously, maybe some will change their mind over something like this, but yeah, you never know. It depends on how he comes out after this. Like, if he does what no one thinks he's gonna do, and like he's calm, cool, collected, calls for a united country, then you never know. But I just can't see it. Really can't.
I don't know who Trump listens to, if it's his daughter Ivanka or if it's Melania, whoever he listens to, that's who the public needs to plead to tell him, come out with a soft message. That's who whoever can get to Trump, because if he believes the liberals are still in elections and trying to lock him up and things like that, he already believes he has a bullseye on his back. And considering that, the message probably is not going to be positive.
Well, I mean, come on, let's be honest. Does anyone really think that he's listening to any of those people, even his daughter? I mean,
wow.
They all claimed January 6th. They were all saying to go out and call for peace. And, I mean, we couldn't do it then I can't imagine they'll do it now. Look, like, after it all happened. The guy's got his arm up, yelling "fight" and things like that. Like, I know it's a crazy time, and you just do things when, you know, adrenaline's pumping. But I don't know. I mean, for that to be his first reaction, that also freaks me out.
Yeah, and it's probably. Do you think Biden should be a tad more concerned? I mean, he obviously has Secret Service protection, but should Biden step up, you know, protection at his gatherings now because somebody might want to retaliate?
I mean, for sure. I think it's something you definitely got to think about, but, you know, we're heading for something. My worry has always been, like, regardless of what happens, you know, if Trump wins, the left's gonna freak. If Biden wins, it's gonna be a shit show. The right has been sold on it being impossible, you know, and at this point, it's just, I don't think there's any convincing these people that he could.
Yeah.
I mean,
If I'm-
this case scenario, it's, what was it, France that just had this happen?
Yeah.
Everyone agreed, they came together and voted for the other candidate because they knew the other option was just, it wasn't going to work out. It was too bad. And, you know,
if I'm Kim Jong Un, if I'm Vladimir Putin, if I'm Xi Jinping, right now is the time to start phoning the other guys and asking them, how can we use this to our benefit? I mean, America is really divided right now. Some folks believe that the opposition in that country tried to take out their. How can we use this? I mean, this is a good time for them right now. I mean, we're all discussing this on an app owned by the Chinese, for instance. I mean, this is a good time for them to use this information to try to do something to weaken this country because we are emotionally weaker right now. We don't like each other.
Yeah, we're definitely at our weakest. And, you know, I mean, in the country, there used to be things that could bring us together, like something like this. Or, I mean, think about it. Even something like Pearl Harbor would bring the country together way back then. Is there anything you can think of right this minute that could happen that would unite our country as a whole? Like, that's what freaks me out.
I wish I had anything positive to say on the matter. But I got to move it on because Biden is speaking right now. I'm going to see if I can play the audio.
Yeah.
All right. I appreciate the subscription too, by the way.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm going to see if I can get this on because Biden is speaking as we speak.
Yes, we cannot condone this. And so I want to thank the Secret Service and all the agencies, including the state agencies, that have been engaged in making sure that the people and we have more detail to come relative to other people maybe injured in the audience. I don't have all that detail. We'll make that available to you. I may be able to come back a little later tonight, but we'll put out a statement if I'm not able to if it's not convenient for you all. But the bottom line is, the Trump rally was a rally that he should have been able to be conducted peacefully without any problem. But the idea that there's political violence or violence in America like this is just unheard of. It's just not appropriate. And everybody must condemn it. Everybody. I'll keep you informed, and if I am able to speak to Donald, I'll let you know that as well. But so far, it appears he's doing well, number one. Number two, that they're thoroughly investigating what happened to anyone else in the audience. We have some reports, but not final reports. And every agency in the federal government, and I'm going back to my phone to speak with the federal agencies that are being put together again to give me an updated briefing. Has anything happened? They learned any more in the last couple hours. So thank you very much, and I hope I get to speak to them tonight, and I'll get back to you if I do, okay? I don't know enough to. I have an opinion, but I don't have any facts. So I want to make sure we have all the facts before I make any more comments. Thank you.
Are you worried about
All right. The question, he said he didn't have all the facts. Somebody asked him in the audience, was it an assassination attempt? I think they're being hesitant maybe because they don't want to upset MAGA. But I mean, shit, come on now. It's clearly a damn assassination attempt. They hit the guy in the face, and somebody in the audience got hit. I mean, but I think they're really hesitant on saying it because they don't want to upset the country. I really do believe that's what they're doing. But I mean, you're watching this shit live on Fox News. MAGA clearly knows it was one because they were watching the rally. I was watching it. You see the guy, you hear the shots, you see the guy hold his face, and he comes up with blood in that spot. So it clearly was an assassination attempt. But you hear Biden speak, no stuttering, by the way. He didn't mince words on that at all. That sounded like a really strong speech coming from a leader at that point. That's what we need Trump to do. Stated, I want to talk to the guy. I'm going to see if I can hear from him. You didn't hear any anti-Trump mindset in that at all. I mean, that's what you need from Trump. You need Trump to get on there and talk just like that. I mean, say what you want, but man, this is awful. Let me go back to the box. And I see just an unlimited amount of commenters in the comment section stating that this was staged. It is insane. That is probably the number one thing Trump himself needs to do if he speaks on this, is to clear up that this shit was not staged. If he doesn't clear that up, it's pretty clear that a lot of Trump supporters, MAGA, maybe some Q-leaning individuals are going to run with that. He needs to clear that up right away, that this was not staged, because there is a lot of that coming. I only got a few thousand people that's tuning into me here and there. And they're saying it. So you can only imagine how wide this is, where people are saying it was staged. Always, what does that say there? I saw the picture with the Trump fist up. What do you think happened?
It says always above. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. So what do you think? Do you believe it was staged?
No.
Okay.
Staged? How you gonna stage gunfire like that? That's a ridiculous claim. And I've been sitting here watching all this and listening, watching the comments and going back and forth. And I believe, in my honest opinion, this is another example of Democrats not wanting to take responsibility for violence. Like, it wasn't a MAGA Republican shooting at Trump today, Democrats.
Yeah, but how do you know it was a Democrat?
Okay, so a leftist.
No, how do you know it was? Wait. How do you know it was a? Wait. Hold on. You got folks like. Hold on. Hang on. You got folks like everybody. Huh?
Go ahead.
Okay. You got folks like Mitt Romney's. You got folks like the Chris Christie's. People who don't lost their careers, or Liz Cheney's. There's a whole lot of folks that are traditional Republicans that don't like Trump too. Why do you think it's a leftist?
Yeah, because they're anti-MAGA. Anybody that would have shot at Trump was not MAGA, correct?
But do you mean they are a leftist? Why are you using the term leftist? I agree with you, they probably were not MAGA, but why are you calling them leftists?
Because their rhetoric led to this. Who calls them fascist? Who was just in your comments saying, I'm still a fascist? Who doesn't stop the rhetoric? Who doesn't know when to stop? Who doesn't know when to take responsibility? Who shot Donald Trump today? A MAGA Republican or somebody else?
I don't believe it was a MAGA Republican, as you're pointing out. I agree with you there. What I disagree with you, there's a lot of other people other than just leftists in MAGA. There's a lot of other groups.
And who would that be?
Independents don't like them. It could be an illegal immigrant. You guys said there's 18 million of them here. It could be a bunch of people.
Yeah, an illegal immigrant would fall on the left, would they? Not especially if they were anti-America and they tried to eliminate Trump.
I think you're.
This is where the rhetoric is like. I think you're just like, you're taking what I'm saying for like, you're like defending this leftist Democratic rhetoric where like people are Republicans fascist, handsome.
I'm sure there's some fascism among the left and the right. What's your point?
I'm saying, do you think it's like good rhetoric for the left to continue to call MAGA fascist and then say they're not responsible for violence in the streets?
I mean, you do realize that MAGA calls the left socialist, right?
They are. A lot of them do.
Okay, and you believe they're socialists and they believe you're a fascist. What's the difference?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So what's your point?
I know who actually tried to eliminate and take Trump's life and cause violence today, and you're saying maybe it was somebody else.
No, I think you are painting everyone that is not MAGA with a broad brush and calling them all leftists. Like I mentioned the potential of an immigrant. You said, well, they lean left too. They can't even vote.
Only the ones that would attempt an assassination on Trump lean left, not all of them.
No, they don't lean left. They don't lean left, they lean anti-Trump.
Oh, because he's not on the left?
No, they lean left because he's talking about kicking them out of the damn country. Got nothing to do with politics. They want to stay here. He's talking about he's going to kick them out. They don't like him. Nothing to do with politics.
Okay.
Yeah. So what do you? You're painting everybody as a leftist.
My claim is that the Democrats are claiming it's staged because they don't want to take responsibility for violence, and you're obfuscating and saying, well, now it might have been a migrant.
No, I'm saying it could have been an LGBT member. Trump makes enemies for breakfast. It could be some of anybody. I mean, Trump has made a lot of enemies.
So again, the claim that it was staged is just an obfuscation to take responsibility for violence from their ideology, no matter what. It wasn't from MAGA's ideology. It was from some other ideology. We agree to that.
Right. I'm agreeing with you 100% that it probably was not MAGA. The only part I disagree with you basically said you are either MAGA or you are a leftist. There is no other group out there is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying the person that attempted to do that to Trump was definitely of a radical leftist leaning ideology. How does that not make sense?
Because it doesn't have to be true. You don't have to be of a radical left. You could be mad that he's forcing Bibles in schools. I mean, that doesn't make you a leftist radical. I mean, Trump is promoting a far-right America. It could be anything.
Do you think somebody that would... So you think the lady that went to the mega church with her son with an AR that got on a live, you wouldn't consider her a leftist?
I don't know her politics. I wouldn't just group her up in it. You're painting a broad brush on the left is what I'm saying.
Well, I think this is like, is there a broad brush? Or is it like semantics that we call each other all these things? Because it can't be both.
Well, here's the problem. Just like you're saying that calling Trump a fascist can lead to violence, leftists, for MAGA, calling people leftists can do the same thing.
Yep.
Right.
I agree.
So you're doing you're doing exactly what you're criticizing from the other side.
No, listen. Let's break this down. If I say somebody advocates for socialism and I don't like socialist policies, I'm not calling them a fascist akin to a fucking Nazi in World War II. Now, am I?
You telling me nobody called Obama a Nazi?
Not that I was aware of. I didn't see him on social media every day saying if we reelected him again, we were going to have the fucking Fourth Reich.
I can guarantee you if you did a little bit of research, you could find that.
Like I can find it now in mass. Like I can just find, like in your comments right now, I can just find it.
If we were on Rumble or Breitbart or some right-leaning platform, yeah, it would be just like that in the opposite direction.
Okay. So I think Trump does need to come out and like tell everybody to chill, especially the Republicans. But it's going to be hard when the Democrats are just going to say shit like it's staged.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, I hear what you said. What I want. First of all, I agree with you 100%. I want Trump to come out with a message of peace. But also what I want, before we accuse somebody and say that they represented this or that, I want some evidence. You know, I don't want to just say it had to be a leftist or I want to see some evidence. I mean, you don't know what a person is fighting for. Maybe it's somebody who already got deported and it's the wife or the husband that's mad that their spouse is gone. You don't know what it could be. That's why I said I want to see what happened before we automatically start targeting people and saying it was them or them with no evidence.
Okay.
Make sense?
But in my opinion, it's going to be like this is just an obfuscation from people with these radical leftist ideologies that don't want to take responsibility for things like everything that happened during the BLM riots, right? They obfuscate January 6th was the worst day in American history and will refuse to say that there was anything wrong with that because it was done in the name of social justice. And America is fucking pissed. And whether you Democrats like it or not, I don't know how to say it any clearer, but it's like if you guys don't shut the fuck up with your rhetoric, the blood will be on your hands because these people are just going to not tolerate that shit for much longer. I don't know what to tell you.
Are you suggesting that the MAGA crowd is not a big fan of the First Amendment free speech? If they don't like what they hear, you mentioned rhetoric.
Won't be intimidated. They won't be intimidated.
You said what?
They won't be intimidated.
Yeah, but you basically just said is they're getting sick of your rhetoric, and then you mentioned blood. Hold on, and then you mentioned bloodshed. So you're basically saying that MAGA does not observe the First Amendment. If they hear things they don't like, they will hurt people. Is that what I'm hearing?
No, that's not at all what you're hearing. I'm saying their rhetoric will go out in the streets and cause violence, and you can take that any way you want. You know it's true.
Okay. Well,
they'll set shit on fire. They will riot. They will do shit that will cause violence, and then you will say, "Oh, it was because you didn't like their First Amendment."
No, that's what you said. You were the one that said the liberals. You use the term rhetoric. That means things coming out of your mouth.
Rhetoric will lead to the civil unrest in America because they won't shut the fuck up.
Right. Exactly. If you don't shut the fuck up, violence is going to happen. That's what you're saying.
Using this rhetoric, yes.
Yeah.
I believe that to be true. Yep. If they keep calling everybody fascists, Nazis, and shit, I believe that will lead to violence in America. I don't know what else to tell you.
All right. No, I mean, I hear what you're saying loud and clear. You just weren't willing to admit you don't favor the First Amendment. You have a legal right.
The First Amendment, but it's defamation to run around and call people Nazis, bro. You don't think that's like not a good idea? I mean, you guys are always saying consequences of actions, and so it's like here we are.
So you think the left is the only side that is calling people Nazis and using terms like that? The right ain't doing that at all, huh? Socialists, communists, fascist. I mean, you don't think the right is saying any of that stuff, huh?
Yes, because you guys are fucking projecting. Fascism comes from socialism. I've been through this with all of you, handsome. This is not good.
Okay. I think that you are okay with rhetoric when your side is doing it because you believe.
I'm not okay with the rhetoric. I'm telling you, it's going to be the fucking fall of America. How can I be okay with it?
It doesn't have to be the fall of America. What happened to having thick skin? What happened to wanting to go back to Archie Bunker? You're making it sound like MAGA's a bunch of snowflakes.
They're burning people's business down and unaliving people, bro. Snowflakes? Are you fucking kidding me? Right now, today, you're going to say snowflakes. Really?
Okay.
Look at my picture, dude.
I see your picture. What I'm telling you,
snowflake that shit.
You're talking about burning down people's business, the Black Lives Matter stuff. Over 99.999% of Americans did not have shit burnt down. What are you talking about?
Oh, so we're just going to forget about the $2.5 billion in damages and play your game. You like numbers, do you?
A country that's worth trillions of dollars is going to go to civil war with $2.5 billion.
Yeah. Obfuscate with numbers. That's fine. Just burn shit down and then just say numbers. That's fine.
Okay, so what do you have like a vendetta against Black Lives Matter from 2020?
I have a vendetta against people trying to destroy America, handsome.
Give me some examples. Give me some examples of how they're trying
Antifa. They're black bloc communists that fucking fly the hammer and sickle and burn down American businesses, bro. I don't give a fuck if it was 10 cents.
All right. Look, you're passionate in your point of view. We don't agree on a damn thing. Who gives a damn? I always believe in free speech.
You think Antifa's a good idea? You don't agree with me that Antifa
I don't even know what
communist?
Antifa represents, man.
You guys need to learn. If you guys are going to call people Antifa, you better figure out what the fuck they are, handsome. Have a good day.
Thank you. Appreciate you coming through. Wow. Now, for folks who say that things can't get bad, I'll give you my last guest as Exhibit A. That's an angry guest. That is an angry American. I think most folks that tuned in could probably easily imagine my last guest being involved in violent acts. Just want to point that out. He's not alone. He's not alone at all. A lot of folks feel that way. Anytime you talk about January 6th, what he talked about comes up. Black Lives Matter, being angry about businesses and things like that burning down. Clearly he has a vendetta, which is what I asked him about what happened in 2020. You know, that they called it the summer of love when folks were pissed off about George Floyd. I mean, that's been 4 years ago. Under the Biden administration, there hasn't been virtually any riots. That's like 4 years ago. And he's talking about, and that happened in a handful of areas. As I pointed out to him, 99% of Americans didn't have anything that was burned down near them. And he is that angry about that. So take it how you may. But I do believe in free speech. We believed in letting him speak. He clearly, in my opinion, does not believe in free speech because he mentioned rhetoric and you're calling us these names and bloodshed. So I don't like how you're talking. I'm gonna respond with violence. That's what I heard. Looking in the comments, soft Mitches says Styles. Yeah, he is unhinged. Says I can't pronounce that name, but he's not alone. No, I mean you want to call him unhinged. I can guarantee you his opinion resonates with millions of Americans. He's not the only one that feels like that. Looking in the comments, only the left are violent. From Jacobson to Nazis to Soviets to cheekhorns to Democrats. You think the last caller was a leftist? Only leftists are violent. Okay, you think the last caller was a leftist? What is Antifa? They've been around for over a century, but I bet he knows who the Proud Boys are. Ooh, Antifa's anti-fascist, by the way. Antifa's anti-fascist. That's what that stands for. Going back to the box. Wow. We get some interesting callers on here. That is how it works. Takesha Bowie. Let me take a moment to clear my head from the last caller. Takesha.
Hey, friend.
Hi. I'm hurting. I'm hurting.
Where you get Psycho Sam from, that last caller?
He wanted to get in. He wanted to talk. He feel.
Diary of an angry white man.
He was angry.
Tyler Perry. A new Tyler Perry movie, Diary of an Angry White Man. Yeah.
He was angry.
That's what we had.
He certainly was angry. I mean,
he mad at BLM for real, baby.
Yeah. So do you think that there are more like him though that may take up?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Can you see somebody like him actually being violent, taking up arms?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Wow.
What's going on?
I don't even know after that last call. I don't. Sometimes you know. What was the song? It's like a jungle. Sometimes it's hard to what do you keep from going under?
Keep from going under. Yeah.
I felt that whole call. Yeah, that was rough.
Yeah, that conversation it was ridiculous. Let me say that.
Yeah. It might have been ridiculous to some, but I definitely thought it was important because he feels like a lot of other people feel. So I wanted folks to hear that because that is how a lot of the only difference is he was willing to orate it. A lot of other folks try to keep it hidden. He was willing to let you know. I mean, it almost reminds me of the song "Let the Bodies Hit the Floor," as if it was playing in the background while he was talking. I mean, he's angry. He's angry.
Yes, he is very angry.
So what do you say about what happened today? You think it was some Democrat, as my last guest said?
Let me tell you something, handsome. And I'm gonna tell you my opinion. And I'm going to tell you the way I think, and it may be wrong the way I'm thinking, but let me go and tell you how I think.
You're scaring me. You're scaring me.
Trump got one of his supporters. Hey, man, check this out. I want you to come to the rally. I want you to go on top of the roof. And listen, I want you to give me a flesh wound. Don't kill me now. But now Secret Service may shoot you. You may die, but guess what? I want you to consider this a badge of honor. AK President Trump, I'll do anything for you. I'm definitely gonna damn do that. So we get to
That's mean. Right? That's mean.
Wait a minute, Hansel. So the man shoot the ear. You know, shoot his ear. He grabs it, he go down behind the podium. People still sitting on the stage while a shot's still ringing out. Them folk behind Trump ain't even moved.
Yeah, they was,
you hear me?
God. You sound worse than my last guest. You sound, oh my God. You sound.
I'm gonna be deranged Takesha today.
Oh my.
I don't trust anything that Donald Trump does. I don't trust anything that has to do with Donald Trump. I do not trust it. It may be true and it may not. But until I can get some solid proof, I'm not believing it. Number one. This is gonna cause more division.
Wait. Let me make sure I'm getting you clearly, because you said you don't trust Trump. You're stating that you do believe it may be a possibility that Trump staged his own assassination attempt.
I believe it was more staged than the one he was standing on. Now check this out.
Takesha.
Don Jr.
Really?
Don Jr. just came out and said these words. My father is doing fine. He's gonna keep fighting for America. No matter what the radical Dems throw his way. That's division.
Yeah, that is bad. If his son
instead of you about your daddy, you gonna sit up and say something about left folk. That ain't got nothing to do with your daddy being shot.
Yeah. That's what my last...
This is not gonna cause anything but division. And I'm sorry, handsome. I believe it was settled. I'm sorry. I do.
So it is. So my last guest was right then. It is some of you Democrats saying that it was set up.
I said it and I meant it. And I'm not veering from it. I believe it was set up. What sniper misses? What sniper you know misses?
Plenty of snipers miss. I mean, the first...
That man had a shot clearer than the P I used to take my drug test from my grandbaby. That man had a clear shot. He had a clear shot.
This is not the time, Takesha. No.
It is the time.
Oh,
you gotta lighten it up, man.
This is a man. Somebody died. Somebody actually died today.
And I'm so sorry that happened. Like he sent them folks to the Capitol and Ashley Babbitt died.
Yeah.
Somebody always dies with foolishness and chaos. I just honestly don't believe. I believe it was staged. And like I said, if I'm lying and it can be proven it wasn't, I would be the first to come back and apologize. But my mind is on Trump, you're not JFK, cut the crap.
Shit. I'm starting to wonder.
I really don't.
I'm starting to wonder. A lot of folks will say that if the wrong guy gets elected, I'm leaving the country. I actually think there may be real Americans now that may actually leave the country. I think there may be some people who really leave this nation.
It's getting out of hand, Hanson. It really is. It's getting out of hand.
Yeah. Well, I will tell you this: if anybody who do believe that it's dangerous and they need to leave, now is the time, because if America becomes an oppressive country, one of the first things oppressive countries do is they prevent you from leaving. Think North Korea, think the Berlin Wall. Think of oppressive countries. The people can't just leave. They don't. If you're gonna leave, this is the time to do it. If the bad government under Biden or Trump, whatever government you fear, once that government is in power, even under the Jewish, with Hitler, first thing they do is they stop you from leaving. So if you fear what's going on and you want to leave, you should be doing that now, not hoping, I'll do it in January. It may not be able to be done by then. So, damn.
Right.
I can't believe we're having this conversation. I'll tell you something that I do fear, and this is me personally, because all of my lives are on YouTube. If we were to have some kind of crazy oppressive government, let's say, for instance, I was doing what I'm doing now, but I was Jewish in the 1930s, and all of my shit was online like it is now, I would be in trouble. I mean, the minute Hitler took over, I would be in trouble. So I do wonder, should I take my shit down? So, do I want to leave this stuff up? Because, if all of a sudden the wrong guy get in there, or somebody get in there and they don't like what I said, they may go through all my lives and put out a warrant for my ass.
And when people lie about what Antifa is, go ahead and correct them. It's anti-fascist. That means anti-government. They don't want the government to rule us. That's all Antifa is. They want to make Antifa a bad group. Antifa's not a bad group. They want less government. That's all that means. They don't want a fascist country. That's all they saying.
Well, they do things like Chaz, where they took over a neighborhood. I mean, you spray paint and stuff. I mean, and then of course you see on Fox and some of the right, they're going to, really exaggerate anything that Antifa does. So it's hard.
Didn't I tell? I'm not Antifa, sweet. I'm Democrat. Fan a friend. What I'm saying is, I told you to stay off Fox News, and you keep running over there. Anytime a news station has been sued for proving to be liars, and you still going over there getting you some news, you need to be shaming yourself, handsome.
Well, you don't think everything MSNBC or CNN?
I know, but until them folks get sued, no.
Well, they do get sued. Wait, Takesha, they do get sued. It's not as big as of a lawsuit as what happened on Fox. I can tell you, CNN and MSNBC, I'm sure they've been sued before for misinformation. It happens to all news networks.
Listen, Fox News is the worst news you can watch.
Okay.
And I'm not gonna keep telling you that.
All right.
They don't care nothing about showing no positivity in our community. And when people don't do that, you stay from over there, okay?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. All right, Takesha, I've been chastised as always. It's a pleasure talking to you.
I enjoy talking to you, but now seriously, I hope that Trump okay. I'm not that type of person. No, seriously, I don't think it was real, but if it was, I pray that he recover from whatever injury he had, because I'm not that type of person. I can pray for my enemies, because that's what we're supposed to do. I hope everything go well with him. I don't like him, but I don't want to see the man,
But what about the notion, Takesha, what about the notion, because of what happened to him, it may make a few more Democrats want to vote for him?
Let me tell you something, child. If you think that, then you are sitting up there in my panties. We're not finna vote for Donald Trump just because somebody shot at him. What to do?
Right.
Do you know how many of our people passed with the COVID that he didn't care nothing about? Cut it out, handsome.
I'll leave it at that. I agree with that too, by the way. Appreciate you coming on, Takesha.
All right.
Hey, I totally agree. By the way, I want to address a comment. I don't normally find myself getting angry or anything at anybody, but Mark on YouTube saying that Tim just laughs about the president getting shot. I'm not laughing at this shit. I mean, she was telling some jokes, and a couple of them were funny, but I'm not laughing about Trump getting shot. If anything, this should be something that concerns us all. So, Mark, if you took it that way, you absolutely took that wrong. I don't find anything humorous about and I see in the comments people say he's not the president. Okay, yeah, he's not officially the president, but once you've been president, people call you president. Once you've been governor, people call you governor. Once you've been, it is what it is. So I'm used to saying President Trump. I know he's not currently the president of the country, unless you're talking to Q or somebody, but there's nothing funny about it. It really isn't. There's nothing funny about him being shot at all. Looking in the comments, laugh my ass off, you're going to lose anyway, says, maybe Trump is going to win. I don't know. By the way, because I was working on a video earlier, before this whole thing happened, Biden has actually started doing better in the polls. I just want you guys to understand that, where you guys are saying that Trump is going to win, even though it does look like Trump is in the lead. Since Biden has had multiple speeches now where he has appeared coherent, including the one he just gave a few minutes ago, people are starting to see that, yeah, he looked horrible on June 27th, but his speeches have been much better since then. And I'll give you a quick clip. This is only
Michigan, and already Team Trump and Republicans are.
This is only a few seconds long, but I think it's worthy of hearing it.
Slamming. I want to talk a little bit.
God damn, it is on Fox News, and I'll go back to the box. By the way, tap the screen, get the likes on up to 80,000, 1,300. Wow, okay. TikTok came around 1,300 of you in here. Tap the screen, get the likes up. Let me just say something before I play this clip. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You know how the program is ran, how it always will be ran. We are MAGA friendly. Despite what happened today, despite any opinions on here, this program always has been MAGA friendly. We've been that way for about 3 damn years. We don't believe in block, banning, or censoring anyone for their commentary. We go left of Bernie Sanders to him having dinner with QAnon. Everybody gets to speak. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You do not have to agree with the host. Real quick, if you do favor civilized dialogue in such a manner where nobody's being blocked, feel free to subscribe on YouTube or a follow on TikTok. Normally we're here weekdays, Monday through Friday at 1300, 1 p.m., but obviously today's a special day. I want you to hear this before we go back to the box. This is a quick clip. This is a Fox News affiliate. It's not in, I don't think it's in concert with the actual Fox News cable outlet, but it is a Fox station. Listen to this report. It's not long.
A little bit about the race for the White House. We saw President Joe Biden do a really in-demand news conference yesterday, his first in 8 months there. So we wanted to bring that, of course, to you. And so many people, hundreds of thousands, were watching with us yesterday. So we appreciate that as always. Do want to let you know about a new poll that is out for the race for the White House. And in it, Biden takes a slight lead over Trump in this new poll. It's a new national NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll that has found that President Biden has taken a slight 50% to 48% lead over former President Trump in a head-to-head matchup. The results also found that
Listen to this piece here. I'm going to stop it in about 15 seconds, but you heard him say it's still within the margin of error, but Biden has climbed up in the polls. It used to be like 6 points apart. So Biden has gained on Trump, but I want you to listen to this piece here.
No other mainstream Democrat that has been floated as also found that no other mainstream Democrat that has been floated as a potential replacement for Biden on the Democrat ticket, if the 81-year-old eventually drops out of the race, performs better than him against Trump.
That's what I wanted to point out. Not only is it saying that Biden has now taken a tiny, very minute lead over Trump in the polls, they actually are saying that if they fill in Biden with somebody else, Biden does better against Trump than, I guess, the likes of Gavin Newsom or Whitmer or any of those folks. Biden has had some speeches since June 27th. He's in the public a lot now. And I do believe, despite so many folks, even on the left, wanting Biden to step down, including myself, I've said that he needs to step down as well. But I am seeing him more and more because I watch a hell of a lot of politics on television. He is coming out and sounding coherent in a hell of a lot of speeches. Keep in mind the one he did the other day where he confused Vladimir Putin with Zelensky, and he confused Trump with Nikki Haley. Look at it, I'm doing it too. Where he confused Trump with Vice President Kamala Harris. That's 58 minutes he spoke. And he, better yet, in fact, when he confused Putin with Zelensky, it wasn't even during the 58 minutes. He talked for 58 minutes and had one small gaffe. Dementia? Can you do that if you got dementia, where you can talk for 58 minutes and he did confuse Trump with Kamala Harris. There's no denying he did that. But that's it. That was it. Obviously, everybody was watching him speak to count the gaffes. That's it. That was it for that whole 58 minutes. Obviously confusing Zelensky with Putin, but that was before the 58 minutes. So I'm just simply saying that you got polls here. By the way, this ain't the only one. You can't see what these other screens are over to the right of this one, but Forbes also is saying that Biden has taken a slight lead over Trump. So that's off topic, but that's what I was working on before President Trump got shot. So I wanted to bring that to you. Looking in the comments, and I agree with you, none of yours says Trump confused Nikki Haley and Nancy Pelosi. He did do that as well. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to about 80,000. My YouTubers, feel free to smash that like button. 140 if you will. Look, at the end of the day, it's all about free speech. Some folks may not like hearing that Biden is taking the lead or think the whole thing is bullshit in itself. I'm just reporting. Isn't that what Fox News used to say? We report, you decide. That's all I'm doing. I'm giving you what's out there. If you think it's bullshit, so be it. But a lot of the same entities were saying that Trump was way out in front. They weren't lying in. All of a sudden, they say Biden's out in front and there's suddenly a lie. Let me go back to the box. Continuing on, I do appreciate you folks that are holding. Jordan's mom, good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Wow, just a depressing day. Jordan's mom, good afternoon. Or good evening, rather.
Hi.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
Not the best on a day like today. I mean, this is really concerning. Do you think there's a chance this was set up or staged? I think Jordan, I think you got two bars. Say that again.
Hold on, let me fix it.
I'll give her a minute.
Unfortunately, I have something doesn't sit well with me. I don't know how to put it into words, but let me just say this. I watched the clip over and over and over because something just did not sit well with me.
Okay.
What I noticed is that the people behind him, there wasn't a true register of alarm. In the sense that you think
really,
you hear that. Just hear me out. Just hear me out. This is just my opinion, sir.
Yeah. Keep going.
and hearing what appeared to be shots. And I did see a few people dug. But in addition to that, I saw there were 3 men who still held up their signs. There was 1 man who was just standing and looking. Nobody left. Nobody got up from the bleachers and left. When you looked out to the people who were in attendance on the other side, nobody was leaving. When the Secret Service made it to the stage, when the people with the weapons covered the perimeter, they ushered him off the stage. He raised his fist. He was going. Nobody was leaving. The people were still in place. I'm sorry. I'm not a conspiracy person at all.
Here's the issue I have. Go ahead. You finish up.
Okay, something just does not appear. There was not that sense of alarm, because if it were me, if I was in one of those seats, I would have vaporized like Star Trek. I would have disappeared into myself.
Well,
I would have been gone. And certainly, if my family had accompanied me, if I would have hoped, that those gentlemen would have tried to protect their wives. Some of that, there was not the desire to flee that you would think would be there, and that just seems alarming to me. The other thing is this, and just hear me out. Just hear me out. I think that in 2016, there was a conversation that was had. A lot of things can happen in this country. A lot of things can happen and you can get over them. People could not get over if a woman should be president. They were already trying to come to grips with the fact that Obama sat in his seat for 8 years. So whatever had to be done to prevent Hillary from getting in that seat, they did it. And now we're on the cusp of Kamala possibly sitting in that seat. God forbid, in the minds of some of these people, that if you had to get a woman, you end up getting a woman who is black. Whatever fiasco, whatever had to be done, all hands on deck. Let us come up with something to get sympathy, something to get something. Because remember, the Democrats have this war chest that they have built, and that money can only be accessed by Joe.
Okay, now let me get in here. Okay, hang on, hold on. So what you're saying is that it's a possibility, because you're not saying this for certain, but you said it didn't sit right. You said there's a possibility that there are entities in this country that did not want the potential of a black woman to serve in the nation's highest office, so that they would potentially try to take Trump out to draw support towards Trump to guarantee she wouldn't have the role. Is that the way I'm hearing this?
Essentially, just bear with me for just a moment.
You're covering, so I can't, because I want to be able to respond to you, but if you're giving me these 5 minute, you got to shrink it a little bit.
Okay, so let me make it quick for you. 2 words: Cambridge Analytica. They were hired, to find a way, to find votes, to find a creative way to get to the 270, because they felt desperate. They didn't think that they could beat Hillary, because the motivation is, you don't want a woman as president. You will do whatever is necessary not to have that happen. This is the same scenario, essentially. You're going to do something desperate to make sure you don't get a woman.
So you sound like you were the opposite of I had a caller that was pretty damn angry, that was defiant and certain that whoever did this to Trump were not MAGA. You sound like they may have been MAGA. If they really don't want Kamala in that bad, that they're willing to graze the president to prevent it, that would be more likely to be MAGA indeed, would it not?
I think the possibility exists, but let me say this to you, sir. We live in a nation where the common enemy sometimes is patriarchy. What do the 2 sides have in common? Both of them are misogynist to a great degree. So that's what they share. I could see either side doing this, either side having something to do with it, because the common goal is to make sure a woman does not sit in that seat.
Wow. And I'm seeing on ABC behind me, the ticker says, this is coming from Trump, I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. So apparently Trump is talking. All right, I think what you're saying to me sounds a bit far out there, but we don't know. Jordan, I do got to move it on, but wow. That's crazy that actually somebody who actually wants Trump in office and does not want Kamala would graze Trump so that he receives more sympathy, therefore keeping Kamala out of the position. That's the way you speculate. I've heard nobody speak that. So this is something new, but anytime you're welcome to come back to the program. We don't have to agree. We probably don't right now, but I appreciate you coming on, Jordan's mom.
Listen, thank you for having me. But in closing, let me say this. It has also never been in this country where the person who sits in the presidency or who desires to sit in the presidency says that an election was stolen when in fact it wasn't. There's always a new standard being set, and the problem is that when you start to play in the mud, it gets thicker and thicker, drier and drier. And that's what we are. We are at new lows.
All right.
But thank you for having me.
Anytime, come on back through. I gotta disagree with her in regards to suggesting that no other president has said an election was stolen that was not. There's no solid evidence that Al Gore was telling the truth. He said the election was stolen from him. They never ruled in Hillary Clinton's favor. She said the election was stolen from her by Trump. So there are presidents that have claimed the election was stolen from them, and at the end of the day, they were not able to prove their case. I do believe Trump is another individual that's doing the same. He has stated the election was stolen from him, and he hasn't proved his case at all either. Now, if you lean right or if you're MAGA, you believe what you've seen already is enough to prove that Trump did win. Well, Hillary Clinton supporters believe they saw enough to believe Hillary Clinton won. I'm talking about the courts. The courts have not seen enough to suggest that any of those individuals claiming that the election was stolen actually won. And I'll leave it at that. Leave it in the comments. Neither one of the people you spoke of served as president. No, but they believe the presidential election was stolen from them. Hillary Clinton and Al Gore believe that they were rightfully nominated as president, and the other side stole it from them. They do believe that. Looking in the comments, I agree this stage stuff is crazy. Yeah, he said, I was shot with a bullet that pierced the upper part of my right ear. That's coming from President Trump. So the idea that it was a BB gun or a paint gun, let's see if Trump comes out and says it was staged. I'm hoping he doesn't come out and say it was the liberals. I'm really hoping he doesn't say that. Wow. Tap the screen. Get the likes up to about 100,000. We got 1,200 of you in here. We can certainly get the likes up over 100,000. Yeah, somebody got killed in the stage. Yeah, we know there some of the bystanders, some at least probably one MAGA lost their life. We know at least one of them did. His son already said it. Yeah. He needs to correct what his son said, damn it. That's what I'm saying. If Don Jr. or Eric, I don't know which one said it, probably Don Jr. is a bit more outspoken. If he got out there and has already blamed what happened to his dad on liberals, his dad needs to correct that. His dad really needs to correct that. He has no right at all. This is like Judge Jeanine Pirro. I'm watching, because I watch a lot of Fox. I'm watching Fox News the evening of January 6th. Judge Jeanine Pirro's on Fox News saying it's Antifa from a studio in New York. You can't just throw shit out there like that. Have some evidence. I mean, we're 3 years out and they can't even prove beyond a reasonable doubt that it was Antifa. Damn sure couldn't prove it that night. Judge Jeanine Pirro on Fox TV, Fox News, said it was Antifa the night of January 6th. Insane to do that. Looking in the comments, Fox News is ran by a Jew. What do you expect? What does that got to do with it? What the hell does that got? I mean, if I work for a company that's ran by a white person, do I expect everything the company does to be beneficial to what? What do you say? Who gives a damn what the religion of the person that runs Fox News? I don't quite understand that. I mean, the history of Christians isn't great either. So if you hear an elementary school is ran by Catholics, do you automatically make an assumption there? Wow, ran by a Jew. Okay, oh my God. You guys are wild in the comments. You guys are wild. Looking in the comments, and I see user 732 says racism. I don't believe that it was staged, but I do believe Marcus Pacer comment got chopped off. People throw shit at the wall and see what sticks. I do believe that, River Captain. I absolutely believe that. Going back to the box, man, this stuff is crazy. I didn't get a lot. Folks, tap the screen. Let your thumbs not be lazy. Get the likes up over 100,000. We can certainly do that. Over 1,000 of you in here. Same on YouTube, 160. If you could smash the like button on YouTube, we can certainly do that. Do you know Kesey? You know, I don't. I'm streaming with you right now, says the Mick. Streaming with me how? Mick Drop Barbecue. Let me know. Thinking this is fake. Thinking this is fake is some clown stuff. Yeah, it's real. I mean, both Trump, his son, ABC News, the president, President Biden, it's real, but they believe that the individual who may have been taking the shots was given some kind of outrageous agenda. I mean, I had a guest on earlier that said, damn sure it wasn't MAGA. Now, I believe that. I don't believe MAGA would have tried to put a hit out on Trump. But I had another female guest that said the resistance to having Kamala Harris in there, the resistance to having Kamala Harris in as president is so great that somebody would have staged an attempt on Trump's life to draw sympathy for Trump so that he would win and it would prevent Kamala from taking the seat. That's about one of the most complex theories I've heard so far. Wow. Going back to the box, we'll keep it going with one of my team members, Jay Glass. Good afternoon, good evening, Jay.
Hey, how's it going, my man?
Terrible, man. You think Trump will? You think Trump will calm this down?
Absolutely not. If you look in his past histories, he's done nothing to speak any portion of peace to any incitement that could be had.
Right.
That's his historical movement. He is who he is, and to think that he's going to do opposite would be foolishness. To be honest with you. I think his son got ahead of the curve, and I think his son has taken a step that he's going to further. Unfortunately, there's no way that he's not going to try and gain sympathy at this point and do the right thing, which would be to do what President Biden just did, put out a positive word, essentially say that, hey, we don't accept this from anyone, regardless of your beliefs. Right, this is it's an incomprehensible action that's happened.
That was a really positive message that was released by. You know what it reminds me of? I hate to keep bringing up January 6th, but while January 6th was taking place, the whole video of Nancy Pelosi on the phone with Mike Pence showing concern for where he was at in his safety, it kind of reminded me. In this case, Trump, or better yet, Biden, clearly sounded concerned for Trump's safety.
Absolutely. And that's the action of an actual gentleman, even in sports. If a player gets hurt, your opponent gets hurt, you pause and hope that you can continue the actual event.
Yeah. And
because you don't want your opponent to be down. You want your opponent to be up and be able to fight fair and square.
Yeah.
And so
I want to address two things. First of all, in the comments, I always see wild comments. Someone with the name of Death says the bullet was deflected by Trump's aura. Oh my God. That's actually pretty good. You get a force field around him. That's actually pretty good. By the way, Steve, just a supporter of yours observing. Wow, Steve, thank you for all of the support on YouTube. Thank you for that very generous super chat, Steve. So I do want to thank you. So getting back to you, Jay, though, at the end of the day, what is the chance that this could cause some serious unrest?
So I'll say this about any civil unrest. A lot of far, whatever you want to call them, any extremists that has a hope that there's a civil war that happens or mentions the action of civil war happening.
I've had about 5 people do it already.
Absolutely. And they can no longer consider themselves patriots. They can't.
Explain. Well, they believe they're patriots because they believe the country, the liberals, the fascists, as my last get, they believe the fascists are trying to take the country, and they're patriotic by taking the country back from fascism.
Yeah, and I get the foolishness and the rhetoric from both sides. I personally don't believe that any American should support any party. And that's the honest truth. Because once you begin to support these parties, you've given your loyalty over to them, and you will simply comply and agree with what they're saying, and they no longer have to work for your vote, which is why a lot of our politicians don't work for the people.
Well, then I think you're condemning the left, in my opinion, because I think it's the left right now that is supporting the party. I mean, you got a bunch of people on the left saying that they don't even think Biden can do 4 solid years like George Stephanopoulos and all of them, yet they're going to vote for him anyway. The right is not supporting the party. They're supporting the man. They don't give a damn about the Republican Party. They're going for Trump. So the left is the one that's supporting the party.
But that's even more of an issue, because if you're supporting the man, you're not supporting the Constitution.
I don't disagree with that.
President Trump called to terminate parts of the Constitution so that he could do what he wanted to do. That's a fact. He said it. He sent that out.
Yeah.
And so if you're supporting the man who is opposed to parts of the Constitution simply to do what he wants in an action of dictatorship, that's not patriotism. That's the exact opposite.
Well, they believe what Trump is doing is patriotic, though. They believe what he's doing is in the best interest of this country. They believe Trump loves the country, and they believe Trump himself is a true patriot. So they're willing to follow him to the ends of the earth because they think he's leading them in a patriotic direction.
Yep, and I get that, but a lot of people also believe in Jesus. A lot of people believe in Muhammad. A lot of people believe in Buddha, so on and so forth. And just because that's your own personal belief, right? It has to stop at a specific point of harming others, and that's the issue.
Well,
when the beliefs dictate the action of harm to others because they don't match yours, that's extremism, and it shouldn't be accepted by anyone in America whatsoever. Anyone.
And here's another comment that's kind of humorous. Greg Davis says, "I thought Trump blood was orange." Oh, well. Thought he was going to bleed orange. Now, Heath Wheeler, thank you for the super chat on YouTube, says, "Watch the movie Shooter. It's working out to a T." Now, that's the Mark Wahlberg movie with Danny Glover. What are you talking about? Now, there was a lot of snipers in that movie. I got to watch it again now. I got to see what he's talking about. I'm curious.
And so I'll also put this out here because I'm not going to be disingenuous. There is a part of me that can curiously engage with the action of this being staged. I mean, I think we're forgetting.
Man, y'all got to stop saying that shit. You really believe this is staged? Oh my God.
I don't want you to forget either that Trump was a fucking reality TV star.
Yeah, staged though. An assassination on a presidential contender. A staged assassination.
It's the greatest show in the world.
Oh my
Our
God.
political arena. It's done for entertainment at this point. I keep trying to remember directly something that affects a law that our Congress has passed that positively affects the vastness of America. Minus earmarks, minus lobbyists that will actually do the will of the American people. It's the greatest show on earth, our political arena. And I can't remove myself from believing, or at least being curious enough to say, well, okay, that could be a possibility.
I don't believe it.
Shut it down.
I don't believe that somebody was staged. Man, but you're not the only one. I probably had 100 people tonight say that. God.
A lot of this stuff is done for entertainment purposes.
This ain't entertaining. This is horrible. Ain't nothing entertaining about this shit. There could be plenty of follow-up casualties. There's nothing entertaining about this.
Absolutely. I said to my woman the other night, it's something that we got to keep remembering, and we can't move past this. One society's hero is another society's terrorist, right?
Yeah.
And so these actions that have taken place has in some people's eyes promoted Trump to be an even bigger hero than what people have thought he was at this point. While there's another portion of society who understand, wait a minute, this guy has been spewing hatred since he's been in office and even before. And so it shouldn't be a surprise that the words that he has said have finally hit the mirror and ended up bouncing back and coming full circle back on him. He's like, again, like we're pumping his fist in there. This dude is not Bob Marley fighting for freedom. He's not.
But I understand you saying he's not Bob Marley fighting for freedom, but his supporters do see him. They're comparing him to everybody from Nelson Mandela to Martin Luther King. So they do see him as being that guy.
And they have every right to do so, right? And I will support their right to do so until those words become actions that hurt people. And unfortunately, when we look at a lot of MAGA crowds, despite what fact might say, a lot of them are ready. You had a guest on that was at the pinnacle.
He ready to go. Yeah, he ready to go.
Yes, they're ready to jump off that ledge. They're ready to pull out weapons, and they're ready to actually hurt other American citizens for somebody they literally don't know face to face.
So I got to move it on, man. But I'm going to ask you this: is it time to potentially consider becoming an expat?
So I've already begun to look into that, and I'm a service member. The reason why I can't leave right now is because I haven't retired yet. But I've already begun to take the measures and the steps to leave the country because I see what's happening, and it's become so unsafe in just about every four corner of the United States that I don't want to be here anymore. I don't want to be a part of this anymore.
Now, you are African American, correct?
I am.
Okay. Wow. Any idea where it's a good place to go? I lived in Australia. I'm familiar with New Zealand. Where would you recommend?
So I recently went to Japan, and it was absolutely fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. My lady and I were going to take a few trips to some other countries to figure out exactly where we want our footing to be and where we want to put our foundation down at. But it's not going to continue to be in this current climate of the United States of America. Can't be.
Yeah. All right, Glass. Anytime, come on back through. Good conversation, man. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Anytime. And looking in the comments, by the way, folks, tap the screen. Go ahead and take me on up to 110,000. I hate to use the word like on a day like today because ain't shit about today that I like. Doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're leaning on. When I say free speech and I believe people should be able to talk, if the reason I feel that way, the reason I say that is because I believe everybody should get a fair shake. I don't want anybody dying. This is fucked up. Period. I mean, this is a bad day in history. And some folks may take what happened to deliver future bad days in history. Certainly if folks start saying that, well, I know who did it, or if it was this group, it was, as somebody said, it was leftists. And by the way, when he didn't say liberals, he didn't say Democrats, he didn't say progressives, he said leftists. That's a lot. Every group that I just named is among that. Progressives, Democrats, liberals, all of them are considered leftists. I guess you'd say Black Lives Matter. He threw Antifa in there. I mean, it's a broad spectrum he painted. I'm going to assume the entire LGBT community would be in there. Probably would say the Muslim community is in there. The overwhelming majority of Hispanics. I mean, you just say leftist. It could be any damn body. So if you find someone that truly believes a quote unquote leftist is the one that harmed or tried to harm Trump, and you want to be you want some get back, for lack of a better term, and you want to get back at the end of the day that tried to harm Trump, and you think they're leftists, that could be anybody. I mean, that could, other than MAGA, that could be anybody, a leftist. I mean, when I was telling him when he was saying that, man, you're painting this with a broad brush. That could be anybody. You ask MAGA to define what a leftist is, it's a slew of people. The college campuses, all of them are leftists. The media, they're all left. I mean, it's a slew of people. Wow. Looking in the comments, though, and by the way, thank you folks for tapping the screen. And I see in the comments, Butterkin said, I would like an apology from leftists. Apologize for what? You want every leftist to apologize to you for what happened to Trump? That would be like me suggesting that every white person apologize for slavery. Remember, I had nothing to do with it. I shouldn't have to pay reparation. Should that apply now? Every leftist, you want to apologize for what happened to Trump. That's wild. And by the way, in regards to the super chats, There are people who think Trump was still in power after Biden won. So I can believe some nuts think this was staged. Yeah, I get a lot of folks who believe that Trump is still in power by way of the military. That's a very common belief. Moogly, thanks for the super chat. I just had a guest on earlier that said that, in fact, both Trump and Biden that we see are not the real individuals, that those who are stand-ins. Some folks believe that Biden, Hillary Clinton, and Nancy Pelosi have all passed on at the behest of Trump. So there are folks that believe that. There are folks who believe some fairly strong theories that I've never heard of before. And Joe Shalom, this is a conspiracy theorist's dream. They love nothing better on this flat planet. It is a conspiracy theorist's dream. Now, can't think of his name, friend of the program, Gen X. Gen X was stating earlier that he had predicted there was going to be an attempt on Trump's life. I can tell you for a fact, he certainly told me, a few months back. Like I told him personally, people predict there's going to be an attack on every president's life. But I'll tell you one prediction I made earlier, a few months ago. I stated that Trump could live to be older than Betty White. And no matter how long Trump lives, when he passes away, there are going to be conspiracies around his death. Even if he dies at 110, somebody's going to say, if his hospice carer was not a liberal, he would have probably lived to be 112. I mean, it's just the way it's going to be when Trump passes away, because his entire existence since he entered politics has been shrouded in conspiracies. That's the way he came on the scene, is that I am the guy that's doing it right, and everybody else in Washington is doing it wrong. The entire governing body of this country is all swamp creatures, and I'm the guy that's going to do things right. That's kind of how he came into power. The elections are stolen and fraudulent. I mean, so whenever he passes on, somebody's going to say something happened that was wrong. Like, even if he lives to be 90 or 110, somebody's going to say that. Looking in the comments, Jose Rodriguez says Hispanics for Trump. Leftism will bring this country down, says Mark. Maybe. I'll tell you this. The only way leftism is going to bring down America is if the right puts up so much resistance that we have civil unrest. Why do I say that? Because there is a lot of very successful, functioning countries that folks in this country believe is full of leftists. Norway is way further to the left than America, and they have one of the highest standards of living on this planet. Sweden, all of those fjord countries, Finland, Sweden, Norway, most of Western Europe, by the way, is further to the left than America. So when you're talking about leftists are going to tear down the damn country, yeah, because the rightists, if there's a such term, the folks on the right don't want the country to go left and may then resort to violence. But there are tons of countries on this planet that are loaded with leftists, and they're doing just fine. In fact, I would submit this to you. Name a first world country that is doing fairly well that's not a leftist country compared to America. Most of them are leftist countries. The countries that lean right are Middle Eastern countries like Afghanistan and places like that. Most of the left countries are the countries that's doing that controls the first world. I don't know any first world country that leans right until what just happened in the elections. But I think France just voted in a right-leaning politician. But even still, nobody in this country looks at France and says that's a bunch of right-wingers. It's right of what they used to have. But yeah, I don't know any country on this planet where you would look at them and say they're to the right of the United States, and we look at that country as a success. All of the countries we look at, most of our allies, countries we favor, they all are to the left of America. They all are. I don't know, not one. Some might say Israel right now. Some might say Israel. Looking in the comments though, Joe Shalom, if Trump gets elected, my saving grace will be the Latinos who supported him getting deported. Huh? If Trump gets wait. If Trump, I'm trying to read this and interpret it. If Trump gets elected, My saving grace will be the Latinos who supported him getting deported. You got to explain that. I don't get that one. I don't understand how. Maybe I'm just, because of what happened, my damn mind is not working right. Anyway, let me go back to the box. Appreciate the super chat there too, but I didn't quite get your statement. Trump is trying to protect women's what? Wait a minute. He said Trump is trying to protect women's rights by keeping men out of women's sports. You don't have a right to play sports with only another woman. That's not, I mean, I agree with what he's doing. I don't believe a man, a biological male, should be able to dominate women's sports because they transition. I agree with that. But there's no way in hell defending women's sports would qualify as protecting women's rights when you're forcing them to have kids against their will and shit. No way in hell. You don't have, if you're going to tell women there was never a constitutional right to have an abortion, so you can take it away if you want, there's never been a constitutional right for your daughter to only play against girls in school. Doesn't exist. There is no constitutional right that means that only women can be in the bathroom. There's no constitutional right to that at all. See how this works in reverse? See how this can be used against you? Anyway, looking in the comments, that's correct. Trump felt no empathy. Wow. Bucky Dog says that's correct. Trump felt no empathy for Paul Pelosi. That is 100% true. Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked while at home with a hammer. By the way, he suffered far more damage than what looks like Trump suffered today. And you're correct. There was no empathy by Trump for that guy at all. Zero. Moo, the tuxedo cat. Good afternoon, Moo. No empathy at all. That is 100% true. Wow.
What's up, man? What's going on?
None, man. It's bad. What do you think? You think this is some kind of conspiracy, some type of plot?
I mean, you know, so Occam's razor, right? Occam's razor. The simplest answer is going to be the right answer, right? But you know, you really don't have enough information now to draw any conclusions.
You think it's possible?
Really
you think it's possible?
I would really caution. So the thing is anything's possible, right? But you need to understand, Trump is so. People become radicalized usually through tragic events in their life, right? That's usually how people become radicalized to do this kind of thing, right? Okay.
I don't agree with that. I mean, I'll tell you what. I'll let you continue.
You don't agree with that?
No, because I'll tell you. Let me tell you why. Let me tell you why. This country was founded on, let's say, oppression and racism. That's radical, and it had nothing to do with a tragic event. They just were that way.
I'm sorry. Now, what are you talking about now?
You said people become radicalized by a tragic event.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, this country was created on a radical foundation, and it had nothing to do with a traumatic event.
No. You find the behavior of the colonizers radical. To them, it's not radical, right? And by them performing their actions, they in turn turn the Indians into radical regimes. Okay. And that's how you turn people radical. Okay? Because the colonists came here, and what they did is not radical behavior to them. That's normal behavior. They colonized. That's what they do. They did it all over the world. You think it's radical because you look at that behavior and you're like, holy shit, they took away these people's land. That's what they did. So to them, that's normal. And in turn, when they did that, they radicalized the native people that were already here. Can we agree on that?
Some of that, yeah, some of that.
Okay. All right, cool. So when people have tragic events in their life happen to them, they become radicalized, okay? That's what happens, all right? Just like how what's going on in Palestine, you're going to radicalize more of the people there.
That's true.
Okay, so understand in turn, you can say the same thing here, okay? You people haven't forgotten about COVID. People lost grandmothers, people lost relatives, people lost their mom, their dad. Okay, you have people who are very angry at this person, my dude. You need to understand, this guy had a lot of people unalive under his watch. And then you have to understand, this man is responsible for repealing Roe versus Wade. So again, you have women losing children, mothers losing their lives, women might go to jail, doctors might go to jail. You're radicalizing people against you. Yeah. So this is what happens when you oppress people. So I don't know exactly what happened, right? And anybody who says that it was staged, you obviously don't know that.
Let me interrupt you because somebody let me interrupt you just real quick in the comments. Stevie D You're asking, is he justifying this? No, he's explaining it. He's not justifying it.
I'm explaining why this happened
Right.
to you, right? So you understand why people are making an attempt on this man's life, right? You need to understand what he's done to people. People have lost their mothers. People have lost their fathers. People have lost relatives that are very dear to them because of your beloved Trump, my dude. And you've radicalized people. And that's really the most likely cause, but I don't even know that for a fact either right now.
Yeah. And I will point out, when they were threatening the life of Mike Pence, this Trump kind of made the same argument. Maybe he deserved it for what he was doing to the country. He was saying the same thing. He wasn't, I don't want to say he was justifying it, but Trump also was explaining why so many folks hated Mike Pence. He didn't have any love for Mike Pence after what happened.
I'm not going to justify anything, right? What I'm going to say to you is good and evil is subjective in someone's mind, okay?
Yep.
So when you say something's good or evil, that can differ among the people that you're talking to, okay? So it is what it is.
Yeah. So do you think that Biden might find himself unsafe in future rallies, that somebody might try to retaliate?
He's been unsafe. I mean, maybe he's more unsafe now, but, you know, as a Democrat, I mean, look at what happened to Nancy Pelosi's husband.
Yeah.
Right? You're all, okay, look at what happened to all the Congress people on January 6th. You were already unsafe. Again, I feel like people are just catching up with me now, man. Like everybody's way behind. I keep telling you, and I agree with your last caller, man, if we keep on this two-party dominated system, we're moving down to the bottom of the barrel, my dude. This is where we're going, right? Because look at all the crazy crap that's happening right now. You know what I mean?
I gotta disagree with you for this simple reason. We have made a two-party system work in this country for generations. It's just we have gotten radical because we got a few leaders that are saying some crazy shit. But we've made a two-party system work, even with money in politics, all the things we don't like. We have made that system work for a long time.
I mean, if you want to say that it works, that's fine. I would disagree with you heavily that it's working, because what you're going to end up with is a few corporations, a massive wealth gap, all poor people, no middle class anymore, and then just a few rich people who have all the money, all the wealth, all the power. And then what happens is the guillotines and the shit goes down, right? Because that's how it always ends up, okay? So you can say that it's working now, sure. But if you keep on going down this path, it's not going to keep working, right? Because what you have right now is not sustainable. You have a huge fascist movement in the country. Someone just tried an attempt on a former president's life, probably because he radicalized the shit out of him somehow, right? Yeah. You have wars going on all overseas, right? You have people being bought off by those wars going overseas, so those are going to continue. You have a two-party system that's being funded by all this corporate money, and you want to sit here and tell me that it's working. I can't agree with you on that, okay? You may feel like it's working because right now you're still in the status quo mode. But as things become more radical and deteriorate more,
let me tell you why.
You don't understand what I'm talking about.
Let me tell you why I disagree. I don't think the two-party system is why we're having these problems. You could have these problems in a five-party system. If you vote because you're mentioning the wealth disparity, and I think that has a lot to do with a lot of our problems, is because people are struggling, and no matter how much they work, they can't get ahead. And that ain't got nothing to do with just Biden. That's the way the country is ran. If you vote in the party that is in favor of corporations and in favor of keeping the people down, this could happen, and this could happen in a five-party system.
Yeah, so in societies, right, throughout all the major societies that have happened, like Rome and all the medieval societies, people were very in favor of their own enslavement, and they're going against their own welfare up to a certain point. And when you reach that certain point, it all flips on its head. So all through history, the middle class and the plebs and whatever you called them at whatever period of time through history, they were fine with being subjugated up to a certain point. And when you reach that tipping point, everything starts to go awry. And that's what's happened every time.
I don't disagree with that. Here's a comment I'm sure you'll like, coming from Joe Shalom on YouTube. Thanks for the super chat. Says, maybe if people listened to Bernie Sanders, we wouldn't be here. Do you echo that sentiment?
Yeah, I mean, so if you'd had, so first of all, where we went off into the multiverse, right? Because we're not on the right Earth anymore, right? You and I, we all got sucked into a multiverse, and now all this crazy shit's happening to us, right? Gore was never supposed to lose the election, and he should have fought harder, and he should have stopped the Republicans from stealing the election, man. That's where we went off the path right there, okay? Mm-hmm. The minute he pushed out and let George W. Bush get control of the country, that's where we totally went awry. And then COVID would have been handled completely different, and 9/11 probably would have never even happened, and this country would be a different fucking place than it is right now. But, you know, shit is what it is, man, and here we are.
So if George W. Bush doesn't win, and we put Al Gore in there, what, he gets followed up by Obama and just a bunch of liberals all the way through?
So the thing is the three most major events that I've seen that have changed this country the most, in my opinion, is 9/11, the Iraq War, and COVID. Those are the three things that deteriorated.
I know where you're going with this. I know where you're going.
In my lifetime, right?
Yeah.
So if you take those things away from the country, right? You're talking about a completely different place. You're talking about the difference. So Democrats are corporatists, right? But they obey all the institutions. They mostly obey all the silly little rules, right? And they don't make any great change. But you can work with that because you can stuff progressives in there and get them to be a party of the people. The other party, the reason you really don't want them to have control is because, again, Trump is not the first person to believe in unitary executive authority, right? So a lot of people in the Republican Party that have controlled this country believe in unitary executive authority. This is something they've been striving for and working towards for a very long time. This deregulation of your education system hasn't just all of a sudden come up. They've been doing this for years, trying to turn the education system into a voucher program nationwide, right? Yeah. They've been trying to defund Social Security for a very, very, very long time. They've been trying to get rid of food stamps, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. This Project 2025, if you're just looking at this shit now and being like, oh my God, this is terrible, this has been their agenda since like fucking Nixon. So I don't know where everybody's been or whether you guys are just catching up now. I mean, Republicans have been using backhand racial slurs since I've been alive, and I've been telling people, yeah, this party's falling into fascism. Can you see it? Can you see it? And now everybody's like, oh man, well, this shit looks kind of fascist. Oh man, Project 2025 is really bad. Where the fuck have you people been since like Nixon, my dudes? Really, seriously.
Most young people don't pay attention to politics. I know I was ignorant like that too when I was in my 20s and early 30s. I wasn't big on politics, so some of it is because people don't pay attention. I gotta move it on. No move. You don't make it sound any better, man. You don't make it sound any better.
You have a good one, dude.
You too. Wow. It just goes from bad to worse. Real quick in the comments, W Mix 1 says, Tim, you got problem, homie. What kind of problem do I have? Feel free to state that in the comments. By the way, folks, real quick, we don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So you're going to hear folks like my last guest, who's a progressive. We get folks on the right. We go left of Bernie Sanders. So I'm having dinner with QAnon. You don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section. You don't have to agree with the damn host. We believe in free speech here. So you're going to hear opinions you love and opinions you hate. That is exactly how the program's been ran from day one. We are MAGA friendly. We have been since day one, about 3 years now. Everybody gets to speak, but MAGA are generally my preferred guests. By the way, if you do enjoy that type of a format, subscribe on YouTube, follow the program on TikTok. Generally, we're here Monday through Friday. We're here every weekday at 1 p.m. Central, 1300 hours. But today's obviously a historic day, so we're on now. Looking in the comments, says all a big script. Yeah, I read it enough that it's becoming that way, Big John. I agree that the middle is better, but today I think that the middle is conflicted. Yeah. Some of these folks believe that this is a setup or some type of stage or something. I don't know if we have a middle anymore in this country. I just don't, because both sides, a lot of people believe that both sides have is trying to pull the country so far in their direction. Where you look at the left, you know, the gains of the LGBT community, a lot of folks don't like that. I mean, obviously the border, a lot of folks don't like that. So they believe the left is taking the country too far to the damn left. And obviously with Trump, everything from Project 2025 on down. Folks believe he's taking the country, forcing kids to learn about the Bible whether they want to or not. He's taking the country too far to the right. So it's hard to really have a middle when the both parties seeking to lead the country is so far away from your ideal nation. Which is why I also really, really have an issue with folks who believe that these things that Trump is going through is going to make people vote for him. I just, unless you just are one of them few people that is really, really undecided, if you like what Biden is offering, you're not going to vote for Trump. If you like what Trump is offering, you're not going to vote for Biden. I mean, just think of, for any of my MAGA that's viewing the program, for any of my folks that are on the right, if Biden was wrongfully arrested by the courts or somebody tried to shoot him, you're going to vote for Biden? You really going to vote? You're not going to vote for Biden. No MAGA is going to vote for Biden, no matter what the hell happens to him. So I don't know why people believe that Trump is going to receive that same type of benefit. Nobody, the policies you're offering are against what folks stand for. They're not going to go vote for you because something happened to you. Joe Shalom said, I kind of like your show, but you are painfully naive. Wow. The fact that you think the U.S. is anywhere near the left proves your ignorance. Joe, I appreciate the comment and certainly appreciate the super chat. I don't mind criticism, folks. But I tell you, did you just tune in? I mentioned that America is to the right of every country that we consider an ally. Did you not hear me say that? Because you're saying the fact that you think the U.S. is anywhere near the left proves your ignorance. No, I think the U.S. leans right. You didn't hear me say that? Every country that we are allied with is to the left of us. Maybe Israel. Because under Netanyahu, maybe they may be a little bit more to the right now. But other than that, every other country, they all have universal health care. Most of them pay for schooling beyond high school. You get far more entitlements, far more work holidays. They're far more diligent about minimum wage. Every country that we are allies with is to the left of us. So I don't know, Joe, if you had heard me say that, because your comment doesn't fit how I feel about it. Going back to the box though, we'll keep it moving on. Wow, I don't know what the hell happened there, but I think that says Rube. We'll go with that. Ruben, I think it is. Good afternoon. Welcome. Good evening, rather. Welcome to the program. Laughing out. People still voting for Biden cracks me up. Why? Mark, I can give you a lot of reasons to vote for Trump or a lot of reasons to vote for Biden. Why would it crack you up? If you believe in common sense gun law, you believe a woman should have a right to choose, you believe the minimum wage should actually go up with inflation, there's a lot of reasons to vote for Biden. And there are reasons to vote for Trump. Joe Shalom says all of your commentary besides that is completely in contradiction of that. If you hear me, point it out next time, because I don't agree with that. Maybe I'm missing something. Joe Shalom, tell me some commentary I'm making that leads you to believe that I think America is a left-wing country. All right, I talk about everything from the death penalty to over-incarceration to, what makes you think I've said that? Let me know. Ruben, good evening.
Yo, what's up?
Not much at all, man. Surely you've heard what happened today.
Yeah, I just watched a ton of videos about it, so.
You think it's staged? You think it's staged?
No, there's no way. I mean, people died and got hurt. It was pretty sad. It was pretty unfortunate. I think that people who are just blaming it on, like, all leftists, like you were saying earlier, I don't think that's right. I think that someone was really deranged and, like, really upset.
Yeah, well, let me say this. It would not surprise me if it was somebody from the left. I mean, because that is generally who Trump attacks, but there's a fair bit of traditional Republicans, from the Bushes to the Cheneys to the McCains to the Rom. I mean, he's attacked a bunch of folks on the right, too. I mean, he said a lot of critical things about everybody, from even the Supreme Court justices that are ruling in his favor. When they didn't rule in his favor over the election, he called them cowards. The guy makes enemies literally for breakfast. So it could be anybody.
Yeah, I agree with that. It literally could have been anyone. That's the first thought I had when I saw it. I didn't really think that it was just strictly, only a leftist could have done this. there could have been a wide range of people who could have done this, because there's a lot of people, like you said, that he goes after, and they get really upset all the time, and just history tends to repeat itself a lot. So this is.
I mean, where I'm from, south side of Chicago, we knew running your mouth can get you hurt, and everybody admits Trump runs his mouth. In fact, right before he got hit, there was a woman behind him, I think to his right, that had a shirt on that said "Mean Tweets 2024." I mean, this is what he does. So yeah, I mean, he makes enemies. Her shirt says "Mean Tweets."
I did not see that.
Yeah.
I need to go back and watch those videos.
Yeah, I went back and watched it. And while he's speaking, the woman's walking and she got a jacket on and a shirt under there that says "Mean Tweets," and it's got the same, the rectangle with the 3 stars that's Trump's banner, but it says "Mean Tweets 2024." Like,
that's so funny.
you gotta assume there was at least 100 people there that had "fuck your feelings" paraphernalia on. I mean, this is what he does. So he makes enemies for breakfast.
Easily.
So, do you think there'll be any?
That is so funny.
Do you think there'll be any retaliation though? Okay, Ruben, you going in and out.
That kind of. I'm sorry, I keep getting a phone call.
Okay, retaliation. What say you?
I'm not sure at this point. We'll have to see. I mean, I doubt that Trump will be at very many rallies.
Really?
Out until.
The guy who would wait. The guy who would not let the Secret Service carry him off stage. The guy wanted to let the crowd know he wants to fight. You think that guy is going to stop doing rallies?
You know what? That's a good point. You might still try to do
that guy might they may drag a hospital bed on the stage tomorrow. That guy gonna do some more rallies.
Yeah, he might. Yeah,
that guy. In fact, because if people believe that him being injured is going to draw votes to him, I brought up the rapper Nelly when he used to wear the Band-Aid. Trump probably will wear a Band-Aid for the rest of the political campaign.
Yeah, he probably will.
Yeah,
he probably will. And then if he gets elected, then he's gonna make a big deal out of it too. It's probably gonna end up in a history book in the future. It's gonna be like, first president to survive a shooting. I don't know.
But think about it though. This is kind of like 50 Cent. What did 50 Cent used to say? I got shot 9 times or something. He couldn't stop me. I mean, 91 charges. A shot to the head, and look, I'm still here. It sounded like Al Pacino at the end of Scarface. I'm still standing.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, I saw some comments where people were saying, like, if Trump gets elected, that's going to be, like, the headlines on those history books. It's going to be, like, convicted felon who, got shot at a rally and still was president,
I wouldn't. Now I know Elton John, who live. He's Elton John over in England, but I know he's a leftist because he's gay. Probably would not let Trump use his song, but the song "I'm Still Standing," I can see him playing that when he comes out at a rally. I think Elton John would stop him though. Well, go ahead.
He could play that, or he could play "Many Men." We still believe me.
Trump come out to 50 Cent, huh? All right, I gotta move it on. Good talk. Appreciate it, Ruben.
Good talk, man.
Anytime. Many Men. Oh, that's a jam too, by the way, by 50 Cent. But yeah, I mean, certainly he's going to take advantage of it. 80. What did he have? 91 federal charges he had at the beginning. Looks like he is at the very least going to either beat or delay them all. Now he gets shot, grazed. We'll say grazed, but it is getting shot in the head. He's still standing. I mean, Elton John, I'm still standing. I mean, it really fits what has happened. I wouldn't be surprised, but as I stated, Elton John is gay, and he's certainly to the left. He would probably copyright Trump right off the bat. And that's not the first person that has demanded a politician not play their music. I think Trump, was it Bruce Springsteen or somebody else stopped Trump from using their music. Like, don't use my shit in connection with what you're preaching. So, but I think Elton John would stop him too. Looking in the comments though, shot in the ear, not the head. All right, fair enough. Shine the ear, not the head. I mean, it is what it is. Remember these pictures, they will be historic. The whole day will be historic. The whole day will be. I mean, how many times have a president, how many times has there been an attempt on the president's life where the president actually got hurt and there was bloodshed? I mean, I think just about, you can probably count them all on one hand, can't you? I know there was a guy after Lincoln. I can't think, there's only been about 3 that lost their lives. Lincoln, Kennedy, and there's another guy. I think there was 3 that lost their lives. And obviously Reagan got shot. It ain't been many. Somebody threw a shoe at George W. Bush that he laughingly dodged, but it ain't been many. I think we've had 3 that actually were killed. And I can't think of the other. Who was the third one? There was a third president that actually was assassinated. Somebody let me know in the comments. But I think there were 3 that were assassinated. And Reagan got shot. And I think that's kind of it. So it doesn't happen very often. It really does not happen very often. So yeah, this is Trump. Like him or love him, is literally a bastion of history. He is. I mean, everything from he's been impeached, he's been indicted. He got a mugshot. He's gonna have a whole wall at the Smithsonian full of all types of swear words and tweets. I mean, there is a ton of history coming out of Trump, as opposed to taking political science or history in regards to the president. You almost should have a class on him alone. There is so much material there. Whether you like him or hate him, there is so much material just from the social media stuff he's done, the controversial stuff. I mean, it is a lot of stuff there for him, which is also why people might be trying to end his life as well. Looking in the comments, wow, that's just crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Timmy is happy about what happened to Trump, says Skeeter. I don't get that. Other than Skeeter, I'm going to assume you just tuned in. By the way, Skeeter, thanks for the super chat. You actually paid to say that. Thank you for supporting the program, but there ain't been a damn thing about today's show. I've been on here, 2 hours or so? 3 hours. Not a damn thing I've said about this being. First of all, even if you're on the left, understand this could lead to people on the left being killed themselves. There's zero reason to be happy about this shit. Zero reason. Even if you totally hate Trump, this could lead to people, just like I keep mentioning about the damn Civil War people keep talking about. Even if you are on the winning side of civil unrest, you're going to know people that died. Your family, your personal finances are going to be severely hurt. The amount of food and luxuries you receive are going to be greatly limited. There's going to be no winners in that shit. Yeah, you're alive. Maybe your grandma got killed by the other side. Your house got set fire and burned down. I mean, there's going to be no winners in that shit. So, yeah, there's no reason to be happy about shit like this. No reason at all. Looking in the comments real quick. Joe Shalom says I saw that already. You consistently apologize for horrible right-wing policy ideas while putting good ideas on par with them. Gross. What right-wing policy idea did I apologize for? Huh? You might be. I'd like to know. Certainly with you supporting the program, I'm willing to address what you're talking about. What right-wing policy idea did I apologize for while putting good ideas on par with them? I think that's, with all due respect, Joe Shalom, I don't mind what criticism or what side of the aisle you're on. I take all comments, but I think it's because you lean left, so you see all right-wing policies and ideas as wrong. I'm gonna leave it up to you to elaborate on it, because I don't want to misinterpret you. Explain that. I apologize for right-wing policy. I don't quite get that. Anyhow, looking in the box, now more than ever, Trump 2024. I'm telling you, you're going to end up saying that the election was stolen, because I don't believe that people are going to support Trump. I wanted to read a Trump quote that just came across the TV, but I don't misplace my Trump just tweeted something out. I'll go back to the box, but I did want to read what was on the screen. I got ABC News on behind me. Okay, this says, "Thank you for your love and prayer." This is from Ivanka, so it's his daughter. She says, "Thank you for your love and prayers for my father and for the other victims of today's senseless violence in Butler, Pennsylvania. I am grateful to the Secret Service and all the other law enforcement officers for their quick and decisive actions today. I continue to pray for our country." And then she follows up by saying, "I love you, Dad, today and always." Now that's what should be sent out. You know, the same thoughts and prayers we get at the mass casualty events and shit like that. Not taking out the time to point out my enemy did this shit to me, or the left, or my ops, as they say in the hood. I like what Ivanka did. That's how it should be done. Going back to the box. Bad day. Bad day. That's all I can say. First day seems like it. Good afternoon. Never wanted to do a show like this. First day.
Hello.
Good evening.
How you doing?
I wish I had a better way to say I'm doing great, but this ain't not good, man. Not good. Concerned. I'll leave it at that.
It's pretty terrible.
Yeah.
So I do want to point out that the news is now reporting that it was glass from the teleprompter that actually cut his ear. Not that makes a difference on the assassination attempt, but it does make more sense because a bullet, kind of tears away a lot more flesh than just grazing,
Oh.
But yeah.
So the person with a really bad shot there, because the teleprompter is not bulletproof, is it?
I don't know anything. That's just what the news is reporting now. So that's what I heard. That's all I can say about, I have no idea.
Okay, because Trump himself tweeted out that a bullet did that to him.
He did, but Trump lies. So, he's going to take advantage of it as much as he can. And I don't blame him, but,
Wait. You said he's going to take advantage of it as much as he can, but then you followed up by saying, I don't blame him. You think the president should, knowing how divisive this stuff could be, you think he should take advantage of it?
No. I guess I should say I'm not surprised,
Okay. Big difference.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
Yeah, big difference. He's going to play the political game, and that's what he's doing. So, yeah.
What are the chances, though, that he would send out something that's kind of calming, like Ivanka just did?
No, he's not going to do that. Absolutely not. And I was thinking about that one guest that came up a bit ago that was super angry.
Yeah. Super angry.
Super angry, and I was thinking about that, and Nancy Pelosi's husband was attacked because of the rhetoric. Trump himself called Democrats vermin and vile human beings, in some of his speeches. So, that rhetoric goes both ways, and I think that it's to a point that we're going to boil over here.
Yeah. My God. I mean, now that super angry guest I had said it was done by a leftist. Do you think there may have been a possibility that he was right?
I think it was probably somebody that doesn't like Trump, but it doesn't necessarily make him a left.
Right.
It wasn't because he's a leftist. It's because he was a deranged individual. When that person that broke into Nancy Pelosi's house, we weren't saying that was a big, right supporter or MAGA person, or the person that drove, a couple of years ago to that mall and unalived 12 African Americans or whatever it was.
You talking about Buffalo, in Buffalo.
The truth is that these are deranged people, and this is just another example of somebody else that shouldn't have a gun. And I kind of wonder why nobody's bringing that up either. This is
because they don't want you to fuck with gun rights. That's why they ain't bringing it up.
It's staring them in the face. This is something that happened to them, right?
And it's interesting you bring that up because that's something I was telling Shalom on YouTube, saying that I claim that America is to the left. That's our gun rights make us far right. Ain't no left-wing country doing the shit we do on guns. That is a far right policy.
And I want to mention something else that you talked about Biden brings us to the left and Trump brings us to the right. In the last 4 years, what has happened that Biden has done that has brought us so far to the left? Nothing.
Well, I will point out, but you said 4 years though, but for instance, gay marriage, which came under Biden with Obama, that's left wing. That's leaning left. You do have a few states in America, just like you got states in America that are banning abortion. You got states in America that are now pro reparations. The right hates reparations. That's left. That's happening under Biden.
Those are not extreme views, though.
If you're on the right, giving blacks damn near anything is extreme. Certainly that's extreme. They believe that reparations is extreme for folks on the right.
Maybe, but if Biden was truly this giant leftist, we would have seen it by now. Did he expand the Supreme Court when he had the chance? Did he cauterize Roe versus Wade when he had the chance? No, he didn't, right? But if you vote for Trump still, look at what you're going to deal with. Look at Project 2025. That's what you're looking at. Like 4 years from now, if you vote for Biden, you're going to have the exact same that you have right now, status quo, just dealing with what's going on, helping the rich. Whatever.
Well, but see, I think you view that not being on the right, because I speak to so many folks around. I'm telling you, a lot of stuff you view as status quo, they view that stuff as far right. I mean, because let's be real, even though far left, let's be honest. I mean, I don't believe most women have late-term abortions at all. But if you have a democratic society, it will be legal. Just most women ain't doing it.
Yeah, no, women. Late-term abortions is not a real thing. That Trump saying that they're having babies and killing on the table, or what he was saying.
Yeah, that's terrible.
It's not a real thing.
Yeah, but you've had,
wasn't that has precedence over 50 years? That is not a radical idea. It's been that way for 50 years now.
Wasn't Biden the one that said if somebody breaks in your house, all you need is a shotgun and to fire 2 blasts in the air? That's left. That's a left statement.
That sounds more like a right statement to me. Like just buy a shotgun and that gun rights. That's more of a right statement than anything.
Biden was saying all you need is a shotgun in defense of taking away people's right to have bigger and more powerful weapons.
Well, I guess. I mean, that's sure one half dozen of the other. There, he's saying like all you need is a gun. You don't need a super assault rifle. The right believes that the Second Amendment, as the cup says, shall not be infringed. Don't tread on me. They believe that no one should tell them what gun they have to use for self-defense. They should have access to them all. Well, that's ridiculous. And gun rights are. I'm pro Second Amendment. I just think there should be some, laws in place or some regulations so that people with guns can't go to presidential elections and shoot them.
Well, that's a far left policy.
That's ridiculous.
I'm just telling you. Any type of infringement on the Second Amendment, they consider that to be a far left policy.
Well, I have no idea. If they want to view that not having weapons of mass destruction is like a far left policy, then I guess it's their view, but that's ridiculous.
All right, and I want to respond to something while we're still talking. One cap, 2 bars said, our conversation we're having, he says, this is hard to listen to. So much misinformation. I wish you would state what it is so we can actually tackle it.
Who knows? It's just some dude who's just trolling and just talking shit. Like, who knows?
Yeah. So do you think there's a real chance that there may be some retaliation?
Absolutely. There's already been retaliation. There was Nancy Pelosi, right?
Yeah.
Nancy Pelosi's husband was retaliation. Going even farther back with the whole Pizzagate stuff, where the guy walked into the pizza shop with a gun, demanding where the babies are, right? All that is far right stuff.
Yeah.
All that is far right rhetoric, and all of that crazy shit is retaliation from that side of the aisle. All those racist shit that happens, like all those things that happen, that's all on that side. That's not on the left side. That's that side. This is going to drive people insane.
Well, today might be on the left side, though. You talk about all the stuff, all of the violence from the right. I don't think what happened today is a right winger. I could be wrong, like you pointed out. Trump make a lot of enemies.
What happened today is terrible, and I'm a far left or whatever you want to call it. I don't even know what I am, but today is terrible, and I don't think. I wouldn't vote for Trump, but I think what happened today is absolutely, terrible.
Yeah. And by the way, when you were mentioning what has Biden tried to do this far left, something I favored too, issue forgiveness. That's far left to the right. They believe that's a far left policy.
I can't help that far left policy is normal in every other fucking country. Healthcare is normal in every other fucking country. Education is normal in every other fucking country. That is not a far left ideal.
Dave, I'm just telling you how they feel.
Here's the thing that pisses me off is that these people are fucking more concerned about what bathrooms people use than rather having education or healthcare for themselves.
Yeah.
These people vote against themselves and are more concerned about some guy might use a fucking bathroom wrong or something, rather than looking at like their own values and their own life and voting for their own interests. They have this idea that the rich are on their side and they're fucking not.
I don't disagree with that. The rich don't give a damn about us. Otherwise, it would be more avenues for us to become rich. I 100% agree with that. 100%.
No, here's the way I look at it, is that like if we're all sitting at this fucking table and, you know, we're all ordering from this giant piece of fucking pie, like, the rich are like, we'll take this piece, and everybody's taking their piece, and then all these people are saying, yeah, give my piece to fucking them. You know, they don't care. They have plenty of representation. They don't need you to vouch for them. Vouch for yourself. It's perfectly okay to be selfish in this scenario. Vouch for yourself. Fight the rich because they're fighting against you and you don't know it.
Well spoken, well said. I got to move it on first. This our first time talking?
Second time.
All right, appreciate it. Thanks for. Come on back anytime, man. Appreciate it. And I will elaborate real quick. It's kind of off topic, but I will elaborate. I do agree with what he said, like in regards to, you know, the wealthy don't give a damn about you. It's kind of off topic, but with the minimum wage debate, what have we often heard? You know, you talk about raising the minimum wage. Well, I don't think a burger flipper should make $15 an hour. You know, I'm a nurse and I only make 21. Why the hell should they make as much as I am almost? The reason why I am disgusted by stuff like that is what has happened is you got the person making $40,000 or $50,000 a year bitching that the guy making $10 an hour shouldn't get a raise. Meanwhile, there's somebody above you that's making 40, 50 fucking million a year. Complaints should go up, not back. Why would you argue with the dude that's only one step behind you and let the guy that's 20, 30 steps ahead get a pass? I agree with that 100%. The guy making $20 an hour should realize if the minimum wage guy gets a raise, my 20 is going to go up. A minimum wage increase is like a foundation on a home. If you live in the attic, okay, you don't make minimum wage. You're not at the basement. You're not at the bottom level. But if I add money to the bottom level, to the foundation of the home, you are higher up too in the attic. The whole damn house is going to rise. So the idea that people who barely got a pot to piss in are saying that the minimum wage should not go up, that absolutely never made sense to me. I mean, fact is, when you're talking about going up to $15 an hour, let's go during the Trump era. Let's talk about during the Trump era when the economy was supposedly booming. You know how many people made less than $15 an hour? Because we always talk about burger flippers. Under the Trump administration, you had CNAs, you had teaching assistants, school bus drivers, security guards, factory workers. There's a whole bunch of people that made less than $15 an hour that had nothing to do with being a kid burger flipper. Lots of people. So if the burger flipper goes from making $7 an hour to $15 an hour, and you're only making $15 an hour as a EMT, you have no choice but they got to give you a raise. Why would I continue being an EMT when a burger flipper is making $15 an hour? I'd rather just go flip burgers. Just to keep your ass, they're going to have to pay you more. And what I don't understand is the right is always talking about, well, let the free market decide. The free market is going to have to pay you more. So it never made any sense to me to have people who barely are getting by bitching that the guy they used to be yesterday don't deserve a raise. And the guy that they'll never be at all deserves to keep all of his money. I don't understand it either, like my last caller was saying. But looking in the comments, though, am I supposed to care now because it was Trump and not when it's a classroom? Ooh. Damn, that's insensitive. That's really insensitive, Harley, but I understand what you're saying. You're saying, should I really give a damn that Trump got shot when we didn't really give a damn when it happens in classrooms? Now, folks on the right, yeah, we do care. No, you don't. I agree 100%. America does not care about people getting shot in classrooms. Show me some evidence. If you believe that we care about students people going grocery shopping, people worshiping at church and getting murdered. If you believe America really, show me some evidence. What have we done? What have we done to try to prevent that from happening? I don't believe we care much. I agree with that. I don't believe we really care much. Now, some would say, well, we tried to make sure Miss Debbie could carry a gun. What? You think teachers want to get in shootouts? When you go out and get your educational degree, you think most teachers, with the wages they make, already dealing with badass kids, you think they really want to add that to their list of duties? And you see what happened in Uvalde. I'm going to go back to the actual topic, but this pisses me off. You see what happened in Uvalde, Parkland, Florida. When the people who are responsible for saving your child's life do not act, folks want blood. So now you get a teacher that has gotten the right and training to carry a firearm. All the parents know that teacher has a gun, and her job, his or her job, is to protect the students if something happens. All of a sudden, some dude comes in the room well more armed than her pistol on her hip. Infinite magazines and rounds. And the teacher cowers because she doesn't want to get murdered. What do you think we're going to do as parents? We're going to want blood from that damn teacher. You really think teachers want to sign up for all of that, for what they get paid? Because ain't nobody going to feel sorry for a teacher that was armed and didn't try to save the kids. Just like they didn't in Parkland. Just like they did not in Uvalde. Why would a teacher sign up for some shit like that? Unless you go get them a huge fucking raise. Anyhow, and by the way, they would need a ridiculous amount of training also. Most of these mass, I'm trying to avoid saying the word, but you know what I'm, folks who do a lot of unalivings, those folks are heavily armed nowadays. Some of them show up wearing body armor. A teacher is not going to be walking around with a rifle slung on her back. You're talking about a pistol on the hip at best. These folks come in there with a long rifle, they can hit her all the way down the damn hallway. You think a teacher's going to be willing to get involved in all of that? You think the average teacher is that fucking brave? And they chose teaching? Huh? Going back to the box. I think you guys are really overstating that one. Justin Hayes. Good afternoon. Welcome to the program. Stop the dementia. Stop the dementia then. What do you mean? So stop the dementia. What do you mean by stopping the dementia? Black power. I'm assuming you're talking about Biden, but what do you mean by that? Justin Hayes, good evening. Justin, are you there? Okay, Justin must have had a call. We'll move the program on. Sometimes it happens. A lot of folks are holding by the time you get to them. You reap what you sow violence. Violence will come right back at. What happened to us being a Christian nation? We've had lives over the last week or two. Louisiana passes a law requiring the 10 Commandments to be displayed prominently in all schools. Oklahoma requires all of the students to read the Bible as part of the actual curriculum. What was the defense of this on the right? Well, we are a Christian-based country. We're banning abortion. We are a country. We believe in God. Then where the fuck is all the violence coming from? The same group, the same damn group that is suggesting that this country was founded on Christianity is the primary group yelling civil war. What chapter and verse in the Bible talks about that? The same group that keeps yelling Christianity is also yelling civil war. Doesn't make sense to me. Going back to the box, stick the ruler. Good afternoon. Well, what sympathy did they have for Pelosi's husband? None. They didn't have no sympathy for Pelosi's husband. Stick. Good evening.
Hey, how you doing, handsome?
Awful.
Yeah. It's right now. I don't know if you remember when he actually got the vid-19.
Say that again.
Do you remember when Trump got the vid-19?
Oh, yes, I do. He didn't want to tell anybody.
Yeah, but when everybody found out, what was the decorum of the nation? How did we feel?
Well, first of all, he tried to make it sound like he was nowhere near as bad off. He was in bad shape.
But what I'm saying is, the nation
cared more about him having COVID than anybody else, and they were like basically sending prayers out to this man.
True.
Including myself, because guess what? At the end of the day, you may be an op, but it's just a political op. It's not something that I want to spark civil war, nothing like that. See, this is the thing. Democrats and left-leaning people, when we lose, we just lose. We may put up a phone, we may do like an Al Gore or a Hillary Clinton.
Right.
But at the end of the day, we concede and we just go with the flow.
I was just going to say that with Trump, it's not just a lose and shake hands afterwards. Trump takes it personal.
Yeah, and again, since he's such a Christian and he's got all these Christians behind him with the evangelicals and everything else, like, it's like they're not paying attention to what's going on. Now, I will say it seems like they'll get him in there, and because they got him in there, even though he's not a religious person, he'll just sign it into law because it doesn't affect him. Yeah. He's not a religious person like that. None of the things that they're passing is anything that he even respects. So it's kind of like, yeah, I'll do it. I'll do this because you scratched my back. So now it's time for me to scratch yours.
Wow.
With allowing.
So it's just all a matter of rewarding the supporters. By the way, folks, tap the screen, get the likes up to about 150,000. Same on YouTube. 220 is possible. Certainly on YouTube. Yeah. Smash that like button. I think it's the top 3 dots of your screen there. Gives you access to the like button. Show the program some love. I wanted to say this also, Stick. In the comments, now this individual's name is Lord Carnage, but he's saying nobody is seriously talking about a civil war. Stop that. He's saying that nobody really is talking about a civil war. Is that the way you view it?
Nah, I mean, you don't hear it as much as it when it first jumped off, maybe like a year ago to 8 months ago, something like that. I mean, every time you turn around, a MAGA in a live, especially in TikTok, is talking about if this happens, it's going to be war and a civil war. And then not only that, Trump said it would be violence. So I mean, at the end of the day, those are the dog whistles that we keep talking about. Not trying to whine and cry, but this is again something as far as when it comes to pew pew control. We're trying to tell you guys. You're going to unalive yourself.
Wow.
Because you're voting for something that basically you really kind of, in a sense, don't even want it regulated in no kind of way because you don't want that particular right infringed. Yeah. But every other right can be infringed on but that. See, so, and again, you're saying that you are a nation of Christians, and the Christians that I know, my father is an actual pastor. So it like none of this is Christian like, but the thing of it is, in a sense of he knows how to separate his political beliefs and his religion. Because at the end of the day, it's all free will.
Yeah.
But by you taking that free will, you making it political.
Well, I've asked this question a number of times. I think I kind of know what your answer is going to be, but because everybody's answered it the same way, but maybe I'm hoping your answer will be different. Can we depend on Trump to maybe release a calming message?
Can we depend on Trump to do what now?
Release a message that calms people down.
Nah. Why would he do that? He just pumped his fist. Why would he do that? And I could have sworn he said fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, he did say that.
Oh, okay. So, like, what is the message after that?
What happened to go peacefully and patriotically?
Well, or it's fight like hell, or let's do trial by combat.
Yeah.
Or it's we own these buildings. We can rush all these buildings. We pay the people in the buildings.
God.
See what I'm saying? So you also got that rhetoric out there.
Yeah, man. Is it time to leave the country?
I don't think it's time to leave the country. I just think it's time for the country to see what we're looking at, man. Don't just like blindly just think that everything is going to be cool when Trump gets in office. No matter who's in office, we're going to still have battles to fight. it's not going to just stop because he says, "Oh, when I get in the day the war's going to be over, everybody's going to be hunky dory."
Yeah, but
that's not who Trump is.
Yeah, but I think we're at the point now where that's not going to happen. I think the folks on the right have their mind made up that the liberals are trying to destroy this country.
Well, I believe right now at this moment, like what happened to him is just basically going to boost him with them. Now they're really going to think he's like Jesus, like, you know, the Lord made sure that he missed because, you know, he got hit in the ear. So it's like, it's going to be a whole bunch of stuff behind he's the prodigal son. So, I mean, I'm just telling you the future because you know it as well as I know it. All of these things are in MAGA's head already. And this is just helping fuel the flames.
Wow. I'm wondering, is gun ownership going to go up as more people think we're getting close to this stuff?
Well, I just believe that his base, like it always has, is going to get rowdier. His base is going to really be on some other stuff. It may not be violent. It may be violent. And when I say it may not be violent, they might actually go back to, again, religion and name him as the prodigal son. And just like, shoot, we ain't got to worry about it. See, they can't do nothing to him. And then they just build more into it. They get more and more cultish. So,
all right, I hope you're wrong, just like I've told every other guest. I'm gonna move it on stick, but I'm not hearing anything that's making me feel better. It's all of this stuff sounds horrible, man.
Again, I'm not saying it in the sense of trying to be mean, but
no, I know that.
I'm just glad he didn't go to January 6th.
What do you mean?
I'm glad at that time his detail was like brave enough.
Oh,
took the clavicle to the, you know.
What do you think would have happened if Trump had went to the Capitol building with those folks?
I think it would have been something similar, but it would have been successful. Just like January 6th was a failure, I think that this would have been similar, but instead of it being a failure today, it would have been successful back then.
Wow. All right, man. Nothing good in that conversation. I appreciate it, though, Stick.
Sorry about that, Ham, but nothing good. I'm sorry, Tim.
Yeah, no shit. All right, man. Thanks for coming through, though. And I don't think I'm going to hear anything good from anybody today. It's just, I mean, MAGA believes it was the liberals and leftists that did it, and folks on the left. Yeah, I mean, I don't think anything good's going to come out of it.
The reason that they are apoplectic right now, the reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
You hear what he says? You hear what he says? That we are in the process of a revolution. And there won't be any bloodshed if the left allows it to be. How do you interpret that? We're going to do things our way, and we won't have any problem as long as the left puts up no resistance. But if the left puts up resistance, you know, that's a Heritage Foundation guy. People who ask it, you talking about the Project 2025? That's one of the guys from the Heritage Foundation, by the way. That's who that is. But that's what we're talking about. He is the leader of that Project 2025 shit that you're hearing all over the news. I'll go back to the box, but real quick, just so you understand what you heard again.
Reason that so many anchors on MSNBC, for example, are losing their minds daily is because our side is winning. And so I come full circle in this response and just want to encourage you with some substance that we are in the process of the Second American Revolution, which will remain bloodless if the left allows it to be.
Take it any way you want. Going back to the box, I mean, it's scary. It's got to be. You can't just hear that and move over that. There is certainly some meaning behind that. He's just saying as long as no crazies like the one today doesn't go rogue and try and shoot a presidential candidate. Graham, I think you're really downplaying that. Let me just say this. You could be right if you ignore the part about we're in the process of a new revolution. He's clearly talking about something that's happening that we haven't been through in a while. He's basically said we're going through a revolution, and it'll be bloodless if the left allows it to be. We're going to basically take over the country, and as long as you don't push back, you know, what is it? Don't start none, don't be none, fuck around and find out. That's kind of what he's saying. We're going to do things our way, and as long as you don't get in the way, things will be all right. That's what I'm hearing. Going back to the bots, going to one of my subscribers, Gregory. Good evening. Welcome to the program. They're trying to start it. It certainly sounds like it here. And somebody said a clear threat. Furback, yeah, it does sound like a clear threat. Gregory, good evening.
Hey, Tim. My first time calling in. I've been following you for about 2 years now.
Wow. Wow. Appreciate that. This is a bad day. This is a bad day for us. Bad day for us to have the first conversation, though.
I know. I almost came in the night when you were on probably last weekend.
Yo, okay.
But yeah, I think a lot of people are talking about this heavy division, and it's the left, it's the right, it's conspiracy, and the problem with that is all it's causing is more division until we find out more information on who actually was involved and who did it.
But what about the notion that Trump could release a statement to calm us down and unify us? And it could, if Trump did that, it would calm us down, wouldn't it?
I think if Trump comes out and releases a statement saying, hey, guys, it's one person, not an entire party, not an entire side.
Right.
That would be the best for our entire country as a whole. Because if he comes out and says, fight like hell, storm the Capitol, do this and that, then it's going to cause what nobody else wants.
Well, have you ever seen the old movie from some of you guys may not be old enough, I'm telling my age, but the movie from 1979, The Warriors, where the guy says, you know, the Warriors did. If Trump comes out like that and starts yelling, the Warriors did it, we got problems on our hands. If he comes out, and, yeah, like you said, if he does it peacefully, that's one thing. But as you've seen in that movie, one lie cost a hell of a lot of mayhem for the Warriors. So maybe he'll do what you're talking about. It's one person. Don't get your britches in a knot. I'm okay. You know, we took care of the threat. You know, let's just get back to making this country great. If he did that, but can we count on him to do that?
So I don't think he's going to come out and make the best statement. I think he's going to come out and try to make something that is, I don't want to say like shrouded in that kind of weird feel of some people get ready. I'm not saying the stand down, stand by, but that kind of feel. That would be detrimental. I think he's going to come out and say something that's, in a way, could be taken by certain people a different way, and people are going to take whatever he says with a grain of salt, and if they're on the hard right or hard left, they're going to take it the way they take it no matter what he says.
Yeah.
And I for one don't like Trump or Biden, and the more I've listened to you and Moo specifically, the more I realize I'm probably on the same plane as Moo. And
you're progressive. You're
both people are fucking awful.
So you would.
I'm active duty military, and I'm up for orders going back to sea for deployment.
Oh, you're in the military.
That is correct. I'm 16 years in, and I'm choosing to go back to sea because I love it. But with all this shit going off, I'm probably going to be going to war because, let's be real, America is a country founded on war.
I'll tell you something, though. In my humble opinion, you'd probably be dealing with less war if Trump gets in office, because he's clearly saying that he's going to get us out of everything. I mean, if Trump becomes president based on his own promises, he's going to let Russia kind of do what they want with the Ukraine and Eastern Europe. He doesn't now. He may get involved with China to some degree, but he's fairly friendly to North Korea. As a veteran yourself, or soon to be veteran, you're still enlisted, but as someone you sound like you'd probably be better off with Trump in office.
So yes and no. Trump in office, yeah, I think as far as military goes, it would be not beneficial, but it would be less attacking.
Right.
However, if he says fuck Ukraine and just lets shit go off the wild, then what's to say that, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but what's to say that Russia doesn't push further, and if he pushes further than NATO, if Trump doesn't pull out
I don't,
NATO,
yeah, but let me ask you
we're gonna
this.
react to that.
I get your point that if Trump lets Russia do their thing, they may then go into a NATO member country, and then we got to invoke, what is it, Article 25 or whatever it is. I get your point on that, but we seen Trump get out of the Paris Accord. We seen him break the Iran deal. We heard him talking negative about everybody from NATO to the WHO, the World Health Organization. We know how he felt about NAFTA. If Russia took over Ukraine and then attacked the NATO member country, are you sure that Trump would even defend NATO?
I think Trump would be just referencing back to World War II forever ago. I know that we didn't come into the war till way late, obviously till we were attacked in Pearl Harbor, but we still had our hands in the pot way before that. And with NATO, as they claim, and I'm not vouching for or against NATO, but NATO is a defensive agreement. The whole purpose is defensive, and if they attack someone in the NATO realm, then everyone's going to go for to defend like they're supposed to. And
what I'm saying is, I think with Trump having a favorable relationship with Putin, remember he picked Putin over our intelligence agencies. If Putin said,
that was stupid.
If Putin said the only reason why I had to attack Poland or one of our NATO member allies is because they attacked me first, and Trump go to the American people and say, look, I'm with NATO, but we're not going to get involved with this because Poland started this, I think MAGA would buy that.
Oh, no, MAGA would for sure buy it. I don't think that all MAGA people are terrible, but I do think that they are, I don't want to say brainwashed, because, I mean, you follow enough politics and it always comes on your feed, like, this is what I follow, so all you get fed is the same thing over and over. That's why, like yourself, I follow you, I follow a whole bunch of right-wing politics, I follow a bunch of left-wing politics, and I decipher my own decision based off of what I see between left and right media. And I hate left and right. I think both the political sides are fucking awful.
So you're leaning in the progressive area. Real quick on YouTube.
100% progressive, yeah, for sure. I think that everyone deserves their own freedoms and rights. And
but there's more to it than that. I'll explain it to you in a second. But in mine, McCorkle said the Trumplicans are going to have fun with this, unfortunately, and I agree with that. You would probably agree with that as well. That they're going to.
Yeah, of course. I mean, they definitely are. I mean, the Trumplicans, as the left says, yeah, they're going to have fun with it. They're going to be like, yeah, this is A to B, this is this problem, this is that problem, and it's all the left, and like you said earlier, they were saying it's the liberal or the leftists, which encompasses what? Everything that's not MAGA.
Everything that's,
we don't have a left in this country. We have center right, and we have right.
Well, I had an individual that was definitely passionate MAGA on the program tell me that you're either. I
heard that. I've been watching you since you came on.
Yeah, he said you're either MAGA or you're a Democrat. There is no in between. And Joe Shalom said, what side of Democrats is like this? That's why you have to stop both siding. What, Joe? You got to explain some of this. I want to engage with you. What am I saying? So at the end of the day, though, Gregory, and by the way, thank you for your service. I'd hate to see your service wasted in some shit like this, but
yeah. No, I was at the Afghanistan pullout.
You were at the pullout?
Yeah. With the 13 dead service members, I knew 3 of them personally. Yeah.
Do you blame Biden?
No, I don't blame either president. Now Trump did in himself enact when the policy was going to happen and how we're going to pull out, and then Biden did the pull out. And I don't blame either president because neither president was involved and there. It happened to do with the generals and the people overseeing the entire pull out. And I don't care about the military equipment left behind because they gutted most of it to where it was almost unusable. You can always see that in videos where
I seen on
the helicopter crashing all over the place. Like, it's not, we weren't leaving behind usable, perfect equipment.
Right.
But the 13 dead, that I don't think we should have reacted to it. However, it is definitely a black mark on our pullout. It's not that it was a positive or a negative. It was that it happened, and based on what Trump said, Biden should have responded because he said what Trump said: if any blood is spilled, hell's gonna break loose.
Yeah.
We could have easily walked out of there with some AIM-9 Hellfire missiles hitting them on the way out.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's good because loss of life is always shit, but like Smoke just said, thank you. It comes along with the job.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, Gregory, I do appreciate you coming on, man. Wow, you are a wealth of good conversation. Doors are always open to you, man.
Yeah, whenever I'm not at work, I always try to tune into you, and I will make sure I come back on. It's my first time ever going live, and I appreciate your program, and I love following you, and I will continue to follow.
And I appreciate your service and what you've done for this country. Good luck, man. Appreciate it. All right, moving on with 16 years in, he said, and he loves it, and he's going to go back. Wow. Good stuff. Like I said, I hate to hear any of them that their services are being wasted or wrongfully put in harm's way, but it is part of the territory. I wanted to read one of the comments on YouTube. Don't ever forget what it says. Don't ever forget Trump's secret meeting with Putin in 2016. Only Putin's interpreter was allowed. The U.S. as a country has zero clue of what was discussed. Joe Shalom, I talked about that, and I prefaced it by saying I know MAGA's not going to like this. I'm not saying Trump's going to become a dictator, but what I'm saying is that if you were thinking about becoming a dictator in a country like this, a republic, democracy, whatever you want to say, Putin will be the guy to talk to, because he did it in his country. His country, he was elected to be the leader of that country. Once he got in, he changed the rules so he can't get kicked out. So if you wanted to change the way our country is ran here in America so that you could remain in power forever, Putin would be the one to talk to. I mentioned this last week. And I did mention that when Trump went and talked to Putin, after the meeting was over, he took the interpreter's notes. So to this day, we never know what was said in that meeting. I did bring that up. So I mean, you just weren't tuned in that day. But yeah, I stated if you wanted to do something like that, and we can debate whether you think Trump is the one doing it or not, but anybody, if you want, he will be the guy to talk to. He's the guy who's done it in most modern time, the guy who's done it very recently. Putin will be the guy to talk to. We know Trump had a private meeting with him, and you don't know where to know. By the way, he also received a letter from Kim Jong-un, and he didn't get that one out either. So we don't know what's on that one. So he's spoken to at least 2 dictators we know of, and he don't tell anybody what they said. I think Joe Biden, in one of his speeches he did this week, brought up something like that, where he talked to the other world leaders and stated, and see, I've given you my notes, so you know what we talked about. He brought that up. Joe Biden just said that. You got my notes, so you know what we talked about. We don't know what Trump talked about. Was it dictatorship type shit? Don't know. Because for some reason, he didn't want you to know what he talked to Vladimir Putin about. Looking in the comments, then why the fuck do you think it's okay to help them? Joe, I don't believe that the liberal plan for America is so great that you should just dismiss everything about Trump, MAGA, Republicans. I don't think that, because that is what creates the shit we got now. Is one group of people believe they're disenfranchised, not getting a fair shake, being blocked, banned, and censored in the media, which is why I always say I'm MAGA friendly and I don't do that shit. Because if you do it that way, you almost sound like the guy here on the screen talking about it's my way or the highway. I'm not a fan of it, Joe. I get your point. I appreciate the support, absolutely, but let the folks speak and then we can hash it out. I've had MAGA tell me, some of the things you said resonated with me and makes sense. And some of the things they've said, I do believe that people should be able to speak. I just do. I don't see it as helping them out. I don't see how letting somebody talk is helping them out. Because you're not changing how they feel. Some folks would even tell me sometimes you're giving a platform to racism, or you're giving a platform to homophobia, or you're giving a platform to hate. I want to hear what the folks have to say, because you're not taking that away by silencing it. Maybe if the people could speak and you could respond, they could realize maybe the way I am thinking is not necessarily the best way. But if you force them into silence, I just think you're going to make it worse. That's why I believe in letting them speak. If you view that as helping them out, so be it. But I don't think I'm doing that. Lisa. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the program, Lisa. I don't know what I just did with my screen. Oh.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Bad day.
Okay, this is the first. up the first time you couldn't hear me. I was going to say I have an idea of who could have done this today, and it's not always the left, because we're talking about all the things that happened with Roe versus Wade being overturned and all the women that are being hurt by that.
Right.
In states across the country. Some of those women have lost their ability to have children. They've had to give birth to children that they were SA'd or raped. They have had children pass away in their womb, and the states are now making them have these children.
Kate Cox of Texas.
They've gone septic and nearly died.
Yeah, Kate Cox of Texas comes to mind when you say that.
Yes, and also the housing crisis. We had the corporations that were deregulated, where they could come in and buy all the property. So now we have housing crisis issues. You don't know who has gone over the edge because of the mental situation. So I don't know that it's a leftist. It could be, but it could be anybody.
Yeah.
I assume it's somebody that is suffering mental issues.
Well, let me just say it like this, because you're right, it could be anybody, and a lot of folks are saying that Trump is going to try to use this to his advantage. One thing I will say I'm happy of is that Trump is currently not the president, for the simple fact is, if he was president and he could control the narrative of how we describe who tried to kill him, it would be Nancy Pelosi's kid or somebody. So I like the fact that we will likely know from a more honest picture of who tried to take him out. Because if Trump was in control of the government right now, and you had, Attorney General Barr or somebody on the right in charge of the feds and the Secret Service, I don't know if I would trust the narrative in how they described who tried to kill him. They would paint him out to be a diehard liberal.
Well, I'd like to think that that's not the case. I've actually been in MAGA lives where they say 8 of the last shootings were actually trans people.
Damn, really?
Yeah, I've heard that.
Oh my God.
And we know that that's not true, so...
Yeah, that's absolutely false. I think we had one in Nashville that was certainly a transgender individual up in Nashville, that mass shooting, but 8 of them? That's flat out false.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, like I said, we don't know who it is. I'm speculating just like everybody else.
Yeah.
I mean, we're all speculating. Nobody knows.
But speaking of speculating, what does it say? A11R, some weird name, but he says, due to what happened, Trump just won the election today. Do you think that this event will be so favorable to Trump's campaign that he can't be caught up with? You think this is going to make him win?
I have no idea. I mean, I don't know. It could. Things seem to favor him that would actually take anybody else's campaign down. So
True.
Who knows?
Yeah, but here's what I don't see though, is if you're voting strictly on somebody getting shot. I mean, if Biden, like I said before, if Biden gets to support him, I mean, you don't vote against your principles because a guy got wounded.
No, there's no way that people who are going to vote for Biden are going to vote for Trump because this happened.
Yeah.
There's just no way. And it's the same thing. If for some reason Trump, the ideologies on the right and the left are completely different, and you're not going to throw away your morals and your stance just because your candidate isn't there.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why a lot of Trump supporters believe that. He gets a bunch of felonies, or in this case, which is really bad, somebody trying to take his life. That's gonna make, because I ask him all the time, would this make you vote for Biden? If the system was trying to railroad Nancy Pelosi, is that gonna make you want to vote for her? No. I mean, you hate everything she stands for. You're not gonna throw all that out just because somebody tried. I mean, when Nancy Pelosi's husband got the crap beat out of her, they make him sympathize, or they just said it was a gay lovers quarrel. Lisa, did I lose you? All right, apparently my guest had a call. We'll move it on. And I don't see sympathy for any candidate. I mean, well, I see sympathy, but I don't see people switching their vote. There's going to be plenty of folks on the left. Hell, I sympathize with what the guy went through. I don't think he deserves to be murdered. But if I'm going to vote for him, or if I'm not going to vote for him, it ain't going to be because of what happened today. It's just not. Y'all seen the boys when Homelander sacrificed his three biggest supporters and blamed. I didn't see that. I didn't see that episode. I agree with you. He doesn't deserve to be murdered. No, he doesn't. Trump. I don't think Trump deserves to be taken out. But folks are going to point out some of his policies probably has cost lives. But if you run a country, it's probably going to be impossible to run America without doing something that's going to cost somebody some lives. I mean, George W. Bush probably cost a ton of people their lives. I think Trump's handling of COVID certainly cost some lives. Shout out to Herman Cain, may he rest in peace. I definitely believe his handling of the pandemic cost some lives, but I'm sure you can easily come up with things that Biden has done that has cost lives. I'm sure somebody could. I know Shalom is not going to like that comment, but yeah, I just hope that folks think with a more level head. I don't want to see bloodshed over what happened to this guy, and it can start with President Trump himself releasing a more unified message. MAGA makes threats all the time. Well, that's turning out to be true. Somebody says wishful thinking. You've incited violence. Juice, George, give me some examples. You got more room to type than that. You can be critical of the host. You guys know I'm all about free speech. By the way, follow the program if you enjoy free speech from civilized viewers on all sides of the aisle. Follow the program on TikTok, a subscription on YouTube if you will. Tap the screen, get the likes up to about 170,000. We still got about 1,000 of you in here. And the same on YouTube. Feel free to smash that like button. 250 might be a bit to ask, but smash that like button on YouTube. By the way, folks, Monday through Friday, 1300, 1 p.m. Central is when you'll find us. Generally a crowd about the same as now, 1 to 2,000, maybe 3,000 people on some big days. We believe in all entities being allowed to speak. We are, always have been, always will be MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. So you don't have to agree with anybody in the comment section, including the host. So that's how we run the program. I'm looking in the comments, what have we stood for? Democracy, Democrats, parties, supporters, decline. America needs an unusual change, and Trump's taking the battle. Not many want him to change. Wake up, Trump versus Biden. I think you're saying that Trump is the one that's taking the battle to give the change in America that we need. I'm interpreting your comment to say that, Sharonette. I don't know if I'm hearing that right, but I'll just say this. If Trump is going to drain the swamp and do what's best for this country and get rid of a lot of the wasted, he can do it without all the insults and name calls. I'm just simply telling you, he's losing folks that may otherwise have supported him by treating people so awful. Now, I know on the MAGA side of the fence, it's like, fuck your feelings. As long as he's doing what's best for the country, he should be able to insult and say any damn thing he wants. My opinion is that's not realistic. That's not, nobody, I don't think anybody has the ability to say anything they want with zero consequences. I'm a huge proponent of free speech, but it has consequences to it. You can't just get up there and insult every governor, every general you want, every sitting senator. I mean, these are all very powerful people in their own right. And you're just going to go to Washington and insult all of them and expect to have a smooth presidency. They gave me trouble from day one. What the hell did you think was going to happen? You came to Washington saying that everybody is a piece of shit. And you were great. And you were going to get rid of all of the people that are a piece. What did you think was going to happen? You were just going to go there and do all of this smoothly with no resistance? That makes no sense to me at all. I have a neighbor so brainwashed, it's unbearable. And she's a nice person. Now she's old, alone, and people run when they see her coming. Damn. Go ahead, get mad. I like your name. Brainwashed in what manner? Damn, people run when they see her coming. Looking in the comments, somebody said I incited violence. I would like to know how. This was staged. Yet another J-Dog says it. Yes or no? I asked this earlier in the program, but since we got a totally different audience at this point, by way of yes or no, How many of you folks believe what happened today was a staged event? How many of you folks believe what happened today was staged? It wasn't just some radical that hated Trump, but rather it's something that was staged. And I'd also like to know, staged by who? Who staged it? Because I'm hearing folks suggest that it was both left wingers and right wingers that staged it. Staged by who? Yeah, I see somebody pointed out no people died. Yes, somebody did die. Somebody did die. But keep in mind, somebody died on January 6th and they say Antifa staged that, or Ray Epps, or the FBI. They say that was staged. Let's use the Republican words, it was staged. You guys are awful. I hate to think that somebody would stage an assassination attempt on a president. I'd hate to think, but I mean, we have seen some wild shit. Looking at the comment, Hunter Biden staged it. All right, a little bit of humor doesn't hurt on a day like today, but no, Hunter Biden. How did it graze his? What does this say? How did it graze his ear? How it grazed his ear from the side. We got the footage. Somebody pointed out rightfully. He grazed his ear because of how he turned his head. Let me see if I can bring up the unfortunate footage of the president. I must have. Oh, there it is. Okay, we'll let you look at it again. If you notice, right before he gets shot, he turns his head. A lot of folks are suggesting that if he had not turned his head, he would have took a round to the side of his head. But by turning his head, you get the graze. So you can watch it. Here it is on the monitor behind me. Now, if you notice, right before he gets hit and he had just turned his head. Better yet, if you notice, actually right here, while he's speaking, his head is turned. He's not looking straight out at the audience. So the suggestion is that the round came from, I want to say the left, but if you're looking at the monitor, the side where the letter T is there, that side is where the round came from. The side where the letter T in his name, Trump, is on that side. Would have been his right side. So if the round comes across that way, if his face is turned flat out straight at the audience, he gets hit in the side of the face. The head, rather. But if his face is turned like it is, it could be a graze wound. That is the suggestion, is that he had his face turned like that. And see, it's completely turned, and that's when he puts his hand on his ear. So, and the audience went crazy. The audience, oh shit, they knew he had got hit. Anyway, looking in the comments, wow, terrible day. It was a bullet that hit him though. Yeah, he said, Trump himself has released a statement and said it was a bullet. Yeah, it was a bullet because somebody else died. I mean, you hear multiple shots. I'll try not to play the audio too much, but I'll give it a whirl. I don't want to get all copyrighted and shit, but you'll hear the audio.
What happened?
Sound like that was three shots I heard. Let me play it again. Turn the volume all the way up.
Take a look at what happened.
1, 2, at least 3. You heard somebody yelling, "Get down, get down, get down." Yeah, at least 3. Clearly heard 3 shots. That man got really lucky today. Wow. Can you imagine? You got shot in the ear, just literally, a few millimeters, and that's in your skull. I mean, he almost died today. That's something to think about while folks are cheering it on or feeling happy or feeling sad. That's sad. Oh, and I see in the comments, somebody did say, some reports say the teleprompter got shot and the glass from that cut him. Okay. Then he got missed by a lot more than just a graze wound. Whatever the case may be, clearly somebody was trying to kill the man today. And I see in the comments already on ABC, they still continue to say they're investigating whether it was an assassination attempt. To me, clearly we're trying to kill the man. If other people there died that day and the rounds were hitting, I mean, somebody was trying to take the man's life. There's no investigation on whether it was an assassination attempt. I think that's pretty obvious. It's about as obvious as what happened to George Floyd. People say, well, he died of COVID or he died of fentanyl. It's obvious. You see what's happening right in front of you. And this is another case of that. It's obvious it was an assassination attempt. I don't know why, other than to keep the country calm and maybe not upset MAGA. We'll try to tell them it was something else, but it's pretty clear it was an assassination attempt. when they was taking Trump off stage, reading his lips, he was saying fight, fight, fight. Yeah, he was also using his hand. He was raising up a fist saying fight. Yeah, he was definitely saying that. So if he had passed away, it shows he was not trying to unify the country on his way out. I think that's pretty damn clear. That he was leaving a very, very divisive message, thinking that if he's dying, I want to make sure I let the country know, fight. I mean, he was leaving a very divisive message. So maybe we got lucky that he didn't pass away. Because right now we might be dealing with some serious problems right now at this late hour had he passed away. Because he was telling the people to fight. He wasn't telling people to be peaceful or pray for me or, he was telling people to fight. So just take that as you will. Looking in the comments, show me where Trump is racist. I'll wait. Oh my God. Where did that come from? We're not even talking about being racist. But it's getting late. I will play something for you that you can have a little fun with before we go back to the box. You can make me fuck around and lose all my viewers asking that question. But you asked. So, God. Let me see if I can bring this up to have a little fun with you. And we can talk about it. I've brought this up plenty of times before in the past. This is President Trump. It's not coming from CNN or any of your news networks. This is coming from President Trump himself. If I can find what I'm looking for, I generally have it in my search platform here. I'm just looking for it. I may not have it queued up where I can find it, but it was President Trump. There we go. I think I see it in there somewhere. No, maybe I don't, because you're asking me to show you something that Trump said that's racist. I hear it all the time. And he did say something, in my opinion, that was very questionable. And it really was designed to make African Americans look awful, if you ask me. Here is the video. I did find it.
Zone in Syria.
Let me see and I've played it many times. So anybody who regularly watches the show probably know what I'm gonna put up, but I'm gonna find where it comes in somewhere around 3 minutes. This is Trump talking to Bill O'Reilly on Bill O'Reilly's old program, the Fox News O'Reilly Factor.
This will cost us billions of dollars over a 10-year period, and we can't do it.
All right. You and I have the same vision. We have the same vision about safe zones inside Syria. But I'm working through NATO. You haven't mentioned NATO. Why not?
Okay, wait a minute.
Countries, frankly, to the
thing. And you think you could do that?
Well, it would be nice. I mean, they do have many other countries. They go from Syria to Minnesota. Free zone.
If you have a safe,
it's a much better idea, and certainly better for us.
Okay. Are you aware that the liberal media and the Democratic Party in general trying to paint you as...
Let me pause it for a minute, because somebody in the comments, Kevin Hughes or Kevs, you're saying this is why you hate MAGA. What does this got to do with hating MAGA? What if I said to show I hate MAGA? Somebody asked me, has Trump said anything that's racist? I want to give you my opinion of something that I think that may qualify. This is free speech. This isn't a program where everything favors your candidate of choice or goes against somebody you don't like. It's free speech. I'm going to show you something, and damn it, you can criticize it once it's over with. But that's how free speech works. It doesn't go all the time in your favor or all the time against you. I got people on the program now saying I hate MAGA, and other people saying I'm defending Republicans too damn much. This is what happens when you operate somewhat in the center. Both sides think you're full of shit. I get it all the time. Anyhow, check it out. I'll rewind it about 10 seconds.
Liberal media and the Democratic Party in general trying to paint you as a racist. Are you aware of that?
I think so, but I think people know better than that. I'm probably the least racist person on earth.
Well, I've known you a long time, and I never saw any racism from you. However, when you tweet out a thing, and this bothered me, I got to tell you, you tweeted out that whites killed by blacks, these are statistics you picked up from somewhere, at a rate of 81%. And that's totally wrong. Whites killed by blacks is 15%. Yet you tweeted it was 81%.
Now, Bill, I didn't tweet. I retweeted somebody that was supposedly an expert,
but you don't
and it
want
was
to be,
also a radio
why do you
show.
want to be in that zone?
Hey, Bill, am I going to check every statistic? I get millions and millions of people.
You got it. You're a presidential contender.
I have millions of people. You know what? Fine. But this came out of radio shows and everything else.
Oh, come on,
all
radio
it was a
shows?
retweet. I didn't say, excuse me. All it was is a retweet. It wasn't from me, and it did. It came out of a radio show and other places because you see all the names.
Look, you know I'm looking out for you, right? You know that? You know I'm looking out for you. I look out for every honest politician. I don't care what party they're in. Don't do this. Don't put your name on stuff like this because it makes the other side, it gives them stuff to tell the ill-informed voter that you're a racist. I mean, you just hand them the platter.
This was a retweet. I'm sure you're looking out for me. Everybody is, right?
Yeah.
This was a retweet. This was a retweet.
All right, whatever it is.
And it
I
came
told
from
you
sources
shouldn't tweet
that are
ever.
very credible.
You shouldn't be tweeting. Don't tweet. Give it up for Lent.
Okay, let me tackle this. I see a lot of folks in the audience are saying it's not racist. Well, there's a bunch of things I want to tackle about this. First of all, we'll put up what he tweeted out. This is what he retweeted out. Now, a few problems. First, Trump is the one that has coined the phrase fake news, other than Sarah Palin from the John McCain era. You know, a guy who's known for saying fake news is now tweeting out stuff and saying, I don't have time to fact check what I sent out. So that's a big issue. But what he tweeted out here is that blacks are killed by whites to a tune, or better yet, whites are killed by blacks rather, to a tune of 81%, when in reality, as Bill O'Reilly pointed out, only 15% of whites are killed by black people. Meaning that blacks typically kill blacks, like in Chicago and places like that. Black people kill people they're around. Blacks kill blacks, whites kill whites, et cetera, et cetera. Trump makes it sound like with this tweet that if you are white and you're the victim of a homicide, there's an 81% chance that a black person did it. Now, folks in the audience, well, that's not racist. No, but it ain't complimentary either, is it? To suggest that any white person that's a victim of a homicide has an 81% chance that it's a black person. You can say it's not racist, fair enough. But I'll tell you this, if I'm white and I don't have any black friends or associates and I believe what Trump sent out, if I see a black person walking down the street toward me, I'm going to either cross over on the other side or put my hand on my gun. This paints black people in an exceptionally bad light. Now, in addition to that, look at the graphic that's on your screen. Now, two things about it. First of all, you can't see the source that's at the bottom because the red line here is drawn through it, but it actually says the source is the Crime Statistics Bureau in San Francisco. And you heard Bill O'Reilly state that source doesn't even exist. Conveniently, it came out of San Francisco. You go figure with that. We know what the right thinks about San Francisco, but the Crime Statistics Bureau in San Francisco is a source that does not even exist. But in addition to that, look at the graphic on the screen there. Notice the guy with the gun turned to the side. He's wearing a do-rag. His skin is black, by the way. The guy that you see on this that was tweeted, it's a black dude. It's clearly a black dude. The gun is turned to the side like a gangbanger. He's wearing one of those do-rags like you see the Crips and Blood. I mean, say it ain't racist how you want, but it ain't good. No apology, no explanation. First of all, let me ask you this question. Let's say, for instance, Trump's statistics were actually correct. What is the purpose of tweeting this out? What is the purpose of telling white people that blacks are killing them wholesale? You can say it ain't racist, but it ain't good. It's painting black people to look like fucking murderers of whites. No explanation, no apology, nothing. So do you look at this and say, yay, this means Trump loves black people, rah, rah. Is that what you see when you see this? Because folks, if you can see the racism in vote for me and you ain't black, but you see this as nothing, I'd question your ethics. I mean, you're literally telling white people that they have an 81% chance that if they are murdered, a black person did it. And the FBI quickly grabbed his statistics. This is why they were suggesting when Trump was in office that hate crimes were going up. Damn right, this would make me not like black people. We wouldn't be getting murdered so damn much if it wasn't for you killers. That's what this says. No explanation for why he would even tweet this out. And a lot of folks often say, well, you're taking Trump out of context. What context is this? I don't get, why would you send this out? What is the goal of even sending this out other than to tell whites, you guys need to watch out for black people? They murdering us. That's it. That's it. So when folks say that, well, you never say anything racist, okay. At the end of the day, racism, whatever you view as racism, such as vote for me, you ain't black. I think MAGA supporters overwhelmingly, MAGA rather, Trump supporters overwhelmingly see vote for me or you ain't black as racist. But then you get something like this and it's not. So I would just tell you that whatever you view as racist, whether or not it's, at the end of the day, it's your opinion. You have an opinion on what you view as racist and some other people do as well. Because I don't think most African Americans would view this as anything positive at all. And I think the worst issue is no explanation for why he was sending this out and no apology in terms of correcting the 81% when the actual number is 15. Last but not least, I do have to ask this question. Where did he get this from? Because as Trump, I mean, better yet, as Bill O'Reilly told them, like, this is completely, incorrect. The source is not real. And he asked, Bill O'Reilly was trying to ask Trump, where did you get this? And Trump is like, oh, well, radio shows. I mean, Trump didn't even want to grant his source. Where is this coming from? What are you browsing on the web? Because even Fox News don't send out shit like this. So what websites are you on that are posting this stuff? So I want to point that out. Where is he at? Because we know Trump is really diligent online. He really gets on the media, really gets it. Where are you browsing to get this? I mean, the graphic is painting black people. I mean, look at the graphic. It looks like a guy on the streets of Los Angeles somewhere or Chicago. I mean, it looks like a thug. Just randomly shooting people. The gun is turned to the side, all of that. Why would he tweet that out? Looking in the comments, Mirren, thank you for the super chat, says, I think both conventions should throw them both out after this week. And both parties should put up new nominees. Trump and Biden need to go because they both dial up the rhetoric. I think you get a substantial amount of liberals to agree with you. I don't think you're going to get a lot of Trump supporters or Republicans to agree. I think the Democrats would readily be okay with trying somebody else other than Biden. They didn't get a primary. The Democrats didn't give them a primary. The Republicans had a primary and they chose Trump. So I think the Democrats will be voting because they don't like Trump. The Republicans will be voting because they love Trump. So Trump does have support and adoration. Biden does not. Most of the people voting for Trump or voting against, most of the people that are voting for Biden are doing it out of hatred for Trump. They're not doing it out of love for Biden. But anyway, I just wanted to bring this to you because, like I said, everybody has an opinion on what's racist or not. And if vote for me, you ain't black is racist toward black people, but this ain't, I don't know where to go with that. I just don't know where to go with that. I'd much rather you tell me I lost my hood pass because I didn't vote for Biden or something crazy like that, which is stupid, but I'd much rather you tell me you don't view me as black anymore because I didn't vote for Biden than to call me a fucking murderer. I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what else to do with it. And like I said, no explanation for why he would send this out at all. I'd like to know, where did you get it from? Where did you get it from? What website are you on that gave you this and you actually took it and decided to send it back out to the masses? Because he said, I don't have time to fact check. And also, too, with him saying, I don't have time to fact check what I sent out, what else are you sending out that's wild like that? So I just wanted to point it out. So when folks say he ain't never done nothing wild, and then I won't even bring up the video where the guy's yelling white power and he says he didn't hear that. I mean, Trump has said some wild shit. Whether or not you think he's racist, fine. I'm not trying to jump up and down. I'm not jumping up and down and yelling, yeah, Trump's racist. I'm not saying that. But the idea that there's no reason for people to say stuff makes no sense to me. He has done some weird shit. He has done some stuff. This being one of them. This doesn't make black people look like anything other than the article says. We're murdering white people wholesale. Looking in the comments, Trump ear will be auctioned off. Damn, you really think he a grifter? He gonna auction off his own ear for money. Ask your audience if it could be from ONN. No. One American News, what you mean OAN, right? Yeah, OAN. I watch some Newsmax. I watch a lot of Fox News. But a lot of networks don't carry OAN. I think you got to get it online, don't you? I've watched some OAN. Yeah, Breitbart or something like that. Something from the Steve Bannon side, you might get it. This is you got to go pretty hardcore conservative to get something like this that Trump put out there. You clearly are not going to get this from any liberal or progressive site. So you got to go pretty far to the right to get that. Yes, you said he is racist, but MAGA will not agree. Says no. Well, to me, like I said, I'm not here to say he's racist. I'm just simply saying this paints black people wrongfully, by the way, wrongfully in a horrible light. Because there's enough black on black crime to show that there's plenty of violence in black communities. But now you're trying to say they're going and murdering white people. So, I mean, sometimes the truth is worse enough. I mean, the truth is in our communities, we do a lot of violence. You don't need to make up some shit. I mean, what are you trying to say? Negroes are leaving Chicago and heading over into rural Idaho and killing people? It's insane. It's insane. He should have said something. And you see, as Bill O'Reilly pointed out, you're just handing yourself over on a platter with stuff like that. Even Bill O'Reilly, friend of Trump for over 30 years, has his personal number and all. Even he was admitting, this looks bad. Trump was pushing back. Look at in the comments, what happened to me? All of a sudden, don't want to converse about this. Grim, I don't know what you're talking about. He probably heard of it off a dim radio show. You really think Trump is sitting around listening to Democratic radio shows? Really? But you know Biden remarks and Biden causes no one else to get it. I don't know what you're talking about. You said he probably heard it off a Democrat radio show. But you know Biden remarks are Biden's because no one else is that stupid. Okay, all right, I get your point. I don't agree that Biden is the only one that says dumb stuff, so you know if you hear something dumb, it has to come from Biden. I think that when Trump says things that sounds kind of wild, we give it a pass quicker because Trump says Biden says things that are incoherent, like stuttering and things like that, or mixing up names. Trump says things that are perfectly coherent that are just factually impossible, like Frederick Douglass still being alive, or fighting to protect airports during the Civil War 100 years before the invention of the airplane. No stuttering or anything. It's just awful. So we give Trump a pass on that kind of stuff. So that's why it's a little bit different. Biden's daughter said he was forced to shower with her dad, Joe Biden, at a very inappropriate age, says Felix. You know what I always bring up. I don't think that the Biden is a pedo argument. If Biden was running against Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis or somebody, I think it would be a stronger argument. But when Trump is saying if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her while his daughter was underage, on Howard Stern referring to her as a hot piece of ass, his own kid, I don't think you should go in that direction with Biden when his opposition is Trump. Unless you're going to hold Biden accountable for his stuff and give Trump a pass. But Trump has said some pretty inappropriate shit about his own kid, too. I mean, if she wasn't my daughter, I'd be dating her? Really? Okay, we talk about sniffing and taking showers with your own kid, but clearly, if you're talking about you be dating somebody you view them as fuckable, I mean, not a good argument to present, in my opinion. Both of them, not a good argument. Are you kidding? You compare words to inappropriate showering. Felix, you don't need to shower with a minor to be referred to as a piece of shit. I could be someone who has never had access to a minor in my entire life, but if I got pornography or something, I'm a piece of shit. I mean, you don't, just because you're saying showering is bad, but saying I would be dating my minor daughter is not. I mean, I get your point that okay, Biden did something physically, so you see it. And by the way, the daughter disputes this stuff. But let's go with what you're saying. You're saying, okay, we're going to hold Biden accountable for the showering stuff. But Trump's saying I would be dating my minor daughter. We ignore that. Let's just focus on the showering part. Is it possible that maybe both of them were incredibly inappropriate? Or should we just focus on Biden? You let me know. Looking in the comments. Sorry, guy. Angels are protecting Trump. And if you don't believe that, then you are an unbeliever. You are an unbeliever. What is an unbeliever? You are an unbeliever. Repent. God is involved in human affairs and governing. I don't know if I agree with all of that angel stuff. Angels protecting Trump, one who passes, but I do say something is protecting Trump. I think the Supreme Court may have some halos over their head, if we want to say that. Clarence Thomas may suddenly have become an angel for the Republican Party, but no, I don't think the angels from heaven is protecting Trump. I think it's humans on earth that is protecting Trump, and he is being protected. I agree with you. In 2019, Biden said that poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. I'm not going to defend Biden. Not at all. Not at all. Biden has racial shit in his past. Not going to defend Biden at all. So if the argument is, well, Trump, let's go look at Biden, we can go back and forth. I'm just simply saying neither one of these men is clean of this stuff. Because folks say, well, Biden is a racist, but Trump loves black people. No, I just gave you something that should not be in Trump's past at all. Whether you think this was racist or not, it shouldn't be there. Same thing with the tweeting out of a white guy yelling white power, and Tim Scott, of all people, having to tell Trump, take that down. Tim Scott was the one that told Trump, take down the video he had tweeted out of a man yelling white power. So just want to point that out. We can talk about Biden. I'm not going to run from Biden conversation, but notice a lot of the stuff brought up on Biden, with the exception of vote for me and you ain't black. Most of that other stuff is going back decades. A lot of it is. Stuff we're bringing up on Trump is pretty recent. Because Trump used to be pretty damn cool with the black community. But the stuff we're bringing up on Trump now is pretty damn recent. So maybe he's changed a little bit as time went on. Good, don't defend Biden. We all proudly defend Trump. Yeah, okay. But that shows you I am objectable. I don't mind seeing good and bad on both sides. I'm not just going to blindly defend Biden, which is what you're saying you're doing on Trump. They are going to stick to blaming everything on Biden, says Big Rooster Show. Yeah, I don't disagree. Maybe the liberals will blame quite a bit on Trump. This is the both sides of me coming out. I don't think you should be blaming an assassination attempt on Biden. I don't believe in blaming what Trump is dealing with in the courts on Biden. I would rather, when Trump make these strong statements, like the one we're looking at on the screen here, he presents some evidence and proof of this stuff. I think that is one of the benefits Trump gets that Biden doesn't, is that Trump can say stuff, and the accountability, when Biden says things, the accountability is stronger on the left than it is for Trump on the right. And like, for instance, Trump recently promising to get a police immunity from prosecution. The left would have tore Biden in half for saying some shit like that. The right is like, well, he kind of meant this or he meant that, and it's good to go. We heard about shoving shit down kids' throats in schools and how wrong that was. Suddenly when it became the Bible, okay, well, we are Christian. It's good to do that. So I think Biden gets the loss in this because Trump does get a pass on a lot of things that the left would not give Biden a pass on. Trump is dead. What the fuck? I can't believe this. That's not true. Whatever your name is. Trump is fine. I'm not going to continue. That would be misinformation, suggesting that Trump is no longer with us. Tim really needs to stop watching Fox. Why? I like Fox News, Skeeter, but I do watch CNN and MSNBC. If I didn't watch Fox, I would. This particular graphic I got on my screen came from watching Fox. If you watch only one side of the media, oftentimes you only get one side of the story. I got this from watching Fox, so I think you should watch both sides. Fox is fake news, says, but yeah, Fox News is not always truthful. I'm not going to pretend but I still want to watch it because I want to hear people's opinions. Christianity and LGBTQ are vastly different. How so? How so? I mean, we're claiming that the LGBT community going in the bathrooms, drag queen shows in front of kids, going in the bathrooms may injure kids. I mean, we're claiming that they're teaching sexuality upon children. We're claiming that the LGBT community is bad for kids. So you say Christianity and LGBTQ is different. Do you realize how many kids have been harmed by Christianity? Catholic Church, Mormons, Lutherans. What's the difference? What's the difference? Christianity has far more documented proof and evidence that they have been harmful to children than the LGBTQ community ever will. In fact, because first of all, the LGBTQ community has only been able to really come out of the shadows in America for maybe a generation or two. The Christian religion, particularly under the Catholic Church, been abusing children probably since at least the 1800s. What's the difference? Like I said, in some cases we hold one side accountable, we give the other side a pass. We have people in this country that don't want their children around people that are in the LGBT community, but they take them to church on Sunday. And the church has a far greater history of abusing children than the LGBT community. So to me, it doesn't make any sense. Like I said, you give one side a pass and you hold the other side accountable. Yeah, so he's at a UFC match, want to make out with him or something. What is that, the tyrant? The church is older. Yeah, it's older, but its history of abusing kids is lengthy. Not only was a church abusing children, but the leadership in the church knew it was happening and protected the abusers. Protected the abusers on numerous occasions. Very few, if any, individuals were punished, brought to justice for anything. The churches continue to operate. I mean, there's been really no punishment other than some civil lawsuits to pay the people. There's been nothing. And that's what we want to teach in the school is that stuff. Get the LGBT community out of it. Put in the group that actually has a greater history of abusing children in charge of everything. I don't know. Anyway, folks, I do appreciate you tuning in. You know what this is. You know what we do Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Central, 1300 hours. In the comments, distraction from Project 2025. God is not a Christian. Wait a minute. I don't want to know what to say about that, but somebody said a distraction from, Big Dog. Yeah, appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you for that. In regards to the 2025, I think right now, like I pointed out earlier, that now that Biden is starting to climb on Trump, that it's that Project 2025 stuff. That stuff is hurting Trump. Now, Trump is trying to distance himself from it. Fair enough. But unfortunately for Trump, there's a lot of videos of Trump at the Heritage Foundation, speaking positively of the Heritage Foundation. I was online, because, I do content, doing some research. It's pretty easy to find videos of Trump at Heritage Foundation meetings, saying that they got the best vision for America, promoting you donate money to them. I mean, he's on stage saying this stuff. Mike Pence is also on stage giving Trump credit as the next leader that's going to be the guy to do what's right, because they thought Trump was going to get reelected. So when Trump says, I don't know anything about Project 2025, and they're just calling the Heritage Foundation a think tank, it's going to be a hard sell because there's so much footage out there of him being tied into it. Not to mention there's a host of his own former administration members that are now authors of Project. I mean, it's bad for that. So although Biden has been doing horrible in the polls compared to Trump, particularly after the presidential debate, he's gaining ground because of that Project 2025 and the fact that he's had a few speeches since the debate where he sounds much better. So you say, who gives a damn about it? I think the voting public, everybody around is starting to talk about that. And here's what I was talking about. I don't know what just happened there, but
months there. So we wanted to bring that, of course, to you. And so many people, hundreds of thousands, were watching with us yesterday. So we appreciate that as always. Do want to let you know about a new poll that is out for the race for the White House. And in it, Biden takes a slight lead over Trump in this new poll. It's a new national NPR PBS NewsHour Marist poll that has found that President Biden has taken a slight 50% to 48% lead over former President Trump in a head-to-head matchup. The results also found that no other mainstream Democrat that has been floated as a potential replacement for Biden on the Democrat ticket, if the 81-year-old eventually drops out of the race, performs better than him against Trump. Almost.
The last part, now he's only within a margin of error in regards to Trump, so he's not in a big lead over Trump. But the thing is, he was losing to Trump by quite a bit after the polls came out in regards to the presidential election. But that's not what I wanted to talk about. What I wanted to talk about is, and you guys that are typing that Trump passed away, you need to. I don't want to block anybody, but I think everybody knows that Trump is fine. So I don't normally go gung-ho over misinformation, but the folks that are typing in that Trump passed away, I'm trying not to block you. Stop typing it. Everybody knows it's not true. The shit's all over the news. The guy's releasing tweets, for God's sake. Everybody knows he's still alive. But what I want to say is, it's not that Biden has caught up in the polls. It's that they're telling you that Trump fares better against any of the potential Democratic replacements that they were thinking about putting in. The Governor Gretchen Whitmer's, Gavin Newsom's. They're saying that Biden fares better against Trump than any of the other Democrats that they were thinking about potentially putting in. What I'm assuming is going to happen, because Biden is starting to have all these public speeches now, where he is certainly sounding better than he did at the presidential debate. First of all, his voice is stronger. He's not all weak sounding like that. I think what's going to end up happening is the Democratic Party is going to slowly start coming back behind Biden. I was the number one guy putting out videos the next day after the speech, like, this guy sucks, he needs to step down, he sounds awful, he did horrible at the debate. But I've seen him speak 3 or 4 times since that, and it does look like he is capable of more than we saw at the debate. I mean, he's had multiple speeches now, and he looks way better, including the one tonight when he's trying to bring the country back and saying that he sympathizes with what Trump went through. I want to talk to him and all of that. He sounds more like a leader. So I think if he continues to stay in the limelight, continues to have speeches, the whole Democratic attempt to get rid of him will start to weaken. I think once you'll get the likelihoods of Hakeem or Obama get out there and say, we need to stick with this guy. They haven't done that yet, but if they say it, I think that'll really weaken it. Looking in the comments real quick, I said it over and over again, Obama lost his first debate against Romney, and that is true. He did lose his first debate against Romney and had no problem defeating him to get reelected. Here's an interesting one. Juice 19794 says the shooter was funded by George Soros in the DNC. They've done all of that research already. The shooter was funded by George Soros. You know that some few hours after the shooting already. You checked his funding. All right. And I'm assuming we'll hear more of that. Yes, Timothy, that includes the Libs, Dems, and GOP. All right. Tim, we got eyes and ears. You are delusional, says Draco. Okay. All right, Draco. If you've seen the presidential debate and you've seen Biden at the NATO speech, or the one he had the other day where he was taking some pretty tough questions, and you don't see any difference between those, yeah, you got eyes and ears. If you've seen those two speeches that they look the same as the debate, all right, I didn't see it. I tell you one thing, everybody is looking at Biden, waiting for the gaps. The idea that he could give a speech and the only two things he did after an hour of talking is he confused Putin and Zelensky, and then he confused Trump and Kamala. He spoke for like an hour. And that's all you can come up with. And in fact, when he confused Zelensky and Putin, he hadn't even started speaking yet. I don't fucked up probably 10 times tonight, confusing shit. Do I got dementia? Look, the guy is old. I'm not going to disagree with that. He absolutely sucked during the presidential debate. But if he keeps going out there and speaking and sounding like he is sounding now, I think that's going to, the claim that he is completely, it's going to weaken. That claim is going to weaken. If he keeps going out there sounding the way he's sounding now, it's going to weaken. But we'll see what happens. Something else I wanted to bring up, and I guess I got to mention because I don't forget what I was about to say. Tough questions from a list, ha ha ha. No, and that's what I was going to point out. I don't think Trump, because somebody said the questions were coming from a list. I don't think Trump could stand there and take all of those questions about, his validity, if he's getting to it. Trump would be going off on motherfuckers. I mean, Biden stood there while they asked him all kinds of hammering questions, even if it's from a list, as you say. None of those questions were friendly to Biden. I don't think Trump would entertain letting somebody hammer him like that for 58 minutes straight. He would be calling people liberal plants and shit, might walk out on the meeting like this ain't nothing but CNN, I'm out of here. Biden took that shit for an hour. And he comes back with one or two gaffes? All right. Trump also said poor kids are just as bright as... Did Trump say that? Trump also said poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, that was Biden that said that. That wasn't Trump. That was Biden that said that. Biden doesn't even do White House press conferences. And that is a detriment to Biden. I've said it before that the fact that Biden has not been out there talking like Trump did during his presidential run is why a lot of liberals can barely cite anything good Biden has done. Trump, if you listen to folks that support Trump recite stuff that Trump has done that's good, some of it ain't even true, but because Trump keeps saying it, it's resonated. So I give a shout out to Trump. Keep talking to the people. You can get things out there. Biden should be saying that. My economy is the best we ever had. My job is the best we ever had. I mean, Trump is out there telling me he knows more about COVID than anybody. And the right don't find that to be something to criticize about. He's out there saying he knows more about the war than the generals on the ground. Well, maybe he does. He gets lots of briefings. Biden should try that. It's been incredibly successful for Trump to keep talking to the people. So, fair enough. I mean, if somebody says MAGA is sheep, whatever the case may be, it's worked for Trump. Trump is a fucking god. He may end up getting reelected. He's beat 90 some odd charges that I swore to God nobody would be able to do that because the feds have a 96% conviction rate. He's beat dozens of charges. And I say beat because I think by the time it's done with the current Supreme Court we have, those 34 felonies may not all be on him anymore. I do believe some of those felonies are going to go away, if not all of them. Because the Supreme Court gave him broad powers of immunity in regards to if this is done during your official duties. Hell, they may say talking to Michael Cohen in general was part of his official duty because that was his lawyer. Hey, he's on the Air Force One telling them, you need to talk to my lawyer, Michael Cohen. Well, because the way they ruled while he was president during his quote-unquote official duties, not only does he have immunity, anybody he talked to is inadmissible. So let's say, for instance, he told Mike Pence not to certify the election. And Mike Pence came back and said, I checked and that is illegal. We can't do that. And Trump was like, don't worry about it. I'm going to take care of it. I got the feds on my side. Don't worry about it. Do it. If Mike Pence wanted to be a whistleblower, because Trump was doing that as an official duty, Mike Pence's testimony can't even be used. So how much of the Alvin Bragg 34 felony case are they going to throw out? So, like I said, I think by the time it's over, Trump may not have any felonies. I mean, they may throw all that shit out. So, beat 91 charges. Looks like now he's beat a lone gunman. Looks like he's beat that guy. I mean, the guy's a god. He's kicking ass. Beat 2 impeachments. I mean, like him or not, he is. When he say you're going to be tired of winning, he is winning. He is winning. And now, after all of that, he still continues to be competitive or even lead in a lot of polls. All right. We'll talk about it on the next show. It's your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, 1 p.m. Central. I'll see you later. Thank you for you folks on YouTube. I'm sure on my YouTube Saturday out, you guys did not like hearing what did I say? It's free speech program. It's free speech program. I'm not always going to be chastising Biden or defending Trump or vice versa. I call it as I see it. I may be wrong on some shit. That's why you're here. You're here to criticize me when you think I got it wrong. I'm wide open to criticism. You see me reading comment after comment after comment all night long of shit that did not come across as favorable to me. That's what free speech is about. 1 p.m. Central, weekdays. Catch you later. It's your boy Tim. I'm